ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Thoughts and prayers, cause we are the slayers. The time has come, cause we are the saviors. Move or get ran over, we do it major. We depend on us, don't do us no favors. It's win or lose, pick or choose. It's follow or break the rules. The time has come, here we come. The time has come, here we come. Win or lose, pick or choose. Follow or break the rules. The time has come, here we come. The time has come, here we come. Win or lose, pick or choose. It's follow or break the rules.
Okay, cool. We are
Ready, Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing Fuels. We're excited to have you. To my right, Heidi Steele and Wes Miller. We got champions on the stage, and we have already got an incredible battle with the motos. They've been going for almost 3 hours, 18 minutes. So it's looking like a battle right now between 1X, 11X, and 7X. But first off, great to see you guys. Happy to have you here. We got John Griffin in the field. He's going to be sending me some updates as well. We'll try to keep you guys updated as to what's happening. He did send kind of a breaking. Before we get to that, let's take a look at our actual schedule today for the live stream. We got the moto race that started today at 5, followed by the four-wheel race start at 9 a.m., and then we'll have the moto race finish, estimating coming in somewhere around 2 p.m. today. So plenty of race action. The Baja 400, it's a tight technical race. What I was going to allude to before we get to that, though, is that it turns out that the 15X team actually, as of right now, took the sportsman cut, maybe by accident. So it physically puts them in the lead if you're looking at your tracking or your timing. But we can tell you that Juan Carlos on the 1X team has blasted ahead. He's having a great race right now, followed by Salas and Morgan after that. So far, so good. And we'll take a look at the starting grid. Pro Moto Unlimited starting grid, we've got Arturo Salas in the 11X at first, Justin Morgan, second 7X, Adrian Ortiz 13X, Eric Holt 4th, Austin Eddy 5th, Fernando Beltran 6th, and Juan Carlos 7 in the 1X team bike. So, amazing 7 bike riders, bike racers. We got some live feed here from this morning, and we'll cut to that right now. First bike. Ceremonial start right now down in Ensenada.
Baja 400 is underway.
And there we go. Very cool.
As Arturo Salas heads out into the streets of Ensenada. Next up, we have number 7X. That's Justin Morgan. He's also on a Honda. Tyler Lynn is riding with him, splitting the duties. They're sponsored by American Honda, Monster Energy, and Skechers. Here's the countdown. And Justin Morgan is underway. Adrian Ortiz is up next. Out of Desura, California. Alberto Ortiz and Sergio Garza are riding with him, splitting the duties on a Honda. Ortiz Trucking, San Diego Powerhouse, and AHM Factory Services are their sponsors. Adrian Ortiz underway. Up next, we have the 15X. That'll be Eric Holt, Brian Whiteside, Damian Woosler, and Cooper Ashton sharing duties on that Husqvarna. They're sponsored by Norman Racing, AHM, and Kleem. And they're off. Eric Holt. Up next, we have number 9X. That's Austin Eddy, sharing the duties with Matthew Combs, Clay Henschfeld, Corey Freeman. DP Racing, Cooley Construction, and Lakeside Auto Brokers are their main sponsors here. They're also riding a Honda. And there goes 9X. Up next, we have 8X.
Here we go. We got the bikes off. And, you know, I was alluding to earlier how the 400 is always a very tight technical race, but a little more of an advantage on 2 wheels than 4. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Especially when they get up into Europon, they'll have a bit of an advantage up there.
Yeah, I think this course is maybe built a little differently than last year's. The first half of the course is, other than getting out of town, is fairly wide open. But once they get up to the Mike's area, that's when it's going to get really tight and technical around race mile 225.
Yeah, the dirt bikes, you know, they're a lot narrower than the four-wheel vehicles, so they can get through this a lot quicker. In speaking with the racers, watching pre-running, plus my experience on the course, you know, I think from race mile 30 to European is super technical, a lot of rain ruts. It's really dusty in there, so patience is going to play a big role. You want to get through clean. I think get whatever you're racing on in one piece to Santo Tomas, and then start your race from there.
Got you.
You're probably not going to win the race in that first little section, but you can definitely lose it. So get through that clean. The coast is relatively fast. There are some new sections down by Colonet, and then as Heidi was saying, then when you get over by Mike's, there's some really tight stuff. Opens back up coming out of Mike's, and then you're on the highway in a speed zone into Valley T, and then it's pretty fast up until you get through K77.
Yeah.
And then from K77 into Ojos, there's a lot of new stuff that they cut in that is really tight in there too.
Well, speaking of the Baja 400 course, let's take a deeper dive into the course map right now.
Let's take a look at that course and see what the world's best desert racers will be facing. At a total distance of 425 miles, the racers will start in downtown Ensenada. The course runs in a counterclockwise direction out of and back to the start-finish line in Ensenada. Our drivers will begin their contest by heading out towards Ojos Negros. They will climb towards the mountains of the Europan Ejido. Then take Federal Highway number 1 until reaching Santo Tomas for an area of high-speed roads, as well as the beach of Punta Cabras and the Ejido Erendira. Just before the racers hit race mile 136, we have the BF Goodrich Pit 1. The drivers continue south until they go around the Punta Colonet, returning by the highway to Llano, Colorado. We hit some elevated terrain as our vehicles head up the road to La Calentura, Los Llanitos, Valle de la Trinidad, up to Leandro Valle, and exit by the access road to the Mike Sky Ranch. The racers reach checkpoint 2 near San Matias and BFG Pit 2 before race mile 289. The race will go on part of Federal Highway number 3 to go up to the famous area of the Goat Trail. Then, following the route, our competitors will travel through the Ejido Jamao, the Ejido Santa Catarina, and then they will take a new highway at kilometer 78 for a short speed zone. The racers make the final push going into Cerro Colorado, the stream of El Mezcal, all the way through Ojos Negros and Rancho Nelson, and back to Boulevard Costero in the heart of Ensenada.
So there you have it, the Baja 400 course thus far. And you know, we were talking a little bit earlier about a lot of times these competitors will be up in the mountains, then they'll hit the coast. This time they're hitting the coast first and hitting in the mountains. How does that play out in, I don't know, psychologically or anything? Does it make you drop your shoulders a little bit, getting that in first? I don't know, maybe get into that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make me drop my shoulders. I think that a lot of the beginning of the course, these racers are fairly familiar with, and so I think that keeping it kind of like having it a little bit slow in the beginning, having it a little bit tighter, they might slow down a little bit, but that's probably a good thing because they need to get in to their driving routine, they need to get settled, and then once they get, you know, past European, it's going to be pretty fast.
Does that, you're talking about kind of slowing down a little bit. Now it's top of the race, you're pumped, you're excited, your adrenaline's going. Does that, could even a costly mistake happen at that point, or pretty hard for that to happen?
No, costly mistakes can happen. I think that when you're looking at some of the top classes, like the Trophy Trucks class, the Legends class, I mean, these people, mostly men, have a lot of experience, and so I think that they know how to settle their nerves in the beginning of the race. But I think that there's a lot of classes, and so my experience when I was in a stock truck classes, you saw a lot of mistakes in the beginning as people just were not settled down.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, to touch on what Heidi was just saying, I think, to me, the big thing, the direction that they're running the course this time, which, this is the first time we've run the 400 counterclockwise where you're heading to the coast first, is that section from Ojos to European. There's a couple ravines and uphills in there where there's potential for bottlenecks. I've been stuck in a bottleneck for over an hour in there, and it's it makes you nuts because it's right off the start, you're amped up, you're ready to go, and then if you roll into a bottleneck, and you're just sitting there and you can't go anywhere, that's extremely frustrating. I was talking to Wayne Matlock last night. He said he was actually getting out of his pre-runner, walking around, looking for places to get around bottlenecks.
Really?
And that's something that when you're doing your pre-running, if you see an area where there might be a bottleneck, you try to find ways around it. Unfortunately, some of them, you got a cliff on one side and a cliff on the other, and there's nowhere to go. So that's where the generally bottlenecks happen. So it'll be interesting to see. I think if there is a bottleneck, it's going to be like a slower trophy spec, maybe a class 10. One of your two-wheel drive vehicles will probably cause that, and then you'll have the whole field stack up.
Gotcha.
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Right.
But there's potential. Also, when you hit the coast early, sometimes it gets socked in with fog over there.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see kind of weather-wise how that plays out.
Cool.
The bikes may have been battling fog through there this morning.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the coast, we actually got the 11X bike on the coast. Let's take a look at that video. So here we go.
So
Got
it looks
the
like there's not a lot of
Solace team.
fog.
Yep. Right now he's not playing into that fog, but you never know. Could have been there earlier. Just a little bit. We'll probably get a shot of the ocean. But still smooth sailing, still got the light on. Having some fun.
This is one of the most beautiful aspects of the race course. And we run this sometimes in the Baja 500.
Yeah.
We run it at various times, and it's really breathtaking, even as a racer, to come in and then come down this race course, and all of a sudden you have this panoramic view of the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
And I think this is a new section down by Colonet that we normally don't run a whole lot. Do you recognize any of that, Heidi? I think this.
Wes, you got an opportunity to maybe on your computer kind of take us down there a little bit closer?
Yeah, I can
right now
blow this up on the tracker here.
Yeah. And what we're seeing right now, this is approximately about an hour ago, so but conditions still look really good. And we saw earlier too, there's extreme cliffs off to the side, but thankfully it's a smooth course, and some really great drone shots there. We got the helis following them. Beautiful, beautiful shot.
See,
and we'll go to Wes's
This is
computer
north
now.
of where I'm showing them on the tracker. I actually recognize that section. That was more like the Punta Cabras area that we were just showing. So you can see though, right here, this is Punta Colonet, and this is some new course that we don't generally run a whole lot. And that's where our lead bikes are right now. And you can see you've got 3 riders that are all neck and neck, the 11X, I believe it's the 1X and 7X. So they are all really close. And the thing there is the 1X, he started 6 minutes behind. And so, on adjusted, he's got these guys right now.
For sure. You said earlier, we usually don't take this route. Any reason why they're doing it? Just shaking it up, so to speak, this year?
Well, I think Score likes to mix it up.
Yeah.
And this is, which is nice because then you're not running the exact same thing all the time.
Yeah.
The that area that they were just showing on the coast, we run that a lot, and that's that Punta Cabras area just north of Irandira. And that's super fun section. I think every racer loves going through there, especially I like to surf. So I'll be like looking at the waves as I'm going. I'm like, okay, focus on the course. And so it's definitely a really cool section. There's not a lot of desert racing where you get to race along the ocean.
Yeah, yeah.
Good point. Also want to bring your attention to the bottom of the screen. We got the ticker down there so you guys can see where everybody is, how far along they are, even how fast they are going. With that, we'll let you dive into that, and then we will go to a quick commercial break, but don't go too far because we'll be back with more Baja 400 right after this.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Turbocharged class is the baddest of the bad, the unlimited everything. Whatever you want to throw at it, you can.
Buggies are a lot to handle. They're very difficult to drive, especially at the speeds that Class 1 cars are capable of. I think it's the true heart of Baja.
This looks like a race car. When you look at a Class 1, it makes you go, oh yeah, that looks cool.
The spec class is driver's class, and I think that racers that know that as far as like heads-up competition, it's pure. It's just pure head-to-head competition racing.
When in doubt, send it. Great way to end that little package on 400, man. And I'm really looking forward to the 400 today. It's going to be an aggressive, fun, tough battle for everybody. Obviously, we had a heck of a battle in the 500 as well. And but going forward for today, did the better half, Mr. Cameron Steele, did he have anything anything to say today about race strategy? Anything that he's looking forward to? Not in the two-wheel.
Yeah, so we didn't talk today, but he's been down there all week, and he's feeling good about it, I think. He's racing with Josh Daniel. Josh is starting the race. Cameron's going to do the last half. And he's basically said that there's a lot of new lines that are cut in that second half, and it's making it really tight and technical.
Yeah.
So it's harder to force your truck to go fast in those tight and technical areas.
Yeah.
But I think overall, they've got a good plan. He's excited about this.
Great. Wes?
How does Cameron feel being in all-wheel drive Mason now?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to feel great, right?
Yeah, I mean, because he was kind of
more horsepower.
one of our lone two-wheel drive drivers that was still kind of in the mix out there, and now I think he tried to up his game a little bit with Josh in that four-wheel drive Mason.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So some of the storylines I see coming into this race, one with Toby winning the 500, kind of got that monkey off of his back. Right. So is Toby going to go on a run now? Yeah. He's been our fastest qualifier how many races in a row? And he's got the experience. They've got the truck dialed. They've got Mason prepping that truck now. They've got a very solid program. They're actually sharing pits with Bryce Menzies. So that's kind of an interesting story to me too, is you got two of the very top teams are sharing pits. What if they come in 1-2 back to back? Like who's getting serviced and who isn't? Being it's Bryce's pit, I have an idea who's going to get serviced. So to Toby, you probably want to beat Bryce by quite a bit. But it does kind of seem there's a history in off-road racing of teams going on runs. So you get that win, and it's like you learn how to win in Baja. And I really think Toby qualifying first. Obviously, he's driving with Paul. And it's a really solid program. Toby's super fast, and Paul's good as well. So they're gonna be hard to beat with clean air.
Sure.
This is a really dusty technical course. There's not a lot of passing lines. So to make a pass, the only way I see that happening is you got to push somebody into a mistake, or if they have a slow pit for some reason, or a mechanical issue. That's really, I think, the only way you're gaining track position in this event.
Well, to that point, let's take a look back at the Baja 500, and we'll go to that video now.
Tire's 56-score Baja 500 attracted some of the finest drivers and teams in the off-road racing community. Team Australia of Toby Price and Paul Wheel took the overall win in the 500 single-loop race. Price and Wheel, in their all-wheel drive number 46 Chevrolet Silverado, completed the challenge in an official time of 9 hours, 20 minutes, and 22 seconds, making the Baja 500 the first victory for both of them in Score International and in the Score Trophy Truck. Toby, a two-time winner of the Dakar Rally in motorcycles, added to his winning record in the sport. Tavo Vidosola was runner-up in the Score Trophy Truck class, earning his second podium in a row this season. The second-place finish puts Tavo at the top of the class points race for the 2024 Desert Championships. Gustavo Vidosola Sr. and Ricky Johnson scored their 10th consecutive victory in the Score Trophy Truck Legends class and recorded the 5th fastest overall time. In the Trophy Truck Spec class, Justin Davis won the Score Baja 500 with his Green Army Team number 285 Tesco Chevy, edging out Thor Herbst, the Spec class winner from the San Felipe 250. Meanwhile, the 11X team of Salas Jr., Klein, and Naran took the checkered flag in the Pro Moto Unlimited class, completing the course in an official time of 10 hours, 36 minutes, and 2 seconds on their Honda CRF 450X. It was the third consecutive overall motorcycle victory for the youthful Salas Jr. in the Score Baja 500. The official Polaris team conquered the Score Baja 500 in the Pro UTV Open class, thanks to the driving of Caden Minimac McCackron, who started first and held the lead for most of the race in his Polaris Razor Pro R. It was the third straight Pro UTV Open title and overall UTV win in Score Baja racing. Class 11 went to Oliver Flamate and Antonio Espinoza, who notched their 7th Score victory in a row. The Baja 500 showcased some truly unforgettable performances. But the stage is set as we move towards more heart-pounding action and unforgettable moments in the thrilling world of off-road racing with the 5th edition of Score Baja 400, presented by VP Racing.
You know, we were in that package there, we talked about Toby takes the 500, but he also has so much experience in moto and bikes and stuff like that. And Wes, we were talking earlier how that kind of almost gives Toby a little, I don't know if it's an advantage, but it's an edge. His threshold of pushing the throttle or going to the edge is just a little bit more, and that kind of plays to an advantage in this kind of competition.
Yeah, well, so when we were speaking earlier, what I was saying is, you know, as a driver, you have an edge that's kind of your limit of being in control or being out of control.
Right.
And I think that Toby's edge is just a little bit further than everybody else. So he's kind of here, everyone else is here. And so he's got this cushion. So Toby can back it off, not be totally on the ragged edge of control, and still be faster than the other guys.
Right.
And you know, I think a lot of that comes from his experience as a dirt bike racer. You know, when you're a dirt bike racer, you don't have a very long career if you're not good. If you make mistakes, you get hurt, and you don't race for very long. So, you know, Toby having a very storied career as a dirt bike racer in Dakar, you know, racing on Australia, doing Fink, a lot of the big desert races there. He has that experience. He knows how to win. And I think it's just been adapting that to Baja and a trophy truck. And now he's done it.
Yeah.
So,
but we've also seen him push it too far and wreck a truck sometimes.
No, it's mainly been mechanical issues. Well, you know, so I mean, at the 250, he was going to win.
Yep.
And they broke a upper arm bolt, and you know, so
it's not necessarily the way he drives; it's simply a mechanical situation that puts him.
From what I've seen, it's mainly been mechanical issues, and I think by switching their prep program, going back to Mason, having Robert Mason prep that truck, that's the guy who built the truck.
Yep.
You know, like that's who you want prepping your truck.
Yeah.
And it just seems like a solid program.
Yeah.
You know, I spoke with Paul Wheel, and you know, I think a lot of this, we don't give Paul Wheel enough credit because
I was just gonna say,
you know, he raced motocross, supercross, he raced the V8 supercars, as well as he was a 2-time stadium truck champion in Australia. So he's like no slouch himself, as well as I think one of the secret ingredients that team has is these Mason trucks are all pretty similar. You know, they've got different motor builders, but it's the same motor, same chassis, all of that. Well, do you know what PWR is? Paul Wheel Racing. And that's a cooling company. So they make radiators. And, you know, from intel I've gotten, they have the best cooling package of the teams.
Yeah.
And I think that might be an advantage they have. They can push the truck a little bit harder.
Copy that. Well, we'll see what happens when Toby hands it over to Paul. But right now, let's head down to the start line.
Congratulations. Muchas felicidades.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, y como escucharon, nos comparte la licenciada Navarro en el mensaje del maestro Miguel Aguíñiga, a quien también le pedimos, delegada, por favor le haga llegar nuestro agradecimiento y un saludo de parte de Score Internacional siempre por todo su apoyo. Pues la importancia de esta carrera para lo que es la economía regional, la participación de pilotos de todo el mundo. We want to thank Licenciada Yolanda Navarro, Delegate of Tourism here in Ensenada, for expressing her words and messages. Please convey our appreciation and our thanks to Secretary Miguel Aguiniga and his staff for all of his support, as well as the rest of the state government and municipal and federal governments and organizations that help us put on the best off-road races in the world. A continuación, le solicito.
So we got that happening down there for the flag ceremony, but we wanted to also put the spotlight on the Grand Marshal for the Baja 400, which is racer Doug Robertson. We've got a nice package queued up for them. Let's take a look.
Serving as this year's Baja 400 Grand Marshal is Doug Robertson, a legendary driver in the Class 5 Score Championship. In the late 1970s, Doug, alongside his late brother Don Robertson, gained prominence by building their own Class 5 Unlimited VW Baja Bugs, noted for their yellow and blue Bilstein paint scheme. Together, they became formidable competitors on the racing circuit. Among their numerous achievements, Doug and Don secured individual victories in the Class 5 category at the 1977 and 1979 Score Baja 500, as well as the 1976, 1977, and 1979 Score Baja 1000.
Congratulations to Doug Robertson there. Great to see all his accomplishments and everything that he has contributed to the Baja competition series. But right now, let's go to, let's take a look now at the starting order for the trophy trucks. So starting grid, we have got in first place, starting podium, pole position, Toby Price, 46, Chris Polvardi in second, Bryce Menzies in third, Alan Impudia in fourth, Luke Millen in fifth, Rob McCachran in sixth, followed by Gustavo Vidosola, senior in the 1L truck. That's 7, Cameron Steele in 8, Tracy Graff 9, and Mike Walzer in 10. And then moving on to our trophy truck spec starting grid, we'll have Magnus in first, Elijah Kiger in second, Maverick Gaunt in third, Stephen Beal in fourth, Thor Herbst in fifth, Justin Davis sixth, Jorge Sempintero in seventh, Brett Fox in 8, EJ Herbst in ninth, and Jordan Brenthal rounding out the 10 in the 273 truck. So,
and that Chelsea Magnus, that's really Trey Gibbs. So
yeah.
Trey Gibbs is our number one qualifier.
Very first Baja,
Yeah. Which that's a pretty cool story, because see, you've got in trophy spec our number one qualifier, Trey Gibbs, first race in Baja. Now he's been pre-running with Polvardi.
Correct.
You know, so I mean he was being shown around pretty well, I think. But it's gonna be interesting to see, you know, how does he do? He ran the desert race at King of the Hammers, and he has done some desert, but he's more of a short course guy. So let's see how he does. Yeah. See if he can keep it on rubber side down. I think, you know, for the short course guys, when they first get in the desert, sometimes they have a tendency to get a little too excited, push too hard. I'm sure that his crew's been telling him, you know, hey, you can't win the race in the first 50 miles, but you can lose it, you know, so you got to play that long game. It's 425 miles to the finish line, so, you know, let's see if he can do it.
Quick note to our viewers, you can see in the split screen, the lower right-hand corner down, we're waiting for the trucks to come up and get going. But yeah, back to that point, you know, and we're talking about, you've got the GOAT, McCachran, 40 plus years experience, and then you've got someone coming in their very first Baja. Now you won your very first Baja 400 when you came in. Any advice that you would, I think you kind of gave some of it, but what would you give Gibbs?
Well, you know, the Baja 400, it's tight and technical, but this is a sprint race.
Yeah.
You know, the pace that you have to run to win this race, you can't have any problems. You know, a flat is basically going to take you off the podium potentially. So you've got to be clean, but I mean, you're pushing at a, you know, I guess if 100% is as fast as you could go, you're probably going 90, 95, I would say, in this. You can't just cruise at 75, 80% in this race. You're not going to win in any of the premier classes at this point. I don't know, how do you feel about that, Heidi?
Yeah, no, I think that the technology in these trucks and the competition has got to a point where you've got to be holding it as far out there as you can.
1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the days of tortoise and hare, it just, there's too many fast teams now in each of the premier classes that somebody's going to throw it down and not have a problem. So if you try to like play it safe, you're not going to hold that pace with them, and you're not going to be able to catch them.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, one of the things that we love from you guys is your interaction when you're in the field. And for the Score International Instagram, you guys are always uploading Instagram stuff to us that we can bring out here. We have got some great clips that we'd like to show you. So remember, at Score International, but let's go to those clips right now.
Qualifying lap, I don't like to be in the dust too much, and these trophy trucks make a lot of dust. So, yeah, we threw down a heater, and all went really well. So, kept it on track. Truck's in really good shape, as you can see behind us. So, coming off the Baja 500 win, we got some good confidence, good momentum now, and but you can never count your chickens before they hatch. So it's crazy. It's one of these places that can be kind to you one day and cruel the next. But it's good to be back here and ready for the 400. Good to see all the fans, everyone out here having a great time. So that's the exciting part for us. So to come all the way from Australia and everyone enjoys the off-road racing like we do, it's cool to see. So we'll get out there tomorrow and I guess, I don't know, shake and bake and hook in and have some fun.
I'm pumped right now. Absolutely pumped. First time down here and Score. You know, it came down here. We've been putting a lot of miles pre-running, and today was qualifying day. So I knew I had to go down and throw down, and went out and put it on the #1 spot. So pumped to be able to start up front. But I got a lot of heavy hitters behind me starting for the race, and all I got to do is go out there and run my pace and see where we wind up. But pumped on today. We had a good qualifying. Made a couple of bobbles here and there, but still able to put it on the #1 spot. So looking forward to race day now. I'm pumped right now.
He's pumped. The jury's out. Well, we saw the two top qualifiers in their respective classes. We got Price, got Gibbs. They seem to be in good spirits. They're ready to go. Price is going to shake and bake, as you say. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to the 400 today. This is going to be a fantastic competition.
Well, in the trophy trucks, after qualifying, I mean, we've got a murderer's row here of, Toby Price, Pulvarde, Menzies, and Pudia, McMillan. I'm really curious to see how Rob Mack does. He qualified 6th in that Jimco all-wheel drive. Yeah. And I was talking to the Jimco guys as well as Rob, and he said that they did 5 test sessions between the 500 and the 400, and they've really been kind of working on dialing in that truck. Mm-hmm. And he felt really confident that they had made a lot of progress. Yeah. And Rob is the GOAT or one of the GOATs of off-road racing. Sure. So if there's a dark horse that's going to creep into our top 3, I think Rob Mack has potential to put that thing on the podium, which would be some news because we haven't had a non-Mason truck kind of on the podium in a little while. They've been fairly dominant here. So, we had Rob Mack and then Cameron in the Geyser all-wheel drive, as well as Tracy Graff with Justin Bean Smith driving that Racer Engineering truck that they converted to an all-wheel drive. So, in our top 10 now, we've got 3 trucks that are non-Mason trucks. So that's kind of some new news for this race.
And don't count out Tavo either. He's going to be screaming in there at some point as well.
I mean, he blew a corner in qualifying. I think didn't have the best run, but I mean, he can always throw it down. It's just it's going to be tough from the 11th position.
I'm curious what Impudi's going to do today
too. Make it up.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a battle between him and Matt.
Yeah, Allen's sitting good in 4th. I think that's not a bad place to be because he can let Price, Pulvardi, Menzies battle it out, maybe take each other out, and push too hard, and Allen can kind of just sit back there and sneak in on him. So he's in a good position, I think. Luke too, but but back to what I said, it's a murderer's row. I mean, really there's we were trying to pick our top threes earlier, and
you see trucks lining up right now.
It was just so tough because there's so many good teams.
I know.
I'm going to say I'm going Price, Menzies, McCachran. What do you got?
Well,
he's pointing to Heidi.
Well, I want to hear what you have to say too.
I know. I'm
well,
ready.
I'm a little biased, so of course I'm going to say Cameron and Josh for the win.
Yeah, okay.
But
you got to keep things good at home, so.
Yeah, there's that. But no, if not, I think Toby has a really good shot. I agree with you what you said earlier. I think that he's feeling good. He's feeling confident. If he has a clean truck, I mean, if everything goes mechanically well for him, I think he has a good shot of winning.
Yeah.
But then there's other fast guys that are right up there with him. I mean, Allen had a clean run at the San Felipe 250 and got first place.
Exactly.
So, and Tavo's fast, and
he's
Price is fast.
So quit beating around the bush.
I know.
Give us your top three.
No pressure.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be, I'm going to say Toby, Bryce, Tavo. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Tavo. Okay, here we go. We're going to go down to the start line with Toby.
400 presented by VP Racing. This is round number 3 of the
World
World Desert Championships. This is the biggest, baddest series on the planet. We got the fastest racers anywhere across the world. Our top qualifier in the trophy truck, first off the line, Paul Wheels driver record, but Toby Price did the qualifying. He's in that quad lock score trophy truck, number 46 out of Queensland, Australia. That's that brand new Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive, sponsored by Quad Lock, PWR, BF Goodrich Tires, Can-Am, Alpine Stars, Dixon, and Fisk. Number 46, Toby Price. We're going to start these trophy trucks in 1-minute intervals. Second off the line, he was our second qualifier, which we had here this last Wednesday. He's out of Heber, Utah, driving for Optima Batteries, Toyo Tires, Steal It, VP Racing Fuels, Vision Wheels, Rigid Lights, K&N, Fox, Decked, number 94, Mr. Christopher Pulvardi. And our next driver, rocking that number 1 plate, last year's Score World Desert Champion in our Score Trophy truck. He hails from Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for Red Bull, AMSOIL, Toyo Tires, Polaris, Baja Designs, numero 1, Bryce Menzies. And third off the line in our third qualifier in our Score Trophy truck. He's out of Ensenada, right here, local boy. Driving for Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, La Familia, KMC Wheels, K&N Filters, Lucas Oil, and King Shocks. Number 10, Alan Ampudia. And next off the line out of El Cajon, California, driving another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive truck. Couple championships under his belt. Driving for BF Goodrich Tires, DLM Properties, Method Race Wheels, VP, SDG, Fox, and Monster Energy. They is getting ready to unleash the beast. Number 83, Luke McMillan. The legend, they call him the GOAT, out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Driving that fastball racing truck, sponsored by BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheels, Fox Shocks, VP Racing Fuel, KC Highlights, in that Jimco bad to the bone brand new truck, number 11, Mr. Rob McCachran. and our 7th qualifier. But first, in the legend class, they have 2 championships in a row and 10 race wins in a row under their belt. He's out of Mexicali, driving for Mexlog, Toyo Tires, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, King Shocks, How, and Impact. He's teaming up with the legend Ricky Johnson, and this is no other legend than this, number 1L, Gustavo Vildosola Sr. Up next, another Monster Energy truck. This is the general of the Desert Assassins himself, out of San Clemente, California, driving for Monster Energy, Yokohama Tires, FIDAC, Fox, Baja HQ, Raceline Wheels, Baja Designs, Sparco, and Prime Fabrication. Number 16, Cameron Steele. This crazy Canuck hails from Sylvan Lake, Alberta, Canada, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Fox, Butch's Speed Shop, Maxima Oil, MPI, VP Race Fuel, and PSS in that Racer Engineering Score Trophy truck. Number 58, Tracy Graff. He has been on the box. He has a 3rd. He has a 2nd. He's looking for that number 1 spot in that all-wheel drive Mason Motorsports machine. He's going to be solo in this race, driving for Toyo Tires, VP Racing Fuels, and Baja Designs. Number 89, the Madman, Mike Walser. Our next driver drives for Mexicana Logistics, Branix, Toyo Tires, Mastercraft, Baja Designs, Freightliner, King Shocks, Borla, Method, How, Ibach, and Telcel. Number 21, Tavo Vildosola. Out of Lockney, Texas, in another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive machine, driving for All Beef Ranch, Fox, Method Race Wheels, Danzio, FK Rod Ends, Racer Coffee, Nacho Off-Road Lights, Justin Lofton Fabrication, The Butcher Shop in Lubbock. Number 41, Justin Lofton. Next to the line is from San Luis Potosi, Mexico. He's driving that factory-backed Nissan Mexico machine, driving for Torres Corzo Motorsports, BF Goodrich, Tires Mexico, Sparco, James Lynn Maxima Racing Oils in the Nissan. Number 63, Ruben Torres. Making his way from Banning, California, driving for Lawrence Equipment, Haas Factory Outlet, King Shocks, Mother's Bar, BF Goodrich Tires, Checkers Racing, Patton Racing Engines, keeping that thing powered up. This is number 85, Mikey Lawrence. And up next, the young gun, Adam Mexicali, driving for Coast Aluminum, Romo Race Prep, CarTech, Method, Croyer Racing Engines, and Fox Racing Shocks. Number 33, Roberto Romo Jr. Got the Angry Beaver on the side, Coast Aluminum truck, and he's going green. Up next, out of Beaumont, California, driving for Topline Industrial, Baja Designs, VP Racing Fuels, Ultra Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, PCI Radios, Sparco, Dugan's Racing Engines, Vance and Hines Exhaust, King Shocks, and Titan Fuel Tanks. Number 82, Sam Baldy. Our next driver is in that Geyser built Score trophy truck. Teaming up with RJ Stidham. He's out of Bozeman, Montana. Number 78, Tracy Poole. Next to the line is that 19 Industries Bad to the Bone Score trophy truck. He's from Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for Terrible Herps, Monster Energy, BF Goodrich Tires, King Shocks, KC Highlights, Borla Exhaust, and Mechanics Wear. Number 19L in the Legend class, Tim Herps. In the Brenthels Industries built Score trophy truck. They build a lot of them. Driving for Fox Shocks, Yokohama Tire, Method Race Wheels, FK Rod Ends, Steel It Coating, Baja Kits, Maxima, Danzio Performance, RevTech, and Hawk Performance number 27 out of La Cresta, California, Jonathan Brenthel. And our next Lawrence Equipment truck to the line, number 85L in the Legend class. Driving for Haas Factory Outlet, Baja Designs, King Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, Patent Racing Engines, and Kona Blue Sport Fishing. Another 19 Industry built machine, number 85L, Clay Lawrence. I always love the wrap on this truck, styling, getting it to the finish line. He drives for TSA Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Collins Motorsports, Croyer Racing, Gearworks, Hella and Walker Evans Wheels. He's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, number 87, Dallas Luttrell. Out of St. Louis, Montana, driving for Payne Crest Electric, Milwaukee Tools, BF Goodrich Tires, Maxima Racing Oils, and J Force Dynamics. In that Brenthel Industries Score trophy truck, in the Legend class, number 61L, David Payne. At a New Brenthels, Texas, Braunfels, driving for King Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, KMC Wheels, Baja Designs, VP Specialized Powder Coat, teaming up with Harley Lettner, and I believe he's starting, number 70, Kevin Thompson. And another one of the Big Blue M, the McMillan team, up next. He's out of El Cajon, California, driving another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive, driving for DLM Properties, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, SDG, Fox, VP, and Monster Energy. Number 23, he's at home. He just had a brand new baby daughter, Dan McMillan. But I believe that's Rogelio Pereira Jr. driving, getting that qualifying position for the Baja 1000. Up next, out of Page, Arizona, in the Geyser-built Score trophy truck, driving for Adonia Yachts, Raceline Wheels, BF Goodrich Tires, and Trailers Unlimited, number 26, Dave Taylor. Out of Bristol, driving the RPM Geyser. Actually, this is a Ford Ranger. I think they're just going to start the race so they can get that qualifying position for Clyde Stacy, the RPM man. And that's going to be Brady Kelly doing his start. I don't think he's even going to finish. He's going for that qualifying position at the Granddaddy coming up at the end of the year. Up next at a Lake Havasu City, driving for Norwal Power Systems, King Shocks, Blitzkrieg, Method Wheels, Baja Designs, PCI Radios, BF Goodrich Tires, number 66, Chris Hirsch. Out of Orem, Utah, driving for Ready Gunner, Prime Powder Sports, and Ethica, number 62, this is Ryan Pullman. Let the games begin. And he's going green. Up next in another Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive score trophy truck, driving for Fox Shocks, Joe Gibbs Engines, JD1, Baja Designs, BF Goodrich Tires, rocking the KMC wheels out of Morris, Illinois, number 37L, Rolf Helen, and I believe Ricky D. Johnson is doing the start here this morning, and they're off. Out of Chico, California, driving another Brenthel Industries built score trophy truck, driving for Porter Flying Services, number 53L, Wade Porter. And our final truck here to start this morning in our score trophy truck division. He's out of Chatsworth, California, driving for Brenthel Industries, Jet Midwest Inc., and Phase Break, number 67L, Paul Kraus. Now we're going to jump into our Class 1, the Unlimited Open Wheel Buggy. Our first driver up and last year's champion here in the Score World Desert Championship Series. He's in that Alumacraft, driving for Reed Products, BF Goodrich Tires, Raceline Wheels, and King Shocks, number 168, Cody Reed. He's from Long Beach, California, in the Jimco, driving for Wilson Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Wix Racing Engine, DC Power, Fortin, Jimco, and Neil Oil. Number 153, Bad Brad Wilson. No stranger to winning races down here in Baja in Class 1. He's out of Long Beach, California, driving for Parkhouse Tire, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox, Maxima Racing Oils, Impact, Baja Designs, Method Race Wheels in the Jimco built score trophy truck. Number 127, Cody Parkhouse. Everybody knows the South Point car. Got done racing NASCAR, and he went back to his roots, racing down here with Score once again out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for the South Point Hotel, Justice Brothers, City Lights Shine, Glen Helen Raceway, Wix Racing Engines, Walker Evan, BF Goodrich, and Collins Motorsports. Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, number 162, Brendan Gone is gone. Up next, the second car coming from the Wilson Motorsports stables, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Wix Racing Engines, DC Power, Fortin, Jimco, Neil Oil, and ZLT. He's out of Long Beach, California, number 138, Kyle Quinn. one of your local drivers out of Tijuana, driving for Loquita Viva Tijuana, Romo Fab, Method Race Wheels, King Shocks, BF Goodrich Tires, Baja Designs, Jimco Racing, and Race Ready Products. Number 133, Alberto Varela. And this is something special. We have a UTV, the factory Polaris driver driving that Polaris Pro R, driving for SC1 Motorsports, Polaris, Rockford, Fosgate, Progressive, Pro Eagle, and Boxo. Number 144, once again, a UTV signed up in Class 1. He said he's going to give the boys a run for their money. This is Max Eddy Jr. Now we're going to jump into our trophy truck spec division. First from the line, and your number one qualifier in our score trophy truck division. His first race down here. He's got lots of experience, started out in the trophy cart, but he's down here and showing him that he does have what he needs to come down here and win in Baja with that top qualifier. Driving for Maxxis, Optima, Trey Gibbs. And this driver's no stranger to being on top of the box either. Driving for Coastal Racing, Tisco, JVRP, Toyo Tires, Walker Evans, SDG, and VP Racing Fuel. Number 238, Elijah Kiger is the driver record, but in the vehicle now is Jason McNeil. Out of Torrance, California, in the Geyser Brothers built score trophy truck, driving for Smiley Motorsports, Geyser Brothers, Walker Performance, Raceline Wheels, and Ebco. Number 258, Maverick Gaunt. Stylin' and smiling. Team Smiley. Driving for Geyser Brothers, Sandero Real Estate, Method Race Wheels, Shock Therapy, Sparco USA, Upfit UTV out of Dallas, Texas, number 241, Stephen Beal. In the 1-9 Industries Score Trophy Truck Spec, driving for Terrible Herps, Monster Energy, BF Goodrich Tires, King Shocks, KC Highlights, Borla Exhaust, and Mechanics Wear. Fourth generation racer, number 219, Thor Herps. Out of Colton, California, in that Tisco built machine, driving for Toyo Tires, Rigid Industries, Lawrence, Jamar, Buggy Whip, Green Army, and Vision Wheels. Number 285, the general of the Green Army himself, Mr. Justin Davis. Always so calm, cool, and collected till the green flag drops, and there he goes off the line.
The green flag drops, but maybe the green flag goes up. But nonetheless, the big story in the trophy truck spec class is going to be between Herbst and Davis there. We just saw both tied at 269. Herbst's last 400 came in third place. It's going to be a battle today between those two. We're going to keep a watchful eye on those two drivers today. Any thoughts from you guys?
Yeah. One thing I wanted to point out is, so the fans that are watching, if they're wondering why some of the guys are taking off really fast and some aren't, this is the ceremonial start in town, and then they restage at Rancho Nelson, and then that's where the real race starts.
Correct.
So right now they're all kind of heading to staging to then really start the race.
Sure.
To touch on trophy spec, we've had Thor Herps and Justin Davis have gone 1-2 in the last two races. Yeah. So they're tied for points. They're neck and neck. I think they're both at 269 in points. But the trophy spec class is so stacked. You know, I think there's a lot of other people that can win some races here.
Sure.
That the team of Elijah Kiger with Jason McNeil, that's going to be a really fast team, and they're starting second. Trey Gibbs started first, you know, first Baja race. We don't know how he's going to do.
Sure.
I think as a rookie, you know, he might have some learning curve, but that Kiger McNeil team, to me, like, you know, if I got to make a prediction here, I think I'm going Kiger, Thor Herbst, and I'm going to throw in Beal for third. That's my podium right now.
Very interesting.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I think what we were talking about earlier is just that we've got such incredible drivers in Trophy Truck and Trophy Truck Spec. And because of this course being so tight, so technical, and everybody is so strong, I feel it's going to come down to either the smallest mistake is going to put you back. It could be mechanical. I don't think it's going to be maybe somebody will overtake. I mean, that absolutely could happen, but I think it's going to come down to like just a little bit of a mistake, and that's going to be the game changer in this. That's where I'm at. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
But I'm still on the.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Let's take a look at a package about Herbst and Davis.
In the Trophy Truck Spec class, Thor Herbst of Terrible Motorsports is in an epic battle with Justin Davis of Team Green Army Motorsports. As both drivers sit on 269 points, tied as the points leaders at the halfway mark in the 2024 SCORE World Desert Championship. Thor is the son of Tim Herbst, one of the top winners in SCORE Trophy Truck history. In the number 219 Ford Raptor, Thor won the SCORE San Felipe 250 and was second in the SCORE Baja 500, sharing driving duties with his brother Pierce. Davis finished second to Thor in the SCORE San Felipe 250. And in the SCORE Baja 500 a few months later, he flipped the script and took the win aboard his number 285 Tesco-built Ford Raptor. The 2024 race season promises to be a start-to-finish battle between the Terrible Herbst boys and Team Green Army for the overall points title in the SCORE World Desert Championship.
Have it, the battle is on. One thing we're talking about too, about having a tight technical track out there, course I should say, is after a while that it's going to get ruddy, it's going to get silty, the day's going to go on, and that's going to make some of those corners and those tight turns, even that could be a moment of a blown tire, could be a mechanical issue. So we'll see how these two guys and everybody fares.
Yeah.
And you know, I've been talking with a lot of the drivers, and everyone has said patience is going to be key in this race, and that when pre-rain started a couple weeks ago, the course was super tight. There was a few areas. One of the guys said it was like they put a chain link fence behind a donkey and smacked it on its butt is how they made the trail through some of the stuff. It was so tight through the bushes.
Wow.
But like Paul Wheel yesterday, he and Toby did a full run of the course on Thursday, and he said everything has kind of started to open up more. But like Bryce and Rob and a few of the guys are all telling me the course is getting really tore up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of exposed roots from trees and bushes, a lot of rocks, especially in the back section, like from K77 into Ojos. Apparently there's a lot of rocks there. I know from racing through there are a lot of rocks, but there's some newer sections apparently that there's even more.
Any potential gotchas out there?
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Yeah.
That's one of the things with this course when you're going through the mountains. The thing to me is the rain ruts, and a lot of times you've got some that come straight across, but then you have ones that are running parallel or a little diagonal to the course, and it's real easy to drop a wheel into them, and that'll rip a corner right off your car or truck or
whatever it is.
Or if you're in a dirt bike, it's gonna be even worse.
Yeah.
So you know, you need to be fast, but cool, calm, and precise on this course. I think is going to pay dividends to the competitors that can do that.
Sure.
Yeah, I heard that the course is very chewed up.
Yeah.
So, and I heard that, you know, about 4 days ago. So it's probably pretty rough.
For sure.
And it will definitely play havoc on some of the racers out there today.
Yeah. Well, we saw it even in the 500 when it got really extra silty. You know, we saw bikes going down. We saw people having to push the bikes to get to where they needed to go. You know?
Well, when you got Rob Mack and Bryce Menzies telling me it's chewed up,
yeah,
that's bad. I got a pretty good sense the course is chewed up.
Right.
You know, I trust those guys' opinions.
Yeah.
A couple things that we saw off the start there. One, you know, Gus and RJ in the Trophy Legends class, they've been just dominating for a while. And now you've got Larry Rossler is in that class, as well as you've got the Herbst in that 19 Industries with Troy and Pat Dean. So can those guys give RJ and Gus a little bit of run for their money? I think it's going to be tough because RJ qualified really well in that Mason, as well as they're in a Mason. So they've got the all-wheel drive versus, well, Rossler's actually in a Mason all-wheel drive too, in that Lawrence.
It's going to make it more interesting.
Yeah, I think they're going to keep them honest. You know, it's not just going to be like, oh, we can go cruise out there. Although they always finish really high overall, so it's not like RJ and Gus are just cruising anyways.
Yeah.
Another thing that's going to be really cool that a lot of people have been talking about going into this race is Max Eddy in the Pro R UTV in Class 1. You know, so how is he going to do? You know, I was looking at times from the 500, and the UTV would have, I think, been like third in class, or actually maybe even one Class 1. I forget when I was looking at this, but and would have done pretty well in trophy spec. I want to say like 5th or 6th trophy spec, and then like 11th trophy truck at the 500. But that was with Caden starting behind the Class 10s and the trophy specs. So he was in dust the whole time. So in talking with the Factory Polaris team, their thought was throw Max in there in Class 1, get him in that lead pack where that pace is faster and you're not being held up by dust. And see what one of these Pro Rs can do. That said, he's got Trey Gibbs starting right behind him in a lot larger truck.
Yes.
So Max, if you're listening right now, that skinny pedal, you're gonna want to be hitting it quite a bit because you got a hungry trophy truck spec class that's gonna be right on your heels.
Yeah. You better put the hammer down for sure.
What do you think about that? Like a UTV, that smaller vehicle, being in the mix with the Class 1s and then specs right behind it.
I mean, I think if I were to guess the weight on both vehicles, it's probably about 7,000 versus 3,000 pounds. I mean, there's a huge difference, right?
Yeah, I think the Factory Polaris Pro Rs, they're like south of 2,500 pounds.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yeah, and
pretty
then
light.
whatever a spec weighs.
Yeah.
7, I guess, maybe a little less.
Yeah,
but
and being light helps you go faster and helps you fly, but those trophy trucks have a lot of horsepower. Some of them 1,060.
They got a lot.
But this course plays into that UTV's favor, I think, because there's just not that many places. The Pro R will go probably close to 110 miles an hour, and I'd say a trophy spec's probably 120, 125 around there. So there's not a lot of places you can be going over 100 miles an hour on this course. You know, all the way the beginning, on the coast, you'll probably hit triple digits a little, and then I think from Valley T, it's kind of fast through like Hamul in that area, heading into K77.
You just don't have a lot of opportunity to make up time. It's not going to happen.
And like a little nimble vehicle that's all-wheel drive is going to be, it's quick in and out of the corners.
Yeah,
so
and
it's going to be fun to watch.
And I think because they cut a lot of new race course, that's going to play into like a Max Eddy in the Pro R being up front. I think he'll be really quick through those new sections.
Yeah, agreed.
As compared to the trophy trucks and the specs.
I know that their goal is to crack the top 10 overall.
Okay.
And I don't think it's not like out of reality for that to happen. I think some things might have to fall in their favor a little bit, but it's possible. We could see a UTV top 10 overall.
Question about, we're also talking about strategy, right? And I'm curious, when we talk about dialing in your truck, are you dialing in your vehicle, and it doesn't have to be a truck, but are you dialing in your vehicle differently per Baja? You pre-run it, you get a sense of it, blah, blah, blah. Are you always making adjustments? What exactly, for our viewers out there, what exactly are they doing? Are they adjusting? How are they adapting to the course?
You want to chime
No,
in
this
on
is a great question for you.
Okay. Well, so a course like the Baja 400, it's tighter. There's not a lot of big whoops on this course compared to, like, say, San Felipe.
Right.
So San Felipe, it's really fast, but really rough, a lot of big whoops. So you're probably gonna set your vehicle up a little taller and have your suspension tuned to work in the big bumps. Versus a race like the 400, I would probably be kind of lowering my vehicle a little bit and potentially kind of stiffening it up, setting it up more for cornering.
Okay.
Because it's more tight, slick roads through the mountains or even the coast where you're on fire roads, and it's more about corner to corner speed versus San Felipe, you're just wide open across whoops. So I mean, to me, that would be the biggest difference. That said, generally when I got a car dialed, I didn't really mess with it a whole lot, you know, and
it's feeling good.
So to elaborate on that though, one thing that's really been happening now is Fox with their live valve. A lot of these guys have been doing a lot of testing. So I know, like Rob Mack with that Jimco team, they were testing with the live valve and working on dialing that in, as well as Pulvardi has been talking about all the shock tuning that they've been doing. For me, I didn't really like live valve a whole lot, because if I got a setup I liked and I knew what the car was gonna do, I didn't want it changing. So if I throw it into a corner, I don't want it to all of a sudden stiffen up and create a push or something like that. But from what I'm understanding, like, you know, I was talking to Ryan Arciero before Vegas to Reno, and he was saying he's got 5 different settings in his truck. So as he comes into a whoop section, he's got his whoop setting. If he's on a fast fire road, he's got another setting.
Got it.
So having that, once that's dialed, that's going to be a game changer.
Well, we will see who's got their vehicles dialed in. As we jump to a quick commercial break, those more of the Baja 500 sponsored by VP Racing right after this. Here we go.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Welcome back to Score Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing Fuels. Quick little update on the bikes. I got John Griffin out, and he's been sending me some text. Now, about 20 minutes ago, what he was seeing in the field was 11X, 7X, then 1X, but he thinks the 1X is likely ahead on time. However, Wes, when we go to the current tracking, what are you seeing on your screen?
Right now, it's showing the 7X just out of Llano, Colorado, heading east on the crossover road.
Okay.
And looks like he's lost some ground on the 11X and the 1X. So if this is up to date right here, you can see you got the 7X Justin Morgan basically just starting the crossover road.
Yeah.
And then you have Arturo Salas and Juan Carlos Salvatierra. They're, if this is correct, they're kind of pulling away.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to go from a 3-horse race to a 2-horse race here
In a little bit.
if this is correct. But they are, you got a 6-minute gap in their start times. So 1X doesn't have to physically pass 11X.
Correct.
He can just kind of hang back. Yeah, to me, the smart thing is just hang back, stay in his dust, and push him and push him and push him. Try to force him into a mistake. If he makes a mistake, you can make the physical pass and get the physical lead. But if not, just finish in his dust and win on adjusted.
And that strategy can play out to pretty much any class out there.
Absolutely.
Right?
I think that strategy is going to play out in a lot of classes today.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's funny, so talking about that, when I was talking to Paul Wheel yesterday, it's been kind of hot and windy while they're pre-running, and he's like, man, I hope it's not windy tomorrow. And I'm like, well, what? Every racer wants it to be and then I was like, oh wait, no, you guys are first on course. so he's like, yeah, exactly, I want as much dust as possible. So when you are the #1 qualifier and you have that clean air, you don't want any wind. You want everybody to be stuck in dust. And that's how I was mentioning earlier, that section, I think it's going to really probably take a lot of people out. And it's going to be key to the beginning of this race is from Ojos, so like say race mile 30 to 70, when you get into Europan or heading over to Santo Tomas and the coast, a lot of times there's a lot of like little valleys and you're going through the mountains in that area and the dust just kind of hangs and it just won't go anywhere. So I think the dust is going to play a major role through that section because you can only really drive what you can see.
Yeah.
And if you can't see, you've got to check up. And you know, if somebody else has clean air, that's where you start kind of getting gaps between people, and you'll have like 2 or 3 cars. If you've got a slower car, then faster guys stack up behind him. Then now they're creating a ton of dust and nobody can see. And then people get frustrated and start trying to push. And then they end up in a ditch and now the race is over. So
some nerfing's going on.
It'll be fun to kind of watch what happens. You know, that's one of the things when they go counterclockwise and head to the coast early on, we end up in sections like that. And it's, you know, and then there might be a bottleneck too.
Yep, there you go. So that's how this reversal can, or counterclockwise can really actually can create more challenge, I should say. To these drivers. Interesting. What are your thoughts on, you know, we're looking at, there's a lot of attention obviously between Thor and Davis right now, but what about the other brother? What about EJ and, or the other Herps, I should say? You know, how does he play and how did their style, how will he adjust to the course today?
Didn't we see last race, didn't we see EJ, he was being really aggressive, which in some ways he started out ahead and you know, he had some really good progress, but then I think that he was going too fast and it almost came back to bite him. And that's what I noticed this last race.
Yeah, he was making a lot of mistakes, got a flat. I think the flat got into his head, tried to make up time and was pushing hard because he got a flat, and I think they got another flat. And it all just kind of, you know, sometimes it's, when you have a problem, it'll snowball into more problems. You know, but they're still kind of younger racers, and it's, sometimes you need that to happen to kind of learn, like, okay, wait, if something bad happens, there's still 350 miles left in this race or whatever. Probably bad things are going to happen to the other teams too. Let's just got Cameron Steele's UTV on the line right there.
Oh yeah, there we are. Mitchell, I think.
But you know, it's just staying calm and in the moment and just knowing not to panic. And I think that's something, you know, EJ's probably learned from that race. It does seem to me that Thor has had a little bit more speed than EJ. He qualified ahead of him. You know, and Thor's had a little bit better finishes, but they've also been really close in a lot of races. You know, we've seen them, I want to say at the 1000, they were basically in each other's dust almost the whole race. So, you know, they're in identically prepped vehicles from the same program. So it'll be good to watch that. But
speaking of the 1000, earlier at the start, we saw Dan McMillan take off, but they're actually planning to just pull off and not compete in the Baja 400. How does that impact them for the 1000?
Well, so in order to be eligible to qualify at the Baja 1000, you have to start the Baja 400 or participate in it. So there's numerous racers that, you know, the Baja 1000 is the granddaddy of them all. That's the race that everybody wants to win. And there are racers that are basically starting this race with no intention of running the whole race just so that they have the eligibility to qualify for the Baja 1000. Because at the Baja 1000, you want to ideally have a good starting spot.
Yeah, and this is a change from last year because last year at this race, your finishing determined your qualifying, where you started. We didn't have qualifying at the Baja 1000, right? So it determined where you were starting at the Baja 1000. So this is a big contrast or change from last year.
Well, to your point about a big change, something that is very exciting that has just come out is a new series called Surviving Baja. And the question is, what does it take to make it in the desert of off-road racing? And well, we've got the answer to that. It's currently streaming right now on Tubi, Roku, Apple Plus, and I'm sure it's going to expand in time, but we've got a special sneak preview for those of you who have not seen it. Check out Surviving Baja.
We're doing 140 miles an hour through the desert. At any point in time, things can go really bad.
It gets lonely out there, man. You're in there and it is dark. There's no city lights. There's no city at all. You're just in the abyss and you're looking down a tunnel.
To me, it's the ultimate
challenge of man and machine.
I'm here to win. And when that doesn't happen, it just pisses me off.
Straight through, rock center, and then stay left 4 inside.
I'll tell you what it takes to win. It's not a secret. It's Baja Karma.
Even if I win or do well in a race, I do feel like I survived Baja.
That was the best day in the desert that I've ever had.
Well, there it is. I don't know if you've had I've watched all of them. I think they're fantastic. And what I really, really love about this series is we're getting such a deeper dive into the culture, into the generational impact. It's now an opportunity for the world to really see how incredible this sport is and how tough and how challenging and how it just takes a different caliber and echelon of a person to want to compete. And you both can speak to that. Go for it. Over your years, Heidi, maybe talk about. Sorry.
I started racing the Baja 500 in 2005. And I remember just, my first moments thinking, oh, I'm going to be going out into the middle of nowhere. Just me and my co-driver. There'll be other racers, but kind of by ourselves. And so there's going to be some things that are critical. We want to make sure we keep the vehicle intact so we can get to the finish and we can finish first and all that. So there's a lot of thoughts in my mind in the early stages just about survival and just going through the middle of nowhere. And sometimes in some certain races, we were going through the middle of the night, and so that was a unique feeling too, being in these real desolate areas.
Sure.
I mean, it's arid, it's desolate. You're really relying on your vehicle and your own capability at that point.
Wes?
The show's great. I've watched it as well. I think the cinematography was really good, and it really kind of captures the essence of racing in Baja. So definitely people want to check that out. I thought, to me, they call it Surviving Baja. For all of the racers, it should be called Surviving Your Addiction to Baja, because basically desert racing. A
12-step program for Baja?
Yeah,
you're suggesting?
I always joke because I did my first Baja 1000 in '95. And it's like once you do it, you can't stop. Yeah. It just keeps drawing you back. Yeah. And no matter how bad it treats you and how bad you're beaten down, you just keep coming back. So yeah, there should be like a home for battered Baja racers or something because, because it's like you come and for me, I think for like 10 years we'd get second place, we'd be leading and break, and it's just, that carrot's just constantly being dangled out there. And then when you win, then you're like so stoked you want to win more.
You want to go back.
And so then you keep coming back, and then then you come
That's
you'll
the
win.
addiction.
Then you start winning a bunch, and then you kind of expect to win, and then when you don't win, then you're mad, and so it's just this whole vicious cycle.
You're hooked.
So,
You're hooked in there. Well, I think what this is also illustrating too is just how far Baja has come. I mean, we're seeing it right now with the broadcast and all of the in-car stuff that we can do, and the helis and the static cameras in there. We're going back and forth. We're able to listen in-car. I mean, the technology through Starlink and everything else is just expanded. It allows the competitors to communicate with their teams easily. They can listen in and kind of hear what's also happening. It has come so far. So I think also being able to speak to just the one of a kind, the absolute toughest competition out there, man.
The technology's definitely changed. When in '95, when we did the first 1,000, like when you crossed over the border, you basically told your friends, "Hey, I'll be back in 2 weeks. If you haven't heard from me in 2 weeks, like maybe come looking for me." You didn't have cell phones and sat phones and satellite imagery and GPS tracking. Like none of that existed. And when we were going out and you're pre-running, you just memorized everything, and especially because we were racing on a quad, so you didn't have a co-driver. And basically, I would mark things with stickers. So I'd put a sticker on a bush, and different stickers meant different things, and you kind of had a code. And I know a lot of the dirt bike guys do that. Now, you have Starstream. We're watching what they're doing. When you're pre-running, you've got a tablet with a satellite overlay, and you're like, oh, well, what's this little wash over here? And you're marking everything. So it's completely changed the game.
Yeah.
In my opinion, some for the better, some for the worse. As a racer, I hate it because now everybody's on the lines, and
That is going to be
San Diego, I would never burn in the entrance to a line because I didn't want other people to take it.
Yeah.
If you have a line, it's only a line if you're the only one on it.
Yeah.
If other people are taking it and it becomes the race course, well, now you're not saving any time.
Yep.
So a lot of that has changed where pretty much everything just gets burned in my opinion now. There's not a lot of really good places to make time.
Yeah.
You just got to do it on the course.
But I also too love just the educational aspect of the series as well, and introducing that to new people, new viewers. It's something that the entire family can watch, right? And it's just expanding globally now. So my sincere hope is that it continues to broaden the awareness on off-road desert racing, and really it just keeps swelling and swelling and swelling, right?
Once we have more of this live in-car, and people can actually experience what the drivers are encountering, hearing their dialogue between the driver and co-driver, and it really puts you in the moment and shows people what the drivers are encountering and enduring in a race like this. That's a game changer.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that happen during a race. I mean, Heidi can attest to this, I'm sure, where you're like, oh my God, we almost died right now.
Yeah.
I wish that was on camera or something. And you hope your GoPro got it if you even had GoPros. Now, we're going to be seeing that live, that's just amazing. And so, I mean, I think that's going to transform desert racing as a whole.
Well, speaking of being in the moment, we actually have a moto update for you. We'd like to pull up that in just a moment, and you guys can get an idea here. So we have right now Eric Holt 15X in first. We'll come back to that in a second. After Eric Holt is Juan Carlos in 2, Arturo Salas in 3, Justin Morgan 4th, Adrian Ortiz 5th, Austin Eddy 6th, and Fernando Beltran in 7th. Now, what makes this interesting and why we have Eric Holt out in front is Eric actually took the sportsman cut. But I don't know if it was, I'm thinking it's an accident, but what happens when a competitor like that takes the wrong turn? Are they disqualified? What happens to them?
I think we're thinking the same about this, but I'm not 100% sure.
Wes, can you show it on the computer, perhaps?
Well, I think he's going to be disqualified because you can't go back and run the section that you missed.
Yeah,
so
it's too much.
And how do you determine how much time to take away? So to me,
what do you do? You're so far out now. What do you do? Turn around and go back? Do you sit there? You have your team pick you up? Can you even get to? Can they even get to you?
So if load up and go back to Ensenada and go eat tacos.
Yeah, and how it works is if you miss a VCP, a virtual checkpoint, then you get penalized.
Yeah.
But if you're missing an entire section, that's a huge deviation.
Yeah, that's
so missing a VCP, you could be, I think it's 50 feet off to one side or the other, and if you're more than that, then you miss the VCP and you get a penalty.
Where I think he took the sportsman cutoff is right here. You're running along the coast, and the course goes towards San Vicente and then back, and this green line is the sportsman cutoff.
That's a massive cut.
So yeah, I mean that could be 20 minutes or something.
Is that a situation where it's just a lapse in thought because you're pre-running, so you're understanding, right? And you would know, don't take that right. But life happens, I guess, in Baja. Huh?
Do you run a GPS on your bike or quad, Wes?
We did. I mean, when I was still racing quads, I stopped 11 years ago, so that technology was barely existed. I believe these guys run like little tablets, so they have like lead nav or some form of GPS. But I just think you're gonna pre-run your section. you should know where the course goes. So to me, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's inexcusable to make a mistake like that.
Yeah.
You know, if I were on that team and my co-rider did that, I'd be pissed because I'd be like, how did you make that mistake? You know where you need to go. You pre-run the course, and that's the whole point of it, is so that you know what is being asked of you in the race.
Right, right.
And so for that to happen, I mean, who knows? It could have been in somebody's dust, and maybe a spectator this could actually happen, where a spectator goes down and you're following dust and you're kind of focused, and then all of a sudden he's like, oh crap, that's not a racer, that's a spectator. And so I mean, you never know, but you still, as a professional racer, you can't make that mistake.
Trust that it will probably never be made again going forward.
Yeah,
that's a hard lesson to learn.
And there are times where the fans out there that are watching, they'll actually change the marker sometimes or try to point you in a different direction.
Don't do that, guys.
Yeah.
Don't, please.
Yeah, but he should still know.
End of the day, you got to know where you need to go.
Yeah,
true. It's on
my
you.
opinion.
Yeah.
So we haven't talked about the UTVs at all.
Let's do it.
We've got, I think this is the Pro Stock class right now that's on the line. But, we've got Caden McCachran. He's won the last 3 UTV overall. So the 1,000, the 250, the 500. He's in that Factory Polaris program in the Pro R. One thing that's pretty cool, so everybody has seen that factory team. Through the rumor mill, I heard that those cars actually might be available for sale to the public here fairly soon. So people that are watching,
what are you insinuating?
If you want to get into this, there's a possibility you might be able to buy a version of one of these factory race cars here pretty soon.
What a salesman.
So that's really kind of upping the whole program of, if you could get a turnkey race car, there's not a whole lot of races that you can, or race series that you can do that in.
Next
so
couple
I think
years,
that's
we'll have
kind
an influx
of
of
a game changer, and Polaris has put a ton of money into that program, and if you're able to ride those coattails off all of that R&D, that's pretty cool.
Very, very cool. Yeah. Well, we shall see. We'll see if McCachran can get another first place for the 400.
I think Heidi's husband, though, has something to say about that, because he's part of the Desert Assassins Can-Am program. They've got a couple Maverick Rs, and so you got Mitchell Alsap and Josh Rowe, who Josh Rowe just won Vegas to Reno in a Maverick R. Those guys, they're going to be fast too. So it's nice to see that battle between factories where you have Polaris versus Can-Am, and who's going to come out on top. In Mexico, Polaris has really been dominating for a while now, but that Maverick R, it's fast. It's got a sequential transmission versus the belt. So now you got belt versus transmission, and there's, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah.
Another guy that could play into the mix in this is Phil Blurton. So the two Desert Assassin teams in the Maverick R, they're running in Pro UTV Open, which is where all the factory Polaris teams are. But you also have Forced Induction, which is the turbocharged class. Phil Blurton's won the last 2 races. At the 500, I think at one point he was leading on adjusted, but then he had some mechanical problems and dropped back. But he still has gone 1-1 in Pro Turbo, but he does have the ability to sneak in and take the UTV overall as well.
More will be revealed, as you say. So if there is a new influx of UTVs coming through, what would you suggest that people get their feet wet, so to speak? Where would you go? Is there good spots to?
What we're watching right now, this Pro Stock class. There's a Maverick R. Basically, it's a bunch of bolt-on safety parts.
Yeah.
So you could get either a Can-Am Maverick R or a Polaris RZR Pro R, and add some safety components. I'd say probably $30,000 or something.
Yeah.
So go to your dealer, finance a car if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Do the things that you need to get it up to speed.
Yeah.
And you could go race in Pro Stock. I think to me, and that's why you see that class is exploding. I don't know how many entries they have for this race, but it's becoming one of the larger classes. So.
And I've had fun just commenting further on the UTV class. There's the Pro UTV, normally aspirated, and we've had fun watching Eva the last several races. So love seeing her out there.
So there's 12 pro stocks.
12 pro stocks.
You know, so I mean that's definitely a growing class.
Yeah. Lots of growth happening in different areas. Since we're on the topic of UTVs, we do want to kind of turn our attention to highlights from Score Pro UTV driver Anibal Lopez, who tragically passed from a non-racing accident this summer. So we're going to head down to Rat for that. Moment of silence.
Some kind of special. Make sure and give them a shout out when they come by. Our final driver.
At some point, I believe we will.
In this class coming up out of Hurricane, Utah. Driving for Method, Tenzer, Assault, Union Graphic Company, and I'll be number 3925, Caden Wells.
Though it was a non-racing accident from the summer, Baja is extremely dangerous, as we all know, and again, it takes a
now we're going to move into the old school cool class 1 2 1600 up first out of Chula Vista, California, driving for FJ Willard Contracting, BF Goodrich Tires, Maxima, King Shocks, Race Ready Products, Team Juice Box, and Race 1 Off-Road Race Prep, number 1606.
Thoughts and prayers and everything to the Lopez family.
Oh, this is not him.
And
that was a bit.
We hope they're all right. So
that was Hector Garcia.
Rat, and we'll just keep seeing these vehicles.
Late guy coming in. I wasn't watching the screen. Apologize for that.
There's a 1-2-1600.
Now this is number 1606.
Cameron raced 1600.
This is Daniel
Goodrich. I raced 12 car.
Okay.
My very first year, but I raced 12 car in Sportsman my first year. That was a great car. We were
and
really
this young lady is going to be solo in this machine.
With a winning buggy.
You know, I think there's only one.
We got late comers.
There's
These
only
are guys
two
that
1-2-1600s,
missed
or
their
maybe
start.
it looked like we only saw one go off the line. But you know, that used to be
That's Edgar Garcia,
the biggest class in off-road racing, probably 30 years ago or so now, maybe. But you know, there's a lot of drivers that really learned their craft in that class.
Yeah.
It appears that we are just going to keep going with the action here for a moment. However, we do have a package that we've created dedicated to Anibal Lopez, so let's go to that right now.
Score lost a talented racer and fan favorite in August when Anibal Lopez died from injuries sustained in a non-racing motorcycle accident. Captain of the Polaris Mexico UTV team, Anibal Lopez hailed from San Luis Rio, Colorado, Sonora, Mexico, and lived in Mexicali, Baja, California. In 2022, Lopez became the Pro UTV Stock Season Points champion, coming off a class win in the Score Baja 500. In the 2023 Score World Desert Championship, Lopez won the Score San Felipe 250 in the Pro UTV class and finished in third place in the season points race. Lopez was a determined and passionate member of the Polaris Mexico UTV team and was a fierce competitor this year in both Score International and the 2024 Dakar Rally. He will be missed by his fellow racers and all who love off-road racing.
Once again, our thoughts go out to the Lopez family, and we hope that the rest of the competitors will honor Anibal. It's pronounced different ways, but we're touched for everything that he contributed to the sport, and we wish them well. So with that, go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, they ran a nice program for the Polaris Mexico team, and it's definitely a sad loss for the desert racing community.
Mm-hmm. And here we go. We got live footage. This is race mile 22. We got Bryce coming through here. Let's see if he's going to catch some air. Just went through. You see that? We don't see the dust moving at all. It's sitting there. So to your point earlier, it's not windy. It's sitting there.
One thing, so pre-running it was extremely hot, and I heard it was actually humid too. And so it's cooled off a little bit. I think that's going to help the racers out. This, where they're doing the actual start right now, what we just saw with Bryce there, is the Rancho Nelson area where they did qualifying.
Right.
So they're basically running the qualifying course right off the start, and then they'll head towards Ojos and then over to the coast.
During qualifying, Fish and Eisenhower and McMillan, they were placing their own bets on who could send it the most, and they were going off of the blue tarp. I think Toby took first place in that, as far as I don't know who came in behind it, but some
Bryce
of those guys.
was real close too.
Bryce was, yeah.
I think Bryce got it on
Did he
that
really?
one.
Okay.
I
stand corrected.
Yeah.
But it was good. It was fun. Fun for the crowd, fun for us.
Bryce
definitely fun
sent
for the
it.
drivers. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, and it looked like we got a solid crowd down there as well. We got beautiful weather. Hopefully that heat is broke that we've all kind of been dealing with here in California. It's different down in Mexico, obviously, but great turnout today.
It looks to me like the shots that we saw the bikes earlier on the coast, fog's not going to be an issue. And just from those shots of Rancho Nelson and even looking at the flags right now,
beautiful day.
There's not a lot of onshore flow or wind.
Yeah, here you
so,
go. Back to race mile 2.
So I think all of this plays right into Toby and Paul's hands, because they're gonna have clean air, and you're not going to pass a trophy truck on this course without there being a problem.
But it's got to be a mistake or something mechanical.
Baja Challenge car there.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah. Is there just one Baja Challenge car?
Yeah, that's what I saw on the list. You know, so people that don't know what those are, you can actually come down to Baja and go out on tours with those and go drive them. And then they do kind of an arrive and drive program, basically, to go race them.
That's cool.
So it's not a bad way if you don't want to buy a race car, but you want to kind of check this off your bucket list.
Yeah.
Have you ever driven one of those cars?
No, but there were several years where I had to get around those cars.
Well, when I first started racing UTVs, they started us behind them.
Yeah.
And yeah, same thing. It was interesting because you would have a lot of inexperienced drivers in them that didn't necessarily know the proper etiquette. And so you had to motivate them sometimes. I don't know if you had that.
Keep them honest, as we say.
But motivating is smacking them in the rear bumper, basically.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I remember making a huge effort to get past one before the summit, because I didn't want to get stuck behind it the whole time. So, and I did, but.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
So we've got some Class 11s here.
Here we go.
Which is your stock Volkswagen Bug class.
Yeah.
I think there's only 2 in this race for that too. I think a lot of teams are maybe saving their cars for the 1000. You know, that are like.
Tavo?
That's RJ. Gus's Legends car.
Okay, gotcha. It's the Legends. Yep. Fortunately, we keep kind of breaking up in that area, but we'll see if we can fix that. But
so RJ qualified 7th.
Okay.
So even though he's running the Legends class, because he's supposed to be over the hill and can't race with the trophy truck guys anymore, he qualified 7th.
He's still showing that he can do it. And you can also see too, below on the bottom of your screen, on the top line there is the ticker for the trophy trucks as well. So you're keeping up to date there, as well as all the other vehicles below that. Alejandro Arroyo, 1556, about to hit, and here we go. Up. Someone's creeping through. Let's see if we can get that fixed. For some reason we're...
That looks like a familiar truck.
Yeah.
So it looks like Josh and Cameron's truck, now it's flashed off, but Josh Daniel is starting the race.
Right. And what was the strategy behind that? Just, this is how we're going to do it?
I'm not sure. It's Josh's truck. I think it's a great strategy, though.
Yeah.
I like it.
Right. And going back to, driver of record or who's starting this and that. Toby Price handing it over to Wheel at the end. It's Wheel's truck, right? So
that's something that we haven't talked about. Is a lot of the drivers, so Pulvardi, Menzies, Impudia, Luke McMillan, McCachran, none of those guys are doing driver changes. Toby Price and Paul Wheel are doing a driver change coming out of Mike's at BFG2.
Right.
That's a good point.
That's where most guys are doing their driver changes, is that kind of BFG2 area. So a little before race mile 300.
Okay.
You come onto Highway 3 into a speed zone, so most of them will be pitted along the highway right there.
Got it.
And if you are going to do a driver change, I like to do them in an area like that, just because you can be getting ready to do the driver change as you're in the speed zone.
Okay.
Try to make it as quick as you can. We were having a discussion. I'm actually curious, how long do you think it takes to make a driver change?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I liked to start the race because I was really slow at the belts. So I never wanted to be the second one because I was always afraid that I wasn't going to get my belts on tight enough, fast enough. But I would say 30 seconds is my best guess. What's your guess?
I said a minute.
Okay.
Some other people were saying like 3 minutes. I think no way on 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think under a minute it can be done, because you can basically be ready to get out of the car as you come to the stop.
Yeah.
The other driver's hopping in, and then you help him or her get buckled in, and you can do it pretty fast. And then especially if you're going straight back into a speed zone on the highway, then you can be doing like your radio and everything else and tightening as you're going down that speed zone. But with all of that, Toby needs to have a little bit of a cushion, I think, coming into that pit, because their pit is probably going to be a little bit longer than the other pits.
Yeah.
As well as he's sharing his pits with Bryce Menzies. So, you know, I think the worst case scenario for them is Toby brings it in, and then Bryce is right behind him, like say, 15 seconds behind him, and now they're both in the pit at the same time. And now who's getting help, who's not getting help? I don't think that's going to happen, because I don't even think you can be that close with the dust. You know, you just won't be able to see.
I think Josh and Cam, they're making their driver change earlier.
Right.
They're making
They're
it
Yano,
somewhere
Colorado,
between
right?
200 or 210, somewhere in there. Yeah, like 210-ish.
I think probably Yano, Colorado, right before they hit the crossover road.
Well, speaking of pits, the BF Goodrich Tires pit is on the course once again to provide our Baja racers with excellent pit support. Let's take a look at a clip of that.
As teams navigate the demanding terrains of SCORE International races, BF Goodrich's race and tire support stands out as a natural extension of their tire expertise. For the Baja 400, there will be 2 BF Goodrich pits strategically positioned on the course. One at race mile 136 and the other at race mile 289 in San Matias. One of the most impressive aspects of BF Goodrich's pit service is its efficient performance. In a race where every second is crucial, their pit crews excel in quickly changing tires, refueling, and addressing mechanical issues, minimizing team downtime.
Another one coming, heads up.
BF Goodrich's race and tire support is an indispensable asset to the teams competing in SCORE International's off-road racing, in a competition that demands precision, durability, and lightning-fast assistance.
Great package on BFG pits. You know, we were talking just how, you know, this whole competition could come down to some sort of a mechanical error mistake. So, you know, big salute to BFG Pit for being there and making those the repairs when we need them. you may have heard some pinging happening a little bit ago, and that was actually, Wes, you got an update on who was chatting with you?
Yeah, so we were just talking about Toby and Paul and doing the driver change.
Yeah.
Paul just messaged me and said they can do it in about 30 to 40 seconds. So we pretty much were spot on
Heidi
with
was on,
that.
yep.
I think Heidi said 30. I was saying under a minute. So
cool.
But
get some live
the other
coverage
guys
here.
don't need to do that. So I think obviously Paul's watching right now. Tell Toby, give you a little bit of cushion so you're not rushing to get through that.
So that is that one little element that we're talking about it now. Before we were talking about mechanical mistakes, but now we talk about changing a driver and how that could impact the competition too. So that's interesting because some of these drivers they're not getting out. They're going the whole way. And we say Baja 400. Yeah, most of them. Yeah, and we say Baja 400, but this is essentially about a 425 mile trek, if you will.
When you think about it, though, there could be an advantage to having that driver change. So,
why is that?
Well, you have a fresh driver who isn't dehydrated. They haven't been out in the heat. They haven't been sweating all morning.
Right.
They haven't had their anxiety level at the highest point for a few hours. So you do have a fresh driver. That could be advantageous.
Got you.
Yeah, I feel like when you start a race or first get into a vehicle, it takes you a minute to kind of get in the flow. And then you get into the flow and then like you're in the zone. But then you do get to a point where you start to get fatigued. And I think for me it's probably 300-400 miles or so, then you kind of start getting a little bit worn down. You can power through it, but to Heidi's point, if you do throw a fresh driver in there, you might have someone fresh that can kind of sprint more. So yeah, it can go both ways there. I think a 400, if you're in a trophy truck, you're not gonna be that tired. At 400 miles. So
plus conditions are good today.
Yeah, it's not like you're trying to solo a Baja 1000.
Yeah, exactly.
Baja 1000, you're getting pretty wore out.
This just in from John Griffin. Quick little breaking news. At pit 4 at race mile 246 on the bikes, 11X followed by 7X and 1X. That is what it's looking at right now. So that is curious.
Yeah, so I was talking, so 7X's tracker is not showing right now.
Right.
So I wasn't sure what was going on. Johnny Campbell just said that Mark Samuel says that their tracker stopped working, but they're still going. So, so I think we do have, basically a 3-rider battle between 11X, 7X, and 1X. And so he was saying,
John's saying it appears
physical.
John was saying that 11X is ahead of 7X for the lead, but about 20-30 seconds on adjusted time at race mile 246.
And then 1X is behind them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But we believe he has adjusted on everybody right now.
Yeah.
So
and that
probably playing exactly what we said of hanging their dust. You got 6 minutes that you can give away. So he doesn't need to pass those guys. He just needs to make sure that they don't jackrabbit him and get more than 6 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. He probably knows exactly where he's sitting, and he probably got a update at the last pit when he rode through. So.
Yep.
Yes. All righty. So as of right now, we are hoping to get back to those trophy trucks at race mile 22 at some point. We'll try to patch you guys in there, get you some live race action. We're just kind of reviewing our tracking right now.
So our lead trucks are already through Ojos right now.
Okay.
And it looks like everybody's kind of holding position.
Yeah.
Basically, Toby just cleared Ojos, so he should be out of the speed zone and kind of heading towards the Tres Hermanos area right now.
All right.
And so we just got that update right there. It's showing Bryce ahead of Polvardi, but I think that 1 minute ago and 0 minutes ago. So pretty sure
so far
that
my prediction is holding.
Well, I think
30
I think,
miles into the.
I think Pulvardi's still ahead of him though.
Yeah. We'll see what happens when they refresh.
I don't think there's been any physical passes.
Correct.
So far, and like. I don't see there being a lot of physical passes on this course because it's tight, it's narrow, and it's dusty, all of which are not in favor of trying to pass somebody.
Got you.
For you to close up, especially in the section that they're in right now, to make up time, the only way you're going to pass somebody through here is to come up and give them a little tap, or hitting push to pass and hope they honor it. But you can't get that close without taking stupid chances in a technical section as this dusty.
Early? Yeah.
Well,
no
I think most of these guys are smart enough not to.
Yeah.
You know, your veteran racers aren't going to push too hard through here.
Copy that.
Some of the younger guys might get impatient. Or just less experienced.
Yeah.
But your seasoned veterans aren't going to. They're not going to try to win the race right now.
Well, there is certainly more Baja 400 to come. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more right after this.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Tread victorious.
All righty, here we are, race mile 40. First truck coming through. Great aerial shot there. Great turnout as well.
This was one of my favorite sections. I'm not sure why, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, I kind of liked the tight and technical sections a little bit more.
So this is a field that is just before, off Highway 3, just before you get into the military checkpoint in Ojos. And it's really tight boulders, especially from where they go here. You go up a little hill here in just a minute, and it's tight to even get through there in a trophy truck. I've seen a lot of trucks like hit a boulder and then have to make a 3-point turn.
The competition is still very early, but to your point, Heidi, when you're more
They're
kind
actually
of
coming up to it right now.
when you're more kind of engaged like that, when the course is sort of challenging you like that, and you're just kind of going left, right, up, down, boom, boom. I mean, that's kind of what this thing's all about, right? Is getting in there and competing like that, as opposed to, you know, those moments where there's like a flat and you're blasting, you just got the pedal down, you're just straight in there, and you kind of zone out. These things, here we got in-car Christopher Pulvardi right now, but on a course like this, you're much more kind of engaged.
Yeah, you're totally engaged, and it's more fun. It's more challenging.
But it's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
There we go. Here's Pulvardi. See the dust and distance.
So you can see how dusty it is behind him right now.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And, you know, he's a fair ways behind Toby right now. In fact, it looks to me like Toby's kind of gapped him a little. But there's still dust lingering.
Yeah.
And when they start getting into these valleys more, that's where the dust is just, it just sits there in some of these areas and doesn't move. And, I mean, literally, there's times where you have to just come to a complete standstill because you can't see at all where you're going.
Right. Yeah.
I wanted to show, if we can cut to my laptop here, I've got a satellite overlay of some Google Earth of what the lines are on these courses and kind of how they develop. So this is a section in between VCP 50 and 51. And you can see the old course used to go here, and then would go like this and then out around. And then you started having, then people started going here and then started to trim that corner and then started to trim that corner there. The new course here, there's a big ravine there, and actually, I think 2020 when I won the Baja 1000, we made that line. And we would roll it to market, and then, but not burn tracks in so other people wouldn't see it. And it's funny because then things like that end up becoming the race course.
Interesting.
So it shows how it changes. Yeah, so here we went with Rob Mack in the new, the Jimco all-wheel drive.
Yeah, he's sitting about 6 back, like his position is the 6th truck on the road. But it doesn't look terribly dusty, and he looks really calm and collected. Very smooth.
Truck's still clean. Yeah.
I think he's got Barry Caracas from Jimco, so he actually works and preps on the truck, is co-driving for him too, and then he's raced a bunch as well.
Yeah.
So that's a good package to have the prep / builder in the truck with you as the driver. You know, and then, you know, there's I don't think, I guess maybe Larry Rossler, but nobody more seasoned than Rob Mack down here.
It's got to be a bit of an honor to have Rob Mack ask you to sit next to him. And
well, I think that was a big win for Jimco to try to. So this is, you know, one of the sections with the rocks.
Yeah.
How I was saying, sometimes guys have to do a 3-point turn.
Yeah.
Like he bounced off that other boulder right there. That's the exact spot I was talking about earlier.
Right.
So that is how some vehicles could fall back through attrition. If you hit one of those boulders too hard, you know, it could take your tire off the bead lock or something like that could cost you time.
Well, I've had, because this is right off the start of the race, we came in a 7 truck, tagged it, and got turned sideways and was blocking the whole thing. And then so all these UTVs start stacking up, and you're right off the start. So I mean, you start to panic because now everybody that started 30 seconds behind you, if there's 5 of you stacked up, now you've just lost adjusted time, big time, to a lot of other people.
Yeah.
So here's Luke.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
and when that happens, to your point, like literally you are getting out to help the guy in front of you and trying to unbottleneck the course so that everyone can get going again.
Yeah, let's see how Luke navigates this section.
Yeah, because you can't go anywhere until the people in front of you go somewhere.
That is so tight, right? And a lot of times you have the navigator calling out. You got 3-point turn coming up, and they're calling all of these directions for the audience. What's the difference between when we're saying 3-point turn? What's the difference in the number? What are we saying? A degree of difficulty?
So a 3-point turn, you're actually putting it in reverse and backing up.
Got it.
So that takes a lot of time. You don't want to be doing those.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you don't want those.
You definitely want a 1-point turn.
Got it.
is ideal.
More in car with Rob. He's got a good pace going. Truck sounds good. And right around the race mile 40 right now. listen to that.
I
play out.
love being able to see Rob drive, but we need to convince him to put the camera out the front of the car. Because at the 500, he had that same view.
Yeah,
So
they have an in-car that's between him and the co-driver. They can cut to it. You'll see it sitting up there between them, and you'll get the POV.
Yeah, I see some other cameras in there.
Yep. There may be a little connection difficulty with that, but nonetheless, very cool to see what they're going through right now. There we go. There's the shot.
Yeah, there we go. That's.
Now
we can kind of see what he's doing.
Look at that boulder he's coming up on.
Yeah, this is a great example of, you can see these rocks that are on the side here, that there's a lot of race enders. And there's some good sized rain ruts through some of this section too.
Yeah.
With the larger tires on a trophy truck, they kind of roll through the ruts a lot better than like a 35-inch or a 33-inch tire on, like, say, a UTV or some of the buggies. So you can get away with a lot more in a trophy truck, but I mean, you still gotta take care of your vehicle.
Yep.
These in-cars never get old, though.
No,
I love watching
this. It's so
this.
cool. It's such a great way to bring the audience into the vehicle, get a real sense of what they're doing. Great pull-out. Now we're getting a sense of the vastness of what they are entering into.
Yeah, so that's Highway 3 heading into Ojos. And you get real close to the highway, and then you come away where he's at, and then you come back into that field, and then back away. So a lot of people will do like a visual. You get a lot of spectators here, and right as you come into this field, there's a big ditch. He's gonna hit it in about a second or so here. So you gotta like really check up for. Right here.
Right here.
Yep.
Boom.
That ditch right there, that'll get you sometimes. Yeah.
That's its own gotcha.
But there's probably 100 of them today.
Look at everybody out there.
That's always a good one, though. That one's always a good G out. That I've hit it a couple times where it's kind of rattled my teeth.
You felt that one.
Yeah.
Right. Put them off guard.
And especially when you're on your way inbound, hitting into Ensenada, it's the finish.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you'll come through that at night, and you hit it, and you're like, oh man, like, I don't want to end my race right now. We're almost to the finish.
Good jolt for you. Let me see the 50 truck. Oh, wait. I'm not sure. Trying to get my eyes on that. But yeah, very silty down there, lots of dust. Starting to get ruddy. Great shot.
Yeah, this is kind of the more technical way in and out of town. Because sometimes they'll go into Ojos, into the town.
Yeah.
And then you're on more graded roads. When they take this route, this is where you're up in these boulders, and it's really tight and twisty. So there's a 3-point turn for you right there.
Yeah.
Better to get this.
That's Bean, right?
Graf? Yeah. That's
Come on,
Graf's
Bean.
truck.
You can't be making 3-point turns out on the track.
Better to go through this early and get it out of the way, or, I mean, it's the same playing field for everybody, but as a competitor, do you want to just get this technical stuff out of the way so you can hammer? You're still going to hit it at Europon.
Yeah.
It's just
nature
of the beast.
This course is more technical stuff than fast flowy.
Yeah.
So you really don't ever get out of it. I mean, you'll have some little breaks here and there, but
Got it.
you can see how narrow it is right here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's almost clipping bushes. Big G out right there.
Yep. All right, here we are. This would be 22, back to race mile, I think.
Definitely enjoy watching Rob drive. He's just so smooth, and his inputs are just very precise. He's not giving a ton of input into the wheel.
Yep.
You know, you can tell he's just a very smooth driver.
Controlled. Yeah, if anybody can navigate 1,000 horsepower, it's him. Make it look easy.
And so that Jimco is a front engine too. So your weight bias is going to be a little bit different than the Mason trucks, which are a mid-engine.
Again, back to race mile 40. Yeah, as more and more trucks come through, it's just getting dustier and dustier. It's not really moving away. You can see it's just sitting there.
I believe most of these guys are starting at 1 minute intervals, which at a 1 minute interval, you're not in somebody's dust. But once you start to close that up, and then, as I mentioned earlier, if you have a slower driver and a couple fast guys behind him, then they start to stack up, and then that's where the dust gets really bad.
Gotcha. And again, quick reminder, if you have any infield social media stuff you'd like to send us, just tag us at Score International. We'd love to see your point of view whenever you can send it in. Great aerial shots here. Great POV. Trying to
Yeah, it just seems like such a big distance from when Rob was kind of coming through this area, and now there's a lot more dust that's lingering.
And it's going to be bad all the way to the coast. Hopefully, when you get over the coast, you get a little bit of onshore flow and a breeze, and you're running parallel to the coast. So generally, if the wind is blowing, inland, it'll be blowing the dust inland off the course. So you'll be able to see a little bit better. I do think if you are going to be making a pass, you probably need to try to make something happen on the coast.
Yeah.
Because in the tighter sections in the mountains, it's just risk reward to try to close through somebody's dust in a tight, twisty, rocky, rain-rutted section.
Yeah.
You're probably going to wad up your vehicle before you get into their dust and make the pass.
Yikes. Trying to get a little POV there for a minute from the 19L truck. We'll come back to that when we can, but in the meantime, look at all those spectators down there supporting the Baja 400.
It seems like Polvarde's tracker isn't updating, but I was looking at his in-car, and I think he is still holding position. I believe he's still second, but I didn't see dust in his in-car. So that, I think Toby might be pulling away from him a little bit right now.
Speaking of the kind of tracking hiccup, John Griffin saying the 7X bike is not showing up on tracking, but definitely putting the gas down. So hopefully that'll ping in a bit. Here we got some in-car of Christopher Polvarde.
So there is dust out there.
Yeah.
He's not, I mean, he's probably holding pace with Toby right now.
Yeah, sometimes we can get a shot of actually how fast he's going. It's harder to...
But you can see from right there,
from
the dust was a ways out. It's a little pixelated, so it's hard to like really tell.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can see like plumes of dust in the air that he's passing. So he's not that far off Toby. And, so to my point, he wasn't right on him and he was already starting to get into dust.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, you could be a minute off of the truck in front of you and you're still dealing with dust, which is making you kind of check and pedal and let up. And if the guy in front of you has clean air, he's not doing that, which that compounds the issue then of trying to catch him.
Yeah.
So when one person has clean air, for the other person not to have clean air and go fast enough to catch him, it's really difficult to do if you are both fairly equal in vehicle and talent.
When we get that big drone shot at race mile 40 and it pans aerial, you can really start to see going back to that here, as it does pan, you really get a sense of how that dust is just sitting there. It is not getting pushed away, so interesting. However, not the first time.
And really, I
dust,
think
so.
the sections that they're in right now, it just gets worse. Because what we're seeing right here, they're on a lot of DG, which is decomposed granite, and that is from all those boulders breaking down, and it gets packed in pretty hard.
Right.
So it's not super silty. You can see where it's rutted in some, but like right there, he's kind of going over DG.
Okay.
And you don't get quite as much dust off of that. As they get a little bit more into the mountains and heading to the coast there, it does get a little more silty.
Look at those rocks.
And there's some areas where you go through some oak trees, and there's one oak tree forest that you go through that they're getting fairly close to it, and the trees stop the wind, and the dust just really hangs in those oak trees.
Yeah.
So, we might see that with some of these guys in car when they get in there, but
Gotcha.
it can get blinding in that section.
Yeah. Back to Rob Mack. Just listen into that engine for a minute.
Yes, they're running a Dugan's in that. There's basically the trophy trucks. The majority of the guys are running Dugan's, and then you've got a couple Croyers, some Gibbs, and Danzio.
Gotcha. Another POV inside the 11 truck.
What's Cameron running in that Geyser?
Danzio.
Danzio? Okay. So it's
Herbst
what Lofton and then Cameron are in Danzio or running Danzio motors?
That's a good question.
Oof! Talk about dust. Look at that.
Because I think
Just getting lost.
Toby
You can't even see him. You pull back.
Toby's running a Gibbs, Pulvardi's Croyer, and then you've got Menzies Dugans, Impudia Dugans, McMillan Croyer,
There you go.
McCachran Dugans.
It's a great example of what you've been talking about. Oh, got a blown tire.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's 33 truck.
Number 33.
Yep. Quick.
So that's
Quick change.
Roberto Romo Jr. And I mean that he's
that
not
point,
even
that
he's
was
not
about
even
40.
20 miles
Yeah.
into the race. And this is where I was kind of talking about younger drivers pushing too hard in the beginning, making
Right.
a mistake. And what kills you is in the beginning of these races, everybody's stacked up. Like you start in minute intervals, there's not a big gap. So if you got to get out and change a tire and say it takes you 5 minutes to change a tire, which that's a long tire change, but it can take that long, then you might have 5 guys pass you. Versus later on in a race when you're more spread out, you might not lose a lot of physical position. Maybe one guy gets by, or you might get lucky and nobody gets by, and then you can get back on the gas and get going.
Yeah.
So you don't want to make a mistake early on in the race because it's so costly.
Here's
You
a
got
great
5 guys
POV from
pass you
Gone.
and you're in their dust. That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's our first Class 1 in-car.
There's those oaks you were talking about.
Kind of cruising through the canopy of trees.
Yeah, he would have like just taken off right here. That's some of the oak trees. This is right out of Rancho Nelson. He's not even up to the Ojos area yet, so
Right.
it's not the same patch of oak trees, but it gives you an idea of what some of the oak trees
Correct.
are like.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people, they don't think Baja oak trees.
No.
Yeah, like
No, you
or
don't.
forests of oak trees.
Sure.
And there's actually pine forests in Baja.
Yeah.
There's oak forests.
Yeah.
So you go through a lot of varying terrain.
Yeah. I love this POV here. Right out in front.
Yeah, so that right there was an either or. You could stay to the left, and it's going to come back in. That right there is where it came back in. But
another one.
Yep.
And these are all choices that are pre-made during pre-runs, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah,
They
generally
know the
when you're
lines.
pre-running, these are all things that you would mark.
Yep.
And so your co-driver is going to call out, stay left, stay right, line left, line right.
Yeah, every team has their own strategy on how they call them out.
Yeah.
Like if you listen to some of the in-car footage from the McMillan family, they use a numbering system.
Okay.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we had a more, I think, simple system where we'd say like easy right, medium right, hard right, that kind of thing.
Adjectives over numbers.
Yeah.
Let's get clear about it.
See, I was a big fan. Reese Millen actually taught me rally notes.
Yeah.
And I listened to some of the drivers' social media and when they're doing their call outs.
Yeah.
And they're saying like a left 3, right 4. And so basically a 7, if people have seen the marker on a steering wheel that's at 12 o'clock on a steering wheel, it's like a Ford Raptor has it on the wheel, or a lot of wheels that
you can
you'll
see
buy.
it on Rob Mack's steering wheel.
So that's what you're gauging off of. And if that's like straight up and down, that's a 7. And then you go 6, like either direction is like a few degrees, and then a 5, a 4, and then a 3 is at your 3 and 9 o'clock positions.
Yeah.
Then a 2 would be in between that, and then a 1 is all the way at 6 o'clock.
Got it.
But I like to do it where we call it R1. We use like R instead of right, so it's less for the driver to say, and it's less for me to try to listen to and interpret.
It's so much throughout that entire course.
Yes, but so if you're hearing R3 into C7.
Yep.
L1 to C4, and so C is a crest, so all the blind rises. That's where I felt like you really made time on your calls.
Yeah.
If you don't have to check for your rises.
Got you.
Yeah.
Earlier we were saying, please send in some social media to @Score International, and you listened. So let's take a look at some of your clips. Here's a great coast shot. Coming through. And you can see, look at that.
They're right on each
They're
other.
right on top of each other. Yeah, it was earlier today. Here's the Pro Moto Unlimited leaderboard. We got Juan Carlos in first, Salvatierra. We got 11X, Arturo Salas in 2, Eric Colt 3rd, Adrian Ortiz 13X, Austin Eddy in 5th, and Fernando Beltran 8X in 6th.
See, we're not showing 7X there, though.
Yeah.
And
well, as I said earlier, John was saying that it's just not tracking, but we know, I'm sure. I mean, if anything were, like, if there was a flat or something happened, we'll know. But I'm sure 7X is still in the race, for sure. Back to race mile 40. Oh, now we're back to Dallas Luttrell in the 87. Truck coming through. You know, a lot of times when I've gone to, say, loud rock concerts, I come home and my ears are ringing, obviously, for hours, if not days. With these guys, after hearing these engines and this roar day after day sometimes, I mean, when they take the helmet off and all is quiet, are their ears ringing? Is this like are they just hearing that engine in their head?
What'd you say?
What'd you say?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's why I need this earpiece.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, huh?
I honestly think it's affected Cameron's hearing like permanently.
Right. You guys got sign language. You're talking about adjectives earlier. Now you're doing sign language with Cameron.
Yeah,
Unless it's just selective listening. It could be that.
I'm pretty sure there's a ringing in my ears that's like from racing. And racing a UTV, it was pretty bad. And especially like if you solo the Baja 1000 or something, and you're in the car for 20 plus hours, it just wears on you. But last year I raced co-driving in a trophy truck for the first time. And a lot of times I don't wear a helmet skirt because I like airflow through my helmet and to stay cool. And it was the Baja 500, so it was hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't tell me that you need to have a skirt, otherwise you won't be able to hear.
Yeah, that's gonna help dampen the noise.
Most of these drivers, they're running in-ears or like a really good ear cup or both.
Yep.
Plus, then you're running a skirt, and I mean, you're doing everything that you possibly can to be able to hear as clearly as possible the communication between you and your co-driver, because they're really loud.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
They gotta be. They gotta
a
be.
built V8 sitting in between the two of you.
For sure.
Yeah.
Some great in-car with Bryce.
Yeah, the
Swain?
faster your motor in the highest classes, like trophy truck spec, that's where you're really going to get that ringing even after the race.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think after the 500, I couldn't hear right for a few days,
And your
if
body's
ever.
beat up, and you're just like, good God, what happened?
Yeah, your body's not really that beat up, to be honest. Like, riding in a trophy truck is a Cadillac compared to some of the other classes.
A lot different than the UTV. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a whole other
I don't have a ton
experience,
of
but-
sympathy for the trophy truck
No, you do
drivers that
not.
complain that they're tired.
You've made that very clear over the years.
Yeah.
No sympathy for you.
And the neck restraints have helped.
Yeah.
We didn't have them early on when I first started racing, and it made such a big difference.
Right.
Did you run a containment seat, or did you just run a regular seat?
What is a containment
Like with the
seat?
halo?
Oh gosh, I don't know what it was.
So-
I know I had to have a cushion this big underneath me.
Stunt drivers do.
So we ran a regular seat for a while, and then literally hit a crossrut one time and bounced our heads off the B pillar, and felt like I almost broke my neck, and almost knocked myself out.
Whoa.
So I
Wow.
started running a containment seat after that, and I think some guys like them, some don't. Some, like, your head rattles in the seat, but I would rather my head rattles in the seat than bounces off the B pillar. So,
yeah.
And we just put extra padding, and your head kind of just is stuck in the padding of the seat. I actually like that setup a lot.
I must not have had a containment seat because I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I'd remember that.
you would know. Yeah, there's a real
Copy
narrow
that.
gate that they come
Look at
through
that.
right there, and then you go by that huge boulder.
Oh.
It gets real
Sure.
tight for these trucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at that. Back to Bryce here.
Yeah, so he's in
Great
a trophy
in-car.
spec. Let's try to look and see where
242?
he qualified. He was 12th. So he should have, in Marsal's truck, I think Gabrowski, or one of the Gabrowski brothers, was starting. So he would be behind him, and then have CJ Hutchins in Travis Williams' car. I think CJ was starting right behind him.
Just
Copy that.
judging from our view with this camera, it reminds me sometimes with the way the sun's hitting you, it's so hard to see.
Right.
And it looks like he's dealing with not only the dust, but also the sun.
Yeah.
So that makes it really hard sometimes.
Well, to your point too, there's always a little bit of a covering in front of these guys to shade that. But then, you know, Wes has got a great new addition to your
I was going to
helmet.
say, I'm glad you brought that up,
Yeah.
Heidi, because there's
Block
a
the
guy
sun.
that actually makes a visor that sticks onto people's shields that will block the sun. I don't know who that person is, but
Only you are you're selling everything today, Wes.
but
Oh, man.
to your point, you have a flip down visor, and then there have been guys that have run various visors that go on their shield to block the sun.
Right.
Because, what happens, especially at sunrise and sunset, is you got to take your hand off the wheel to try to block the sun. And if you're doing 100 miles an hour across the desert with one hand on the wheel and one trying to block the sun, that can get a little sketchy sometimes.
Absolutely.
Back to race mile 40.
And that'll really come into play towards the finish of this race.
Okay.
So when they're coming back in and we're getting into dusk and sunset,
Golden hour. Yep.
that's where the sun can really wreak havoc, and especially when you're in dust.
Yeah.
If it's super dusty and the sun's at a low angle, there's points where you can't see it all.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked a lot too about just all the components to start this race and finish it. The mental fatigue that can happen too, you know, certainly to try to finish the 1,000 is a whole other game. But still, even in a course like the 400, that's so, again, tight, technical, challenging, all these things. After a while, when you get to the end, you got sun in your eyes or anything, something. There could be that mental fatigue, and that's all it takes is a millisecond to take you off your game.
By the way, did you guys see Maverick in the 258 with that aerodynamic board sticking out the back during qualifying?
Yeah, you're making some
I noticed he took it
puns.
off today,
Yeah.
right? I'm curious.
Yeah, you know, I think that
Herbst.
was going back to like dirt track, circle track, where they run the big wings and they have those. The sides of their wings have the big. I don't even know what you would call it, but like it's almost like a sheet of plywood on the side.
Yeah.
That's basically to help keep the car from sliding sideways, and I think that's what he was trying to accomplish with that.
Yeah.
You know, in the trophy specs, you have seen some of the trucks run kind of a wing in the back. And at the speeds these guys are running, aerodynamics do play a role.
Interesting.
I know a lot of the trucks work on the design of their bodies to, you know, one, you want good vision out of the truck, but also good airflow and aerodynamics. Because when you are running over 100 miles an hour, aerodynamics play a big part of how the vehicle handles.
Well, we've certainly seen, talking to Toby Price, talking about Herbst trucks, these trucks end up at the finish line looking a lot different sometimes.
Yes, they do.
You know, so at that point, aerodynamics are out the window.
So we're on board with Tim Herbst here. This is the 19 Industries truck, and he's teamed up with Pat Dean. Pat qualified, and you know, this is one of the teams that we're talking about that could maybe give RJ and Gus a little bit of run for their money in the Trophy Legends class. So, you know, Pat Dean's got a ton of experience. Obviously, Tim Herbst does, and you know, I think between those guys and then the Clay Lawrence, Larry Rossler team, I believe Larry is starting in that Lawrence truck. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, Rossler in a Mason all-wheel drive. He hasn't been in a vehicle like that. And Larry's got some experience down here, and he's got a few wins under his belt. So you know, I want to kind of see what he can do. What did you say?
I said you think he'll come for the 1L?
I think he will come for the 1L. I don't think he will get the 1L.
Get the 1L. He's going to come. Yeah, exactly.
RJ's fast in that 37? Thing. He qualified 7th.
That doesn't look good.
What's happening here?
So that is, I mean, he didn't make it very far. That's off Highway Hedlund? 3 heading into Ojos.
Yeah.
Race mile.
Yeah, not sure.
I think that's
Norseman.
That's about race mile probably 30 or so.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. Going back to Tim Herbst, you know, I'm excited to see him and Pat racing. Pat is coming off of a significant burn injury that he had.
Yeah.
That cost him, you know, a few months of recovery. So it's nice to see him back in a race car racing. So it's going to be really fun to watch them unfold. And Pat was one of our teammates for several years.
Oh, wow.
Yep, he raced trophy trucks with Cameron. So
nice.
Very fond of him and his family.
Not seeing any sense of urgency there.
No, it doesn't look good.
So that's probably not
was,
a good sign.
Rolf
Hedlund?
Helen's team. Yeah, they. Yeah, I want to say I
shot.
feel like we saw them at the 500 pulled over with not a lot of sense of urgency as well. So I don't know. Maybe they just want to stop, grab some tacos. Okay, there's some dust right there. That gives you an idea.
That's a great POV right there.
You see that plume of silt that just popped up there? Boom. That's what these guys are going to be dealing with all day long. Yeah, the shot out the back.
Here we go.
So everybody at home watching, try to think of what it would be like to try to close that gap through that dust. If you had to come up and give him a tap, ain't happening.
It would not be safe.
Yeah, you are taking a certain, like you're taking chances. and you're trying to drive within their amber lights, so you want to get close enough to where you could kind of follow their ambers. The upside to it is if they're driving well, you can probably tap them and let them know you're behind them. The downside is if you have someone go off course, because that happened to me, someone went off course and I was right there, so I went off course one time, and that was really frustrating.
Here's that ditch again.
Yep.
Is that class 1?
Looks like a class 1.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh, he's a little sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the difference between a 2-wheel drive vehicle versus the 4-wheel drive vehicles, how the rear end really kicked out on that.
Alberto Varela, I think.
In the 133?
133, yeah.
So he should have Max Eddy in the UTV right behind him. So we might be seeing Max Eddy come through. And then I want to see, how far back is Trey Gibbs?
Yeah, it would be great to see how he's faring right now.
Hopefully we're going to find out here very
soon.
shortly.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of optimism for Trey. Like, with his short course experience, I think people have high hopes that he's going to have a good run.
Well, Trey's a solid driver.
Yeah.
It's just, he doesn't have a ton of Baja experience. So really, I think it comes down to how much did he learn pre-running and how patient is he going to be able to be. If he kind of just backs it down a little bit off of his qualifying run and is just really calculated out on the course, I mean, he has the potential to go out and go win.
He's got the supporters. You saw on Score International's Instagram, they had some video of the autograph signings and things like that. There's a lot of people supporting him, behind him, and rooting for him as he enters his first competition here.
Yeah, it's fun to see some of the younger guys coming in and giving the older guys a little push.
You got to.
Yeah.
You got to. Yeah.
Well, I think when I was watching the qualifying show, you had, so we should see, there's Max Eddy right there. So he's closing on him.
He's pretty close.
So you can see the smaller UTV, how quickly he got through that stuff versus that bigger class 1. And I think he's making time. So the next question is where is Trey Gibbs?
Back to Rob. Yeah, hopefully at some point we'll give an update on Trey.
What's going to be tough for Max Eddy is that the class 1 cars, they've got big tires, big horsepower, 2-wheel drive, wheels are spinning, create a lot of dust. His car doesn't make as much dust, so it might be easier for Trey Gibbs to close the gap on him. If he catches Alberto Varela.
Something happened.
Okay, all right, here's the bottleneck.
Yep. So someone couldn't make that tight turn. Now they're stuck.
Yeah, that's Trey Gibbs. It's Trey Gibbs.
You got to be kidding me.
So Trey Gibbs didn't make the corner. And now he's got the field stacked behind him.
You got people getting
he
out now.
actually needs to reverse it, and he doesn't have any room. I don't.
Are they stuck together? Why
are they both out?
You might. Oh, good.
They're stuck together.
Good call.
The other.
No way. So you must have. Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Someone's going to try to blast around that.
Oh gosh. So when.
Welcome to Baja 400.
So this is exactly what I was talking about. How you get bottlenecked in these bouldered sections here.
He might have a flat. Oh yeah, he's stuck in the silt right there.
He's bringing out the boards. He's going to have to reverse it. Yep.
So
they can't get through
it.
That's what's
kind of. So Kiger.
Oh gosh, he's not.
He's just going to push him out of. Okay.
Whoa.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, wow.
So now he got around.
Look at that.
And his driver's going to jump in.
Damn.
Yeah, he almost ran over his
car. Yeah, that's a little bit sketchy.
He's like, I'm going to take advantage, though, of this moment.
Well, so now this allows him to gap this out. And this is playing right into my forecast of who was going to win trophy
that
specs.
whole
This
rear.
whole area is pretty silty too, so you don't want to get yourself. Hopefully, there's just hitting their running board on that boulder and not anything.
Wow.
Anything more significant.
Well, you called it.
So that's Maverick Gaunt right there in the Smiley truck.
Whoa.
And then Beal.
Look at that.
And
He's trying to, so Trey's trying to go backwards and he's just digging himself deeper.
Well, he went over the berm, and I think he's high centered on the berm.
Yeah.
And now with the two-wheel drive, he's stuck.
I was going to say that. You can't, I don't think the footage does it justice. I think that there's a little bit of a slope right there that you can't really see from this angle.
100%. Where his left front is in that bush, that drops off. And so he's high centered right now. Probably
he's just getting
between
coated.
his front tires, I think he's high centered, and then probably under their seats almost too.
That truck's getting
because they're
buried in
stuck
silt.
on a berm.
Yep.
So he's just like, this is where he's probably starting to feel really rattled
He's
and
getting
frustrated.
scared. Yep, exactly.
Well, he
Look at
knows he
everybody
just threw the
coming.
race away.
Yeah.
In the first 30 miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was our
He's
concern, is like, what was Trey going to do? And, unfortunately, like, this is the section where I've literally been in a bottleneck sitting here in this exact same situation. And it almost happens every year. You see somebody doesn't make that corner. We already saw Bean had to make a 3-point turn there.
Yep.
It's just, if you don't set yourself up for that right-hander when you make the left-hander, you can't make the right-hander.
Right.
And I think probably Trey got on the gas a little too early and pushed through that corner.
Yeah. And then you can see that not only is there a slope, but it's also incredibly soft silt that's kind of going down that slope.
Right.
So
Yeah.
there's not a lot of traction to be had there.
That's what I was going to say. And all these vehicles that come by, they're pushing more silt into what he's trying to get away from, and it's just getting siltier and
What this
siltier and
angle,
siltier.
and that just kind of showed it, doesn't do justice, is that boulder that the white and red truck just drove up.
Yeah.
That's probably a 4-foot straight lip right there. And you
Yeah,
can't really
right.
tell from here, but because of the aerial view. So here's EJ. Don't go that way.
No
Don't
way.
go that way.
Oh,
way.
no. Oh, he got
Oh, man.
confused, I think.
Yeah, don't. That's a dead end.
Figured that out.
Yeah, his navigator's yelling at him.
Yeah.
You can see too that edge is just starting to get chewed up now from all the
Yep.
trucks going over. Here we go. We're
Here we
inside
go.
EJ.
Let's see what it feels
And
like to
let's-
go over the boulder.
Yeah, we'll get a, we'll
so
get a good
this
sense now.
should show all of this a lot better right now. So you got to put your right over the boulder
Got to hit it with your tread very
and
carefully.
then drop in.
Oh, here's a great shot.
So he's
Look at
got
that.
Abdali
Bam.
right on him now.
He got contact there.
So Abdali was able to close up on him.
Interesting.
Isn't that Brenthal? Is that Jordan
Yeah,
or no?
Abdali's driving.
Oh, he is. Okay, he's driving
Yeah.
for Jordan.
Yeah.
It's just dusty everywhere. All right, so off goes EJ.
But now he's got a truck right on him
Yep.
Yeah.
with a fast, aggressive driver.
Very
So
aggressive driver.
He might be getting punted here very shortly.
Yeah.
We'll see how poised EJ can be in this situation. Oh boy.
Okay, so he used that to his advantage and almost reversed off of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you can
Yeah,
do
you can.
sometimes.
Just
You'll
go right
drive
up.
up an embankment or a boulder, and then
there
you
you
just
go.
let off and then coast back.
Yeah.
And use that to make a turn. And it's faster than actually having to shift into reverse.
Yeah. I'm sure the interior of Gibbs' truck has just got a few extra pounds
Yeah.
of granite, dust, and silt.
So where is Bryce? Is Bryce going to be coming up on this right now? Or has he already got through?
I think he's
Let's
coming
go
up
to the
on it.
track,
Because
and
when
then
we
we can
saw
see.
him before, he was still kind of just outside the start. This is leading up to that still. But he should be there any second because he started 2 trucks behind the Jordan Brenthal truck with Abdali driving. So, I mean, he literally should be pulling up to it any second.
Yeah, I mean, it's visibility is very challenging.
Yeah,
Well, and
they're lower to the ground too.
So this really plays into what we talked about with Max Eddy running Class 1. So Max Eddy, Trey Gibbs was the next car behind him.
Right.
So now Trey, in getting stuck there and holding everybody up, he gave Max a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah.
So that
There we go.
really could work to their advantage.
What's happening here?
I don't know what's going on right
Whoa.
there. So I think he saw everybody stacked up and went to the right to try to get around this, realized it was a dead end, and then now
Here he
came back
comes.
around. And he's doing this, don't go to the right.
He needs to.
So this is when you pre-run, you need to look at this stuff and you need to be aware.
Yeah.
So that's Grabowski in that.
That's in the Marcel truck?
Yeah, he needs to be more patient.
Yeah.
And he's searching for lines around stuff, but.
Yeah, speaking of being patient, when you're going over that edge right now, I mean, you're risking some potential damage underneath, yeah?
You could be.
Yes or no? If it's a 4-foot drop, to your point, I mean.
Yeah. You could
maybe
be.
It's chewing up a little.
When they first started doing it, I was a bit nervous, but then after I watched them, I think it's all right.
It's not too bad.
Yeah.
You're able to get it. You want to straddle it and not drag your drivetrain across it.
Yeah.
So don't expose your drive shaft.
Or what we call your
rear
pumpkin.
End, your pumpkin, yeah.
Yeah. So, you got to be off to the third of the right side of the vehicle and not get to the center.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, don't straddle the center over the boulder.
Yeah.
No way.
And then, I don't know what you think about this, Wes, but you can also maybe break a brake line or something like that, because you are bouncing pretty hard. I mean, there are things
This
you
is
can
going to
do.
get this is going to get deeper and deeper.
Maybe.
As they try to go up to that embankment and reverse back, and then they gun it. I just feel like they're going to be chewing a deeper hole.
I think they're going to do what I was just going to say is there's that spectator truck right there. When there's a little bit of a break, come up to that rear bumper, hook off the front bumper of that spectator truck and pull him out of there. And it looked like that's what they're going to try to do. Back to when we were watching the Marcel truck come through there, so when you're pre-running and you see a section like that, you want to make notes of, okay, if a guy is stuck right here, what do I do?
Right. Get out in front of him.
And so a lot of times I would go look at those other lines and you see their dead ends. So like you have that marked in your notes of, hey, like if somebody's stuck here, there is no other way to go. We got to get through it. So you know that.
Yeah, oftentimes we would get out and walk that section.
Yeah.
And that's part of your pre-running, is getting out and walking certain sections to figure out your capabilities and your options.
Yeah. Thankfully for Trey, that section is so tight and curvy, people aren't coming through at high speeds. So the danger factor is reduced, but anything can happen, obviously. But you're really getting a sense at how close everybody's coming through now.
Yes.
It's tightening up. Back to Brendan Gaughan.
Yeah,
Dust
so
for this guy.
he's this is like kind of a graded road out of Ojos, and then the area earlier Heidi was talking about that's really fun, where there's a bunch of spectators. He's about to come through that. And this is a super fast little section. That was new right there. Normally you go off to the left and then back to the right. But this is a really fast part of the course.
Sure.
Should kind of
Certainly
dip down
looks
to the
that way.
left now. Yep.
Yeah, it gets really fun through there.
More trucks coming through on the right.
Yeah, I was trying to see that helicopter shot. Is the red helicopter, is that a Herps helicopter? It doesn't look like a Herps truck though.
No. Whereabouts are we looking right now on the course?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard for me to
It's
tell because
tricky.
so
There's
much
no
of this
many
looks
landmarks. Yeah.
looks very similar.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say
Race mile
you're about race mile
40?
40-ish. Yeah.
45.
In that area.
I believe that's like 40, still heading
Yeah.
towards Tres Hermanos.
There's a possibility that we may have McMillan behind Polvardi. We're trying to get, we're thinking that that's Polvardi out front that we're seeing, but in the rear, right behind, we pull back just a tick. No, not 100% here.
I'm looking at the tracker,
Yeah.
and it looks like Polvardi's tracker is working again.
Okay.
And if this is,
so that helicopter is Polvardi's helicopter.
okay, okay,
red-
and I know where we're at now
So we know
too.
that that's Polvardi.
Because I recognize that corner. So, yeah, I think.
Further out, 50-ish.
I think that, yeah, we're
gotta be
we're
further out.
closer to 60, I believe. Let me look here. Yeah, we're past 60. So
The lead truck's around 63.
they should be getting into some of the sections where I was saying I thought that there could be some bottlenecks here.
Got you.
Okay, so right here, you see there's multiple lines right there?
Yep.
There was a line where he could have stayed to his right,
correct,
screen left,
Yep.
and come straight down that. And there's a few either ors through this section right
Okay.
here. So with Polvardi doing that, and did he have a flat or did he lose a spare? Because he
It's gone.
doesn't have a spare
There's
there.
isn't there something in there? Lower right-hand corner? No.
Well, normally you would have two.
You'd have two.
But
yeah, you're right.
I think
You're
the
right.
bottom one's there, but the top
Nope,
one is gone.
That's not it.
You can see
He
that
did
strap
have a
just
flat.
floating.
Polvardi had a flat.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting word he had a flat.
Yep.
So I mean, all right, well then that would probably explain why we saw him drop back with the tracker.
Right. And also that other line had a lot more kind of rocks and boulders as he was coming down too.
But they must
No
have
need to
had
risk
a
that.
really fast tire change because
Right.
he didn't lose very much time. He's still right up there. He's still in the top 3, probably just behind Bryce.
It looks like he
Or-
only lost track position to Bryce from what this is showing.
And they look like they're neck and neck. It's really difficult to tell if this is updated.
Yeah, it's tricky. On
But
the
we're not
tracker
see-
too,
but
you've
we're
got
not
him.
seeing dust in Polvardi's shot right there, so
Yeah.
he
True.
can't be as close as the tracker's showing.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But behind on the tracker at least, behind him is Ampudia.
Correct.
I see Ampudia now, essentially in 4th.
So,
You got
so
Toby,
we need to
you
kind of
got
watch for
Bryce
him in some of these shots
and
here.
Polvardi. Yeah, we'll see.
And that was another either or that he just went by there.
Yeah.
The the normal course goes off to the left and around.
Right.
And then that has been straight lined straight up over that hill, which he took that one. And I agree with kind of what he did. Some of those either ors where people have straight lined it, it's gotten so rough and silty that it's actually faster, I think, to stay on the old course.
The road less taken, less traveled. as
Yeah.
Robert Frost.
And then,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
I think that, so what I was showing on Google Earth earlier, this is that section here. So there's a whole bunch of
okay.
different lines. So now that was a new
That was
line right
between
there.
was that between 50 and 51 that you were showing? Oh,
The
here we are.
VCP 50 and 51, yeah.
Right.
This is going to be a mess.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Because here
Could
you
it
got
be an
your,
overtake?
These
here you have the
are-
10 cars. And then you're going to have the UTVs, and I mean, it's going to
Is
be.
he gonna let? Yeah, he ain't gonna let him by.
Okay,
Nope,
okay.
nope.
So now he just tagged him. Now he's stuck and can't get up onto that boulder, and now you're gonna have another bottleneck.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah. The red and black buggy was impatient, which I can understand that, but definitely caused the other guy not to make it over that boulder. And
Okay, well,
Do these guys have? Do they have? Look at this battle. Do they have teams
Yeah.
in their ear telling them, guys, this is what's coming up. Get ready. Be prepared. Yes and no.
Well, with Starlink and all of this now,
Possibly.
yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would have somebody radioing me in the car saying, hey, we're watching right now, and that little tight boulder section out of Highway 3? Yeah, there's a bottleneck there right now, or a car stuck. Yeah, so right there, the black and red car, I'm not sure, I couldn't see his number.
I can't believe Gibbs is still there.
You want to make passes, but if you get impatient, you can also end up screwing yourself over.
Right.
Because he was very close to hitting that other car, getting him sideways in there, and then blocking that whole thing off, and then they would have been stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other downside to that is he could have done damage to one of the two vehicles.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
then, their race is over at race mile 40. Here?
So now he's going to go for
all these guys are going wide, and then it's not setting them up to how they have to get over this boulder. Because really, you want to be, when you make that initial left, you want to be as tight as possible and then straight line it over that boulder.
Right.
But
get that right tire
everybody's coming in hot and then not able to make it and going wide.
Here we go.
What's kind of nice for the buggies is they don't have the same setup that you do that a truck does underneath. So they don't have that drive shaft and the third member.
Yeah, it's an independent rear end.
Yeah, so they have a little bit more clearance right here underneath.
There just doesn't seem to be an opportunity to get that spectator truck in there to pull them out.
Right.
Yeah.
And you just can't find the time.
And it's
the guy's jumping in it right now.
With 30-second intervals right now, there's not going to be until everybody goes through now.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gibbs is.
He's stuck.
So it got to be a
trial by fire, baby.
Yeah, I mean, you live and learn, and
sometimes you learn the hard lessons.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's either a lesson or a blessing, I guess.
Well, the hard lessons stick with you a little bit more.
Yeah, they sure do. Moments of growth.
So our lead trucks are going to get pretty close to Europan and hitting Highway 1 here pretty soon.
Yep. Back to gone.
They're not too far out.
So do we know at this point, I can look on the tracker, I guess, has Brendan gone through already this bottleneck section that we've been talking about?
Yeah.
He's already gone through that.
Yeah, he's passed it.
He got through that.
All of the Class 1s got through.
They got through it fine.
And then Gibbs was the lead spec.
That's right.
And Gibbs created that bottleneck, this is why I was saying how that worked exactly to the Factory Polaris team with Max Eddy's strategy of, they've got a UTV clean through there now.
Yeah.
So he really won't have to worry about the spec trucks catching him as quickly.
Yeah.
If they do at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That gives him a little bit of an advantage for his class, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, he's racing Class 1, but I think what they're trying to prove is how high overall a UTV can finish. That's really the goal here. It's in speaking with the Factory Polaris team, their goal is to crack the top 10 overall.
Yeah.
And if he would have started getting caught by spec trucks right away and getting bumped back and been in their dust, then that would have really slowed him down. Now not having to worry about them right behind him and having a little bit of a gap. I mean, he's still he can't let up at all.
No.
But he had made ground on that other Class 1, so that'll be fun to watch throughout the day.
My tracker just refreshed, and we got Toby Price in first, followed by Menzies, then Ampudia. Then we got Luke McMillan, Rob Mack, and then Gustavo. We got Polvardi all the way back. I don't know if this is...
So Polvardi is having an issue with his tracker.
That's probably, it's got to be.
Yeah, it hasn't updated in 6 minutes. So
that's why.
He's probably still in the mix.
Yeah, and I think we saw his helicopter as well earlier.
I think, so mine just updated and showing Polvardi in third with Impudia right behind him. And I think, I'm pretty sure that's how they're sitting right now. It'd be fun if we get back to some of this helicopter shots. I want to see how far back Impudia is, because I think Impudia is closing on him.
Here we go. Let's see where we're at.
Oh, yeah.
Nice little section to put the hammer down for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, just dusty.
Yeah, we had heard he had a flat, and I just got confirmation from Polvardi's team that they did have a flat. So I mean, that would explain how we just shot out the back, how we're not seeing a spare right there.
Yep.
Which, you know, that's going to slow down his pit a little bit too, because they're going to have to rack a spare in there.
Yeah.
I'm curious if we can get a shot where we could maybe see how far back Alan is.
Yeah, and during qualifying, Dan was talking about how Luke likes to start around 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, he clearly is just holding his pace, and I think this is part of Luke's strategy. So at this stage, I would not count him out of
So they're in the foothills outside of Acambaro.
This right here is race mile
kind of into European.
76. We got Toby Price out front right here. Race mile 76. This is our race leader.
So he's got to be happy because this was that technical section that you had to be patient and get through clean.
Yeah.
Because then once you hit the highway here, then it opens up on the coast and you can kind of relax, take a deep breath, and like settle into his pace.
I thought you don't get to relax. I know.
Well, I mean,
I guess it depends who you are.
you got some straightaways down the coast where you can kind of gather your thoughts a
little.
little.
Do you relax or do you just hammer it and get even more of a gap?
Well, he's going to be hammering it.
He's going to have Toby Price. He ain't going to relax.
But I just meant like you can kind of, you're not working the wheel so hard. You can take a deep breath, like shake your arms out. Get, you know, just kind of relax.
Circulation going.
Yeah.
There's not going to be boulders on both sides for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not as mentally
Okay,
challenging.
so they finally did pull him back.
Yeah.
I wonder, did they hold the start or something? Because why are there other cars not coming right now?
That's what I was thinking.
You can see how frantically they're trying to get that tow line out of there. Oh, looks
maybe
like he's going.
people
It's still hooked. He's still hooked up. Wait a second, is he taking his...
No, he's good.
No, I just meant that he still had it on the rear, that it was never disconnected.
Oh, he's going to pull over.
I think his co-driver might have to get back in.
And
then,
do you see
but you see the yellow tow line in the back?
Yeah. I think so.
It's still connected to the rear.
Yeah. I think he's got to get his tow strap and get it back in the truck. That's great, though. I mean, it's good to see him get going and.
Just got to finish.
Well, and to clear him out of that section, so now it's not so sketchy with everybody getting through there.
Right.
Yeah. It could be dangerous.
All right, Toby is almost to the highway right now. Basically, you go down here, he's going to make a 90 right, and then cross over this wash, and then he'll be on to Highway 1.
Got it.
And
even with that gap, the dust is still sitting there.
All right, there's not that big of a gap because Bryce is right there. If they started in 1 minute intervals, I'm going to say Bryce is closer than a minute.
Yep. Pull up the...
That for sure wasn't a minute.
Yeah, Bryce is just a little bit over a mile out.
I'm going to say, I didn't time that, but 30 seconds maybe?
Yeah, it's tight. And I think, too, you know, obviously we always want the clean air, but I think Bryce wants something to chase. He wants something to drive for, to keep him, again, engaged,
I mean,
enticed.
I don't know how you feel or felt about it, Heidi, but anytime I was out on the course and I saw dust, it's like you're a shark smelling blood in the water. You know, you see that dust, and it's like literally my co-driver would be like, Wes, calm down a little bit. I know you see the dust. Don't push too hard. You know,
yeah, I think your adrenaline picks up for some reason. And
100%.
So now they're moving through that section, no problem.
Yeah, the UTVs are smaller and more narrow, so they can get through there easier.
Yeah, I'm curious what is happening with Gibbs' company right now.
Yeah, why is he still sitting there?
Pull over. Yeah. So shoveling out all the dirt in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to find out, I'm sure.
Here we go. Race mile 76.
So there's Polvardi right there.
Christopher Polvardi coming through.
That's amazing that he had a flat and he's still physical third on course. Competing. They must have changed that flat extremely quickly.
Yeah, it's like F1 change.
Yeah,
F1 pit.
I mean, to only lose one track position on that.
Right.
And so Impudia is not far off of him, though.
Nope. No, you never count out Alan.
Yeah, so seeing how close Bryce was to Toby, he could have him right now on time.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah. If
I'm
he
going to
was only-
say it's
We have, looking right now at the time on the tracker, corrected, it does put Bryce in first over Toby.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they should, we have a timing loop right there. So we should be getting updated.
Corrected time, Menzies 129.47, Toby Price 131.
Yeah. You know, but if I'm
that will keep Toby on his toes.
Well, if I'm Toby, though, don't panic.
No.
You still have track position, so he's still, to get around you and open a gap on you, he's going to have to pass you.
Yep.
So he's got to get through your dust and get ahead of you. So if you're Toby, just hold that physical position.
Yeah.
Don't let these guys by you. And then, you know, if you got to pick it up a little bit towards the end, pick it up, or if Paul needs to pick it up.
Is Toby
But this
Price's,
is going to be tough. Like, you know, we talked about them sharing pits.
Here we go. Yep. So this is what we were just talking about. We have now Bryce Menzies in first place, Toby in second with adjusted time. Is Toby's team now like in his ear saying, "Hey, FYI, Bryce is, you know, ahead"? Do they give him that nugget, or they just like keep that to the side for now, let him run his race?
I think they would.
Yeah.
I
They
think
update him?
to me, Toby's a veteran enough driver that you can feed him that info.
Okay.
Sometimes with a more inexperienced driver, you don't want them to get too excited.
They get flustered or something?
But
or?
if you're a veteran driver, it's good to kind of know, like, okay, hey, Bryce made some time on me. I might need to pick up the pace a little bit. You know, Toby made that was a really critical section where we talked about patience playing off.
Sure.
Toby may have just kind of backed it down a little bit and played it 100% safe there, held physical first. You know, if you lost a little time and you're not leading unadjusted, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
There's a lot of racing still left to go.
Well, I might have had to bite my tongue because as I go back to the live timer, it now says Alan Impudia has pushed ahead.
Well, and so
over Price.
What I was going to say is, before this hit, is I figured it was going to be Bryce and Impudia. And even now we're showing McMillan ahead of him. But again, it's all unadjusted, and they're all like within seconds of each other.
Yes.
So
yeah, exactly.
It's
what's happening here.
It's
on the screen
super
here.
tight.
67L truck.
Yeah, I think that's Rossler, right?
Yeah, and going back to the lead pack of trophy trucks, I
Paul Cross?
understand that a few of the guys have had flats. So
It was Paul Cross we were looking at earlier. It was kind of off. Yeah, so interesting times for the trophy trucks right now. Still a lot of race left to go.
I just got an update right now. The UTVs have come through race mile 32, which we saw them going through where the boulders and the bottleneck were. And, you know, I think Caden was first off the line, and sounds like he's got, yeah, so Caden was first off the line, Brandon Sims was second, but Josh Rowe in Cameron Steele's UTV team is second and right on Caden's bumper is what I'm hearing.
Right.
And then Wayne Matlock got
What are we seeing here?
around Caffro. Well, no, he started ahead of Caffro, but I think the battle for the lead right now physically is between Cade McCachran and Mitchell Alsep.
Copy that.
Or actually Josh Rowe's driving, I think, that the Alsep car right now.
it sounds like they're going to go head to head.
Which is
Back to race mile
which is cool
76.
because that's going to be a
Exciting.
battle of manufacturers right there.
Yeah, both are very talented drivers, obviously. It'll be fun to watch.
You know, as an ex-quad rider myself, I love seeing the guys, the ex-quad riders or dirt bike riders that have transitioned into racing four-wheel vehicles
Trucks, yeah.
to see them have success.
Yep.
I still say that anybody that races a trophy truck should have to do one of these races on a dirt bike or a quad before they're allowed to race it, but that's just me.
Wes Miller's School of Racing.
Well, you got to earn it.
Yeah.
You can't just go cruising around in trophy trucks without getting the crap beat out of you on a dirt bike or a quad.
Can they just meet you out back? You can just hammer on them for a little bit and then let them go and put them in the seat?
No,
I
I wouldn't be nearly as tough as Baja would be on them. So
that's very true. Baja always wins, right? We'll see.
I'm not sure who that is in the UTV right there. Maybe Brandon Sims?
Turquoise and white.
His car's blue and white, and I'm just thinking the hue of the blue might be off a touch. Nah, Brandon should have been through right there already. So that's, yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
The good news is it looks like Trey got going.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, he's not there anymore.
Yeah,
that's good.
I mean,
hopefully he gets
well. So
settled in.
honestly, for Trey Gibbs now,
here we go. Little updated unofficial results, but the Score Trophy truck, Bryce Menzies in first. Alan Imputi has moved into second. Luke McMillan in third. Toby has now gone from first to fourth. Adjusted time, Rob McCachran still in fifth, and Christopher Polvardi has dropped to sixth. Interesting.
Okay, so
split times.
So Polvardi was able to hold some track position, but on adjusted, it hurt him a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, it also looked like not seeing a spare on the back that he probably had a flat. I got a text message that there are at least 3 other guys that got flats for that section in that top 10 group. So I think that's why some of the guys have fallen back behind.
Yeah. Out of our leaderboard there, I doubt any of those guys got flats.
No, those, yeah.
But yeah, out of
Maybe
the next group, some other people may have.
Some more updates too from John Griffin on the motos at race mile 299, 7X, 11X side by side. 11X stopped to pit, 7X ahead on adjusted time now by about 1:30. But yeah, that is battle still ensuing. But it's going to be for the motos, it's going to be a great race to the end. Alrighty. Appreciate John for sending those notes in. And nice in car here with Bryce. When the dust comes up and the sun hits it, it's blinding. It's really difficult to navigate, but doing a great job. Through.
This whole section, you just have to pick your way through it.
Yeah.
If you push too hard, you're going to end your race.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll open up soon enough. Well, these guys are.
Oh, here we go.
Kind of close together.
Something's going to happen here.
Okay. Is that Trey catching or?
Okay, so I just got an update from Rafael Navarro from the Jimco team. And so through Europan, where they hit the highway, he had Toby at 11:32, Bryce at 11:32.30. So these are all physical positions.
Right.
Then Polvardi at 11:34. Impudia 11:34.15, so 15 seconds off of him. And then it's got some scribbles here, so it's hard to tell. But basically, I think then Luke was 1:04 behind that, and then Rob 2 minutes behind that.
Got it.
So they're super stacked up right now. And I want to look here on, just because the way adjusted times are looking, did we start at 2-minute intervals or did we start at minute intervals?
Minute intervals, I believe.
Because then how is
to race mile 76
Pulvardi
here.
3rd physical but 6th adjusted?
That's a good question. 'Cause he started 2nd,
Yeah.
so he
There we
started
go.
a
Yeah.
minute behind Toby.
Nice clean shot here, overhead. Coming into that one-time bottleneck area. Thankfully, Gibbs no longer there and everybody able to move through relatively fluidly. Whoa.
As we watch some of these other classes come through, Heidi was talking about some of the female racers that are competing and how Ava Starr is racing in the NA class.
Right.
And you know, she's only 17 years old, and she's going to solo this race and do the whole Baja 400.
Wow.
So
That's
that's pretty
awesome.
cool.
That's really awesome.
Fantastic.
It's nice to see young women drivers coming out
Yeah.
here and competing, and
Yeah.
you know, a lot of women compete at a very high level.
Well, that's a
Heidi's
great,
got a few trophies on her
absolutely.
mantle,
Heidi's
I believe.
got some championships, and SCORE's always been a place for adventurers and women who want to push the limits and the edge of speed and endurance, certainly like Heidi, our 5-time SCORE champion. So we have a piece next up for you guys from the fierce drivers behind the wheel to dedicated team managers and crew members. We're shining the spotlight on the incredible women who are breaking barriers and making their mark in SCORE International off-road racing. Check it out.
My mom asked me, would you want to race? And I was like, yeah.
I'm always looking forward to racing. As soon as I cross the finish line at one of these races, I'm preparing for the next one. It is so much fun. I get to go about 106 miles per hour in this thing across the dry lake beds. And I get to compete against my husband in the same class, which is a blast.
I love that we surround ourselves with a lot of guys that are characters. You know, I'm a character too, and we keep it fun and laughing and a little wild sometimes.
There was this one kid who were always battling, but like, he could never beat me.
Oh man, that was brutal.
Yeah, even though it was brutal, you're still smiling.
For all the kids out there that are excited when I take my helmet off and they see that a woman finished, I would say follow your dreams. If it's something you want to do it.
I run on pure adrenaline the entire time.
When you come down here, you really need to know Baja. You do. If you don't, it could eat you alive.
Ready to go, let's do this.
Heidi Steele, your thoughts on women in Baja?
Yeah, that was a cool piece. I absolutely, I loved racing. Brings back so many amazing memories, and then to see that, like when I started racing, there were only a few women racing, and to see that it's been catchy and there's more and more, it makes me excited. It's super cool to see like Kristen racing against her husband, and I know Sarah Price has been a newer racer and she's doing so well. She went to the Dakar this year.
Wow.
and she's got a pretty big track track record behind her, or credentials that she's building up.
Resume.
Yeah. But and then like Eva Starr, how
have you had a
cute
chance
is
to speak to her? Have you guys talked at all?
No, but how cute is she? You know, she's so young and she has so much time ahead. And
I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Sarah's done a great job of marketing herself and getting herself into a bunch of different race series. I follow her on social and see her out at events, and she's out with, I feel like it was Will Smith or something. And they were like boat racing. And then she's like racing electric cars and then UTVs. And so Sarah, good job.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. You're definitely tipping the hat to all our female competitors. We love them. We are going to pay some bills, take a quick break, and even a potential host swap out here in a little bit, but do not go anywhere. There is so much more incredible Baja 400 race competition coming right up.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
All right, welcome back to the Score Baja 400 presented by VP Racing. I've got a new guest here, Craig Hall from Camberg. How you doing, Craig?
I'm good. I've been watching. This is some great stuff we've been seeing here. Really good.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to have that drone over that bottleneck. And we've got a heck of a race here going with the trophy trucks as well as our lead dirt bikes. Little background on yourself. You were with Hall Design, right?
Yep.
And you've done a lot of fabricating, design, building. So you kind of know the ins and outs of how these vehicles work.
Yeah. For the past year now, I've been on with Camberg. But yeah, previously I had Hall Designs, and actually Camberg was a customer of mine where I did just mechanical design and stuff for a lot of the builders in the industry. So you name it, I've done some stuff for quite a few of them.
What do you see as the key differences in our lead vehicles here? Most of these are Mason trucks. We've got Rob Mack has kind of snuck in there with the Jimco. What are the keys to these trucks in your mind?
Especially with the Mason, because they all are, they leave Mason the same, and the larger teams can tune and develop and tweak little stuff, and that's the biggest difference, I think, with if you have all the same platform is that little bit of tweak that you're able to do as a team, and as much testing as you can do.
I talked about that earlier with Toby Price and Paul Wheel, with Paul being the owner of PWR.
Yep.
I've kind of heard that they have a little bit more exotic cooling package in that truck, which possibly allows them to run a little bit harder. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing, is taking the time out to test between the races. So if you're not able to go out for 1 day, 2 day, but if you're able to have like Paul Wheel, all the stuff, and it's like, hey, we're bringing 2 or 3 different oil coolers, heat exchangers, and radiator, trying different fans, and you're able to see a 5 to 10 degree temperature drop between, whether it's water or oil. I mean, that'll play out on race day, especially if it's a hot day.
Yeah, I think it made a big difference at the 500 where they took the wing, because most of the trucks were having overheating issues, and I don't think they had any. One thing that was kind of funny is I was speaking with Paul, and it's a little bit of how do you handle this, because you're a business owner and you want to sell product. So do you sell your secrets to the other racers or not? And it sounds like some of the other guys are going to be switching to his package for the 1000.
Yeah, there's probably a real fine line there of what you do and don't want to, have for, I mean, there's this, maybe some minor, interior differences inside certain coolers, but.
I don't want to cut you off, but so this section right here, they're on the coast coming into Punta Cabras area and then Irandira, and you could see there's a shortcut down the hill there. So the normal road goes out and curves around, or you can just go straight down it. The faster way is to go straight down it. You got Polvardi coming through here, and just prior to that, I think we saw Bryce and Toby come through. This is definitely one of the most scenic sections, I think, in all of Baja. I love coming through this area here.
Yeah, I personally haven't raced on it, but I've been through there. But yeah, it's definitely something that you always see, whether it's videos, the pictures, just anything on the coastline is.
Yeah,
it's just awesome scenery.
Very recognizable spot, I think, on this course. So right there, that's the base of that line where you come straight down. Okay, so that's Luke. I wonder if Luke got ahead of Alan. Look at the tracker here, but I feel like we should have seen Alan next. So we might have a change in physical position out on the course.
Yeah, trying to look and just slightly.
Yeah, so the tracker is showing Luke ahead of Alan, and then Rob is right on him. How about I got a question for you. Earlier we made some predictions on who okay, so we got somebody upside down there. Is that a buggy?
This is stuff that,
I think that's a buggy.
Today, having the drones and having, satellite,
this
is. something you just don't get to see.
It's a four-seat.
Trying to grab a number there.
Can't tell if it's a Razor or Can-Am. I think it might be a 4-seat Can-Am.
Looks like they're definitely both out.
Yeah, you're gonna try to rock that thing over. That went pretty easily.
Looks like they're not in too much of a hurry. They both got their helmets off.
There's got to be a little bit of slope there that we're not really seeing that's helping them roll that. I
could see it a little soft coming down with the.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's a 4-seat Can-Am. Looks like looks like a 3900, so that'd be a Pro Stock. But so back to, we made our predictions on who we thought our top 3 were going to be. What are your thoughts? Okay, so here's that shortcut right here.
Okay.
So he came over that berm. Normally, if you were going to take the graded road, you would curve around to the left, but it's a lot faster. So this is Rob in the Fastball Jimco. And obviously Rob knows his way around Baja, so he's going to know that line.
And the lines are, you probably have your preferred line. And then obviously if you have either someone on your tail or in someone's dust, you might take that different line. And that's probably the big part of it is like, do I have clean air to take my preferred line? Or that little bit of dust, and you take your alternate.
And I think that line down the hill is probably 20 seconds or so. So even if the guy in front of me took it, I would still take it because I'm not gonna.
That's a big difference.
Give that up. You got some nice corners in here.
Yeah, so
I love there's a sign that says caution chupacabras in a corner that he's coming up to right up here in just a minute by this little wrench.
The mythical animals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is nice.
Rob and the Lone Jimco, and it's a different, for them to make a showing in a group of Masons.
Definitely, and to qualify 6th, and I spoke with Rob and Barry from Jimco. They were saying, and Raphael from Jimco, and they talked about how much testing they've done and how much work they've put in. He's literally coming up. I actually just passed one of the signs right there, but the other sign I was talking about was right there with the caution chupacabras. Okay, so there's RJ in the 1L racing with Gus.
And Rob and Jimco, I mean, that's, they're in their development year with the truck. I mean, obviously they've raced it a few times, but I mean, it took a little bit for Mason to work their bugs out. And now they've pretty much got that worked. And obviously there's a flood of Masons.
Yeah, it seemed like at the 500, the power steering belt was their nemesis in Rob's truck, because he was doing pretty well, but they went through a couple power steering belts. Obviously, you don't want to drive one of these trucks without power steering, especially in all-wheel drive.
And that being a front engine, it's a little bit different because it's up front like a normal two-wheel drive. So whether it's completely shielded off or paneled, it could be exposed. Where all the mid-engine trucks, it's back of the truck. You rarely have something getting in there to cause an issue, if that's what it was.
So for fans that maybe don't understand the difference between a front engine and a mid-engine, can you kind of explain that and put it in layman's terms of what those differences are in how the truck's made and built, as well as how it handles?
Yeah, so the Jimco here with Rob, it is a front engine like your typical, truck, whether it's a two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, with a engine in the front, your transmission, and then whether it's attached or a separate transfer case with a short shaft going up to a front differential. So the Jimco and actually the Graph racer truck are both front engine. The Mason trucks are all what we call mid-engine.
The Geyser of Josh Daniel and Cameron Steele's a front engine too, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you got kind of 3 front engines, I believe, and then the rest are all mid-engines, right?
Yeah. So it's weird. I mean, we call it mid. I guess it's semi-mid, but it's essentially the back of the engine block is right behind you.
Yeah.
So the transmission's in the middle, transfer case is, everything's just pretty much flipped around and reversed. but it does have quite a bit of weight bias difference between the two.
So what would be the advantages of one over another?
It's a tough one because like the Masons are mid-engine with portals, so they definitely have more rear weight bias, which when it comes to traction with the two-wheel drive, you need the weight bias. Four-wheel drive, you could probably take a little bit less. The Jimco is a front engine with portals. The Racer and the Geyser, I believe the Geyser are both non-portal. So there's a little bit of weight.
Are both non-portal.
Yeah, a little bit of weight difference there. A little bit lighter on the front without the additional.
And so what is the portal?
Mechanical. So the portal is basically it's allowing one, a ground clearance, but a gear change that you're able to. I want to say maybe the ground clearance could be like anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. Numbers off the top of my head, but it gives you that gear reduction. In both at the portal, at the wheel, and you can gear it up, additionally at the front diff to get your.
And again, for people that might not know what a portal is, basically it's out near the hub, and your axle's coming into the portal above it, and then the stub is coming out below it, right? And then there's a gear in it.
Yep.
Maybe explain it a little bit better.
Your traditional axle that you would see are coming in, where normally it's traditionally, at tire center. And now this comes in, and through either 1 or 2 more gear sets, it's actually dropping the tire down through a set of gears, whether it's 1 or 4 gear, or 2 idler gears or no idler gears, but you're essentially dropping the tire down, and it's all at the upright or spindle. So that entire unit is what kind of saving. It's the additional weight of that, or mechanical possible issues, which we've seen in the past with some trucks. It's like something else to go wrong, or it seems Mason has that figured out. They've over the years, it's been a while now that they've had it, so working the bugs out.
Originally, the portals kind of came from more of like the 4400 rock crawling crowd, and then they brought them into desert racing for ground clearance, right?
Yeah, I think it was probably, like you said, the 4400s for, they're running at least 40-inch tires and, probably 42s, and I'm not sure the largest, but, they're doing it for ground clearance. They have a little bit probably difference. I'm not sure the specific rules there, but trophy truck, you don't have a width rule, so you want to stay at a certain point, to avoid rocks and stuff. But you do have a ground clearance, especially in Mexico with all the rocks, that you want to gain all you can and not be dragging through anything, or just it'll get you.
Yeah.
That ground clearance.
Right. I come from UTV racing, where we actually have a lot of ground clearance for the size tires that we're running, and you don't have to worry about dragging a pumpkin through, versus with these trucks with the straight axle in the rear end, a live axle in the rear end, you've got a pumpkin you got to worry about.
Yeah, and it's much different too when you have the front engine versus rear engine, because the traditional front engine truck will still have the pumpkin pretty much centered in the rear, where the mid-engine trucks drive shaft pumpkin is offset to the driver or passenger on a few of the different things. I want to say about 14 inches or so. So where you're usually sitting and watching rocks is much different between a two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, to mainly protect that drive shaft. Much different on a mid-engine truck.
Right. Yeah, when we were watching that bottleneck behind Trey Gibbs through that boulder, Heidi was talking about how you got to protect the underside of your truck coming through that, and you don't want to drag that across a boulder and damage something under the car.
Yeah, I would be surprised if 1 or 2 of those trucks didn't ding a drive shaft, because they were carrying the right front. And if they were too far over, they could have just bumped it, and I mean, you might not.
Going to throw it out of balance and then create a harmonic and then come apart at some point, right?
Yeah, you're not going to notice it right away depending on the speeds, but once they got 40, 50, you could start feeling it, and then sooner or later they're going to have to stop and swap it out.
So here's the truck of Cameron Steele and Josh Daniel. That is a Geyser that was converted. So when they're converting these, how's that process go down, and what exactly are they doing?
Yeah, so I haven't worked directly with Geyser on the graph truck though. I haven't. I'm sure at that point they pretty much are cutting off, the entire front bulkhead, and I know that's what they did on the graph truck. You pretty much everything in front of your feet, that whole front firewall, everything's gone. And
speaking of the graph truck,
yeah. So that actually, Bean did all the fab on that. He actually got the tooling and fixtures from Racer, and he did the conversion himself with all of their parts. But yeah, he pretty much clipped the front, whole new lower mount that mounts differential, new spindles, new upper arms, lower arms, new shock mounts. I mean, it's not a simple swap. I mean, it could easily be a 100-hour job.
Right.
I mean, it's a lot of work.
His shop is actually a couple miles from my house out in Las Vegas.
Oh,
so
okay.
I get to go check out some of the stuff they're doing over there sometimes.
Yeah.
So there we were on board with Chris and Matlock in the Pro R. Earlier we were talking about Max Eddy racing the UTV in Class 1. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm curious to see how that goes, because it's always about track position and where you are in the dust, and a lot of times it's like, oh, I could have been there if I didn't have to start behind another, say 30, 40 vehicles. So starting, even if it's a rear start in the class, it's a lot less dust.
Gotcha.
So this will be a good thing to see, just how that time plays out.
So we're here on the course. Looks like we've got a really good battle shaping up in the race here between our lead trophy trucks, and that pack is, from what we're seeing on the tracker, is kind of pulling away, where you've got the Toby Price, Bryce Menzies, Impudia, Pulvarde, Luke McMillan, and then Rob Mack, and then the 1L with RJ and Gus Vildasola.
Yeah, they're just all kind of hanging there on each other, waiting for the refresh to see if anyone has swapped places.
It's showing Bryce ahead on mine right now, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, looking at the times.
So 1 minute ago.
0 minute.
Okay,
1 minute.
It just updated and now it put them back ahead.
Yeah.
So
that's what a lot of people got to realize when they're looking at the tracker is when it last updated, because it could be 1 to 3 minutes ago. So they've swapped positions.
Yeah, definitely. So this is that section here where they're coming through Acambaro and Europan. This is just south of the city of Ensenada. And that, I believe, is heading to the coast. So that'd be like from Santo Tomas.
This will be interesting too, because this is Tim's first time racing in the Legends class.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier of, was somebody going to be able to give RJ and Gus a run in the Legends class?
Yeah.
I kind of don't see it happening, but
it'll be good to see, because it's a two-wheel drive truck. So
yeah.
So that's the biggest thing here.
So that was a little shortcut right there. This is where you're winding back and forth, and you can just go straight up over that hill. It's really whooped out though, so I almost kind of like to stand out to on the graded road. Super fun section here though.
Yeah, so this is Pat and Shane here in the truck. Of course, the other one.
Yeah, Pat qualified.
Yep.
And then what? Tim's getting in.
Tim will get in at their
pit 2 probably.
They're pit 1.
Okay.
Right about mile 210 for them.
That's Llano, Colorado, right?
Yep.
I think right before you hit the crossover road. Yep.
And
is that?
I'm looking for an L, but I can't tell.
That's 85.
So that's 85. So there's Lawrence with. I'm not sure who qualified. If it was.
Yeah, the 85 though. I think that's. I'm pretty sure Rossler was driving that.
Yeah.
If it's 85L.
If it's the L, so I was looking for the L on there. If it is, it's real small.
I don't see an L anywhere, but I don't.
But yeah, Rossler is driving an 85 L.
I don't think there's an 85 trophy truck. So.
Yeah, there is a second.
Is there?
Yep. Is it under 85? Oh wait, what's Lawrence's number?
There's a second Lawrence truck, but I don't see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Mikey Lawrence is 85. Okay, so that's Mikey Lawrence.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if
and
Mikey
then is this
qualified.
Baldy right here?
Yep, this is Baldy. So they're kind of one of the unique teams that's a full in-house.
They built their own truck, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And what's the difference between that truck versus the other ones?
As far as I know, this is, I won't call it a standard tool drive truck, but I mean, they definitely built it in-house, looking at everything, and wanted to, do all their own little minor tweaks and things that they liked about. They were probably able to cherry pick off of everything because they had the means to be able to do that. But they used to race, I think, Class 1 car, and it was pretty unique as well.
So our leaders, they're getting really close to, there's a spot where the course goes inland away from the coast, almost to San Vicente, and then comes back to the coast. They're almost to that far east point near San Vicente there. That's an awesome shot of the coast there.
Yeah, that's a lot of the photos that everyone always has on their media packs and everything.
Yeah.
Back with the Lawrence, I'm not sure who qualified, because I believe it's Dusty Grabowski is driving with them, and I'm not sure who was the qualifying driver. So it's either Mikey or Dusty in there, which I'm not sure if Dusty's. I'm sure he's driven the trophy truck. I'm not sure if he's raced one. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But he's definitely always a threat in the spec class.
Yeah.
So anxious to see how the two of them do. Especially this is a new truck with patent big block.
I'm gonna zoom out here. I want to see where our lead bikes are at right now.
There's a little in-car Kristen.
So she drives without gloves. I always thought that was a little interesting.
Yeah, it looks like both of them.
Well, I can see the co-driver not wanting to have gloves because you're using the iPad and there's things that you need that are touchscreen.
Yeah, depending on.
But as a driver, I want gloves on. So
Mexico, I would say yes. If you got to pluck cactus off yourself, I want gloves. They're not protecting you much, but it's a little bit.
Or getting hit by rocks in your hands, or just, I mean, I get blisters on my hands from if I'm in a car for a long race.
Yeah.
So even for that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it from both sides, the feel of the steering wheel and that, but that's probably being able to get, let me get a dozen pairs of gloves and find the best pair at, $150 a pair. You're not going to do that.
Yeah.
But I definitely could see with the navigators, and depending on if they're using touch screen, looks like they got an iPad possibly.
So I'm showing the lead bikes are at basically race mile 360, and 11X is still our physical leader. And man, I think judging off of the distance he has, he needed to beat the 1X by 6 minutes to have adjusted.
Oh wow.
And it looks to me like he would have that. So I believe Arturo Salas is our lead dirt bike. I'm gonna look at our timing and scoring here. Let's see where the last loop that they came through. Okay, so they should actually be coming through a scoring loop really shortly. I'm showing we have a scoring loop at race mile 362.
Okay, so we're close.
So he should be real close to coming through there, and that should give us updated times. Right now, it looks like there's less than a minute between them, about 34 seconds, I think.
Just update? Where did we get there?
Yeah, I just got an update too. So let's see here.
refresh those.
Yeah,
Quick update of 5 at once.
Yeah, so according to timing from what I'm seeing right now, I see Arturo Salas at 6:19:32 with Juan Carlos Salvatierra at 6:27. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And then the tracker for the 7X hasn't been working.
Okay.
So we don't really know where those guys are at.
That's always a tough.
I'm gonna see if we can get an update from some of our dirt bike guys as to how those guys are doing.
Yeah, it's always where you're relying on people on course to give you some physical updates.
Yeah, so we just got an update here saying that 11X is 3 minutes and 26 seconds back on adjusted time at race mile 3:54.
So that's just before the timing loop?
Yeah.
Marker?
Yeah. So that would mean if there was a 6-minute gap, you know, they're about 2.5 minutes apart physically.
Let's see, what mile was our second timing?
Yeah, here's the race miles for timing.
142.
All right, so this is on board in that 513.
There we go.
That's a class 5, and Blake Wilkie is actually driving in that car. So one of the drivers that's going to be driving in it. So it's kind of cool to see some in-car with a class 5. You know, that
this
used to be one of the larger classes in off-road racing. Probably kind of dating myself here, but you know, in the 70s, 80s, and maybe even 90s a little bit, class 5 was a big class.
So even my first couple races that I went to was in the late 90s, and I remember, you know, let's say a dozen or so 516 cars. Maybe there's always a few less 5 open cars, but it was super competitive.
Yeah, class 5 was more of your entry-level class. So I think the class 5 1600 was a lot more affordable for people versus your 5 unlimiteds. You're kind of getting into a buggy, you know, like at that point.
Yeah,
so.
they even the few guys that are still racing in it, I mean, they're super fast.
Yeah,
and they're getting heavier.
Grabowski,
yeah,
class
Grabowski,
5,
their 5 car, which actually I helped, you know, with some design work on that. And that car, gosh, that car has to be. Gosh, it's knocking on 20 years old, I'm guessing.
It's still fast.
2007, 2008 maybe in there.
I've seen them go pretty good before. So we still got, we got spec trucks. They're all filtering through the Acambaro area right now. And all right, so that is Bean, and he's in the wash heading east towards San Vicente from Erendira. This is always interesting here because they build booby traps in that wash a lot. So there's jumps, and then you got a ton of spectators, and there's a lot of lines.
Yeah.
So you can see just looking back, there's lines all over the place, and you know, sometimes you'll have a line that you take pre-running, and then there's spectators on it during the race.
Yeah, it's, you know, if one spectator decided to set up their little canopies and, you know, what they thought was a safe spot, yet race day, it's, you know, everyone's got to change their plan, and
so
or you come into a bunch of dust.
I believe the car that was behind Bean, that was Ruben Torres, correct?
Torres. Let's see, Bean is.
It was kind of painted with red, white, and green. I think that was his truck. I couldn't see a number on there. Someone I'm curious about that I haven't seen any shots of all day is Tavo. You know, he blew a corner in qualifying, didn't have the best qualifying, but obviously is a fast, experienced driver down here.
Yeah.
I kind of thought he could be somebody that worked his way through the pack.
He's always there. Yeah. That's a tough one because he's definitely fast.
Yeah.
When they're moving, they're fast.
So he was.
I mean, here's a nice.
He was 13th, I think, through our last timing loop, which for him probably would have been at that European area.
Trying to catch who that last truck was, that red.
It's a lot easier for the guys going downhill down this line than up. Going up, some of the two-wheel drives have a little bit of an issue going up that sometimes.
Trying to catch that 26, Dave Taylor.
Take a look and see who we're showing on the tracker for our lead spec. The way that Gibbs got hung up in the boulders there and Kiger got through pretty quickly.
Yeah.
That should have gave him a little bit of a gap, as well as then he would have had clean air for a while because of being stuck in that bottleneck. I mean, I guess that's the pros and cons of being stuck in a bottleneck. If you're the first guy to get out of it, you got clean air.
You're the first one through in that clean air. And depending on how long, Gibbs was stopped or let's see, I don't know if we had the footage of how long they were sitting before the Kiger truck got through, but it was.
Okay, so I was talking to Abdali Lopez's team, and they were saying that he had a flat, and they were waiting for him to get into. Okay, so they're saying they had a flat before Erendira, so they're waiting to give him a spare. So that means he would have gotten a flat after Santo Tomas, which...
Yeah, so they're going to stop somewhere, throw a re-rack in there. So that is...
Yeah, but on the tracker, I'm showing those guys like literally just out of Santo Tomas, so he would have a ways to go to get... Let's see if I'm showing any other specs. So according to what I'm seeing on the tracker right now, we've got Stephen Beal in the 241. Looks like he is our lead, and he's right around race mile probably 90 right now, because that updated last a minute ago, and he was at 88.5. And so Max Eddy is still ahead of him, which means that Max Eddy is still ahead of the trophy specs right now.
Yeah, he's holding his own there. And I got word that is Mikey in the 85.
Okay.
That Lawrence.
Gotcha.
Dusty will be getting in at the driver change.
And Max Eddy is not that far off of, you've got Parkhouse, and then Kyle Quinn and Brandon Gaughan. They're kind of equidistant right now, pretty close together, all on the road heading over to the coast.
Okay.
From like Santo Tomas to like kind of where you turn towards Punta Cabras. And that looks like that's our lead. Yeah, that is our lead one cars. So okay, now they updated it. Well, yeah, they're still updating. But according to this, Max Eddy's not that far off. He does have a trophy truck of Christian Hirsch right behind him. And they're in a fast section, so I don't know that I want a trophy truck behind me through some of that.
That's a tough one too, because when you're following dust, you don't quite know what the dust is coming from. So
right.
Obviously the UTVs are reaching higher top speeds, but when you have a spec truck that can, say the top ones are maybe 120 miles an hour, you could have a pretty quick closing speed on something without knowing what that dust is.
So on the tracker just out of Santo Tomas, there is a big, okay, it just updated again, but there was a big stack up of cars. Now it's not so much. Looking at some other so Abdali Lopez, he started 10th in the Brenthal trophy spec, and look, he's been moving up. I'm showing him, I think, 4th.
Yeah, he's usually really quick.
And we had that in car with Bryce Swaim, and it looked like he was right behind him, although Bryce started behind Abdali, so he's been moving through the pack as well.
It's a pretty good mix of in-car we got here. We got with a 516, some 10 car here.
Yeah, definitely.
We were in this car earlier today, I think, with some in-car.
Have you ridden in, like, say, a 10 car and a 1 car and
yeah, yep.
a trophy truck?
So I've
like,
done,
what's the difference between those?
Yeah, so I've actually never, I've driven a 10 car. I've never actually ridden a 10 car.
Okay.
But
that's probably better anyways.
Yeah, yeah. Anytime you're in the left seat. Yeah, so actually it was, God, it's been 2012 is when I did a 10 car race, but that was, there's some definite speed difference there. A 1 car is, you're almost kind of on the edge of that vehicle. They're 135, 140 mile an hour cars, and they're to a point limited in the rear with suspension travel, and that's kind of what limits your speed, I think, with anything, is the rear wheel travel. The front is usually going to go through something, but the rear is when, whether it's a truck, a buggy, or anything, where it'll pack up and kick. But buggy max, you might have 22, 23 inches of wheel travel, and
yeah, you can kind of gas it and lighten the front of a car, but you can't lighten the rear of a car.
Yeah,
or truck.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
so that's always going to take the brunt of a hit.
Yeah, 10 car, you could definitely, with throttle and brake, throw the car around a little bit and set something up. Not that you can't with a truck, but it's just much different with a car that has 20 less, maybe 15 less wheel travel in the rear.
So I think that they're showing us this because our lead truck should be hitting there pretty quickly.
I was trying to see if that was a dust trail that was getting ready to come at us.
Yeah, so they're doing a pit right there. That's right on the side of the highway when you drop into the speed zone out of Acambaro.
Okay, so this is race mile. Let's see here, I'm trying to get an idea. 10-11.
Something I was looking at, I've been looking at the lead bikes, and they're getting really close to where the course comes back together and runs really close, and we still have outbound vehicles on that, as well as now we'll have dirt bikes going the opposite direction. So that'll be a little bit interesting, because the dirt bikes, it might get a little bit of dust flowing over from the cars there.
Yeah, depending on how close something actually is, you start slowing down for dust, but yet it's the opposite direction of the course, and again, you don't know. Especially if you just can't see a vehicle.
I think our lead bikes aren't going to slow down a whole lot.
No. Plus, they're pretty much in clean air, so the bikes themselves have not much dust.
I think that's a 1 car, right?
This is, I think we got 2 of them here. I'm trying to grab a number because I don't recognize colors on those. Back to a truck. Just trying to see what we got. 1 car. Which the 1 car class looks like we started with 7. I'm not.
So we've got some shots of a few of our lead bikes coming through race mile 354. I think we've got Justin Morgan. So this is the bike that the tracker's not working for. I believe he's sitting in 2nd physical. I'm looking here to try to, well, so we're we're not seeing him on the scoring either. And so here's our 11X.
Quick splash.
So that's Arturo Salas. If these videos are in order, that would mean that 7X is actually...
The 7X not tracking?
Yeah, so the 7X tracker isn't showing. And I'm curious if that was in order then, you know, right now on the tracker, we have 11X physically in the lead, but if that video is correct at race mile 354, which is basically where you hit Highway 3 heading K77.
Yep.
Then I'm curious what we got going on with our leaders with the bikes, because you got a battle there with 7X, 11X, and 1X. I've been under the impression 1X is in the lead on adjusted because he had started behind all of them and had 6 minutes that he could give up. Yeah, the 1X was the last Pro Unlimited off the line versus 11X and 7X were first and second off the line. So be interesting to see how that plays out. Because from that video that we just saw, it looked like 7X might be physically in the lead.
Yeah, and that'll be a busy spot. Everyone usually getting a splash there, K77 hopping on the highway. And
everybody at least has a visual there. Yep. You know, for the bikes, it looked like they were all taking splashes and, you know, or topping off maybe, because, yeah, they got to. Yeah, so here we go at race mile 309. We're showing Arturo Salas in the 11X at 6:19:32. So he'd have a 7-minute lead or 7:43 over the 1X. But what we don't have on there is the 7X. So again, where does he fall in line in this? That's kind of our wild card.
Yeah, back to our you know, social media feed of people posting times or someone giving us physical times from
This is
positions.
The time that you text Johnny Campbell. So I'm going to shoot him a text right now and see if we can get a little update.
Yeah, because there's usually one or two in a class that kind of pops up on you because they haven't been tracking. And not to say you forgot about them, but you kind of did. You know, if the teams are all just watching, you know, the live tracking. But then they do a radio from pit to pit and trying to get maybe an update or hey, don't forget about so-and-so because they're not tracking.
Okay, so I'm getting some updates off the course right now. At 350, yeah, so he was saying 11X came through 10 minutes or so ahead of 1X, which is kind of what the tracker is showing in my opinion. But that still doesn't answer my question about 7X. You know, 7X, that's the Honda factory support team. And with Justin Morgan and Tyler Lynn on there. So I know Johnny Campbell, he's been talking with Mark Samuels, because I think Mark Samuels is kind of the crew chief for that team. So we'll see if we can get a little update on what's going on there.
I think that's Brennan gone there, just recognizing the car.
That was in the South Coast Class 1.
Yep.
You really can see how tore up the course has gotten, and you know, a lot of the drivers after pre-running were talking about that. And a lot of this used to be kind of hard packed DG, and it wasn't super dusty. And you can see all those corners where you get wheel spin, there's actually a little bit of silt in those corners.
Yeah, it's throwing up, and you could see that little bit lingering, kind of watching that flag in the last turn just to see if.
So I can't wait to see what some of the silt over by Valley T and kind of up in Mike's and stuff. That's probably going to be a mess. And it looks like there's no wind out on the course at all.
Yeah, when you look at, you know, coming into that corner like that, I mean, that looked like, you know, about a 90 right, and that dust is lingering. So you're looking your GPS, you know you got it coming up, and sometimes you're brake early or brake
There's
too late.
a little bit of a breeze. You can see the dust blowing.
Yeah,
but it's definitely, it's hanging there.
Yeah.
Usually as you get to the coast, you get a little bit more of a breeze. That's why I feel like when they start getting over by Mike's, and then like the finish from K77 through Ojos, probably later on this afternoon, the dust is just going to be sitting there. These guys are going to be struggling to see.
Then as we get, later on, I mean, that's when it starts playing into your track position with where you're fueling. This is kind of the mid-distance race when it comes to, say, the trophy trucks or the trophy truck specs, where they're all getting 2 to 2.2 miles a gallon, and the larger ones are maybe holding 100 gallons, but it comes down to it's always down to track position and trying to time your fuel stops, maybe not with everyone else, but to be able to do it sooner or after the next guy.
I just got an update from Rafael Navarro from Jimco. So he's got Toby Price coming through 49 seconds ahead of Bryce, 2:36 ahead of Empudia. Then, actually it looks like these are gaps between each vehicle. So Bryce 49 seconds back, Empudia 2:36 off of Bryce, Polvarde 57 off of Empudia, and then I don't have a gap for Luke, but Luke in there, and then Rob Mack at 7:40. So they're still pretty close together there.
Yeah. Yeah, Toby around 144 and Rob back at looks like 137-ish there.
Yeah, I want to get back here to the coast and see where these guys are at. So they're working their way down towards Colonet. If you look at the course map, you can see it kind of zigzags back and forth, where it goes towards the water, then back inland, towards the water, back inland. And that's kind of the section that they're in right now. Then it'll go back inland. A lot of that is fairly fast. It's a little rocky. Some of the stuff is kind of whooped out, but I think this is a section where, well, back to Max Eddy, I want to see when they get to Llano, Colorado, where's Max Eddy at? Because if he's going to get eaten up, it's going to be on the coast.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got to be on that skinny pedal a lot and watch his six.
Yeah, he's going to definitely have to take every advantage of clear air, for sure.
And I would have put mud flaps dragging on the ground to create as much dust as I possibly can, because the tires on he's running like a 35-inch BFG, and that's like a 10-inch wide tire versus like the big 40-inch tires that these other cars or trucks and buggies are running. The amount of dust that creates, there's a big difference there.
Yeah, and he's even the one cars that he's in with are, they're on 37s or 40s. The days of, one car on, what used to be the norm of 35 is, gone 10 years ago probably by now.
Yeah.
There's a few that probably, I bet you half of them are on 40s.
Okay, so we've got a bike here. Looks like he's gonna pit. Yeah, we're back to this drone shot on the coast. It looked like there was 3 trucks stacked up, maybe more.
Is this near the
colors? Those are all specs.
Yeah, the colors look like Davis, but I'm not sure where. Keep up with everyone's paint job and.
We haven't seen a whole lot of the Green Army guys yet. I'm kind of curious where Justin Davis is, because we do have that points battle for trophy spec going on between Davis and Thor Herbst, which, speaking of Thor Herbst, we haven't seen anything from him either. So,
yeah.
Which I don't know. We'll see, because that could mix up. You know, trophy spec is, there's so many. The trucks are so equal.
Yeah.
And there's so many good drivers in there. It's a very competitive class.
And Thor started, and Pierce will be getting in, so they're doing a driver change, and I assume, you know, Davis is doing the entire thing himself. I haven't seen different, but, you know, so hopefully that, you know, that tire or the driver change is just at a fuel stop, and it's, you know, that 40, 50 seconds, and the driver change doesn't add, you know, much more time.
So we were talking about that earlier, because Toby Price and Paul Wheel are making a driver change at BFG 2 at Highway 3 when you come out of Mike's. And Bryce and basically the rest of the trophy truck guys aren't.
Yep.
And we were wondering how that was going to affect things. How long does a normal trophy truck pit take?
So I mean, if you're doing I'll say a full fuel. So in the, you know, you're not running it down to 100 gallon.
A full pit. But I think at this point they'll be doing a full pit, so it'll probably be rears, at least rears and a full fuel.
Yeah, tool drives are doing rears and full of fuel. So you're probably doing, you know, 65 to 75 gallons of fuel, and that's really, you're waiting on tires. Fuel's always done first, but you could be in the, you know, sub 45, 50 second range. So it's under a minute for sure. But now you throw in having to do a driver change. Now, they're usually out, unbuckled, ready to bail out, but that driver getting in, he's got to readjust.
And especially they're doing it in a speed zone on the highway. So I'm assuming Toby's going to be literally coming out of the truck as it's coming to a stop.
Yeah.
And so Paul messaged me, and he said they can do it in 30 to 40 seconds, which, so I think you're going to be done fueling quicker than that. With a Pressure Pro, should be able to top off with 20 seconds or so.
Yeah,
So
yeah, you'll be definitely, fuel will be done,
and then
tire guys will be just getting done, and especially in the speed zone, you could at least pull back out, buckle up, get all situated.
Tighten your belts, get your intercom and everything hooked up in the speed zone. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely the ideal place to do a driver change is in a speed zone on the highway.
Yeah.
Because you don't really have to do everything in the pit. You can do some of it as you're rolling.
Yeah. Now the difference would be, I guess, if you're trying to, you know, max mileage, you know, your mileage, and just do, you know, track position and fueling in a different spot, because a lot of times that can work for you. But you got to send those guys out in the oddball places to do that fuel. And hopefully they get there. And
so something that I think is going to be huge here is Toby Price and Paul Wheel are sharing pits with Bryce Menzies.
Oh, okay.
And who is right on his ass? Bryce Menzies. So,
yeah.
I mean, if they come into the pit at the same time, who's going where to service trucks?
I mean, I would only assume with both of them being at that level that they have two pit boxes. I would only hope, because
they have to have a contingency plan, especially too when they knew they're starting that close together.
Yeah.
That, you know, look, it's a very distinct possibility that we could be in a pit at the same time.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they didn't do that, because no one wants to be.
So you think
sitting there?
You think they got two sets of Pressure Pros, two sets of, like, two full pit crews just sitting in the same area?
I would
think that's what
I would expect that. I would hope so. I mean, they have the means to do it.
I mean, if you're spending millions of dollars to come race, you might as well spend. I mean, another $100,000 to have.
Exactly. And it's a 400-mile race, so you're only doing 2 fuel stops anyway. So you only need 2 fueling crews.
So here's one of the Herbst trucks. I think, is that EJ?
Is this 2? I'm trying to get in there on the number.
It looked like a 67, I thought.
If it's a 63, that would be EJ.
Yeah, it was 60 something. I think.
Okay,
I think that was EJ.
That would be EJ then. And that was, I believe, EJ started, and then Ryan Millen will be getting in at their driver change.
And Ryan, I think Ryan qualified though.
Did he?
I feel like
He could have.
I heard that.
I'm not.
Well,
I could be wrong.
Okay, so we were talking about. I'm looking at the tracker right now, and so we should see them when they come through Erindira there, but Max Eddy's got Stephen Beal closing fast.
I hope we get that with the drone.
Okay, well, it just updated again, and he's not as close. So I hadn't checked that, but man, I don't know. The 66 might be between them still, and if he is,
I know we're on board.
Okay, with
EJ.
So we got EJ.
Just trying to.
I believe so. It looks to me like we got Beal, Thor Herps, and oh man. So Thor Herps and Justin Davis look like they are neck and neck right now.
Yeah.
You're
So
seeing that as well.
They're on top of each other there.
So I think we've got Beal first, Thor second, Davis third, and
Looks like there's
they started.
They got a legend in between them too.
Oh, they started fifth and sixth.
So there's a.
So we got a good battle going here on the coast with our lead spec trucks as well as our leaders in the spec points race.
Yes, yeah, and it looks like I wonder if Beal's be able to put a little gap on him because there's a legend in between them. So in front of Thor and Davis, there's 53L.
Well, and there's that 66 too. So there you might have dust of two other trucks between Beal and Thor. So here's our current leaderboard at race mile 142. We've got Bryce Menzies. These are on adjusted split times. We've got Bryce Menzies, 2:41, 41 seconds back, Toby Price, 2 minutes and 8 seconds back, Alan Impudia, Rob Mack, 4:02, and then Chris Pulvarde at 4:50, and Luke McMillan, 5:35. I think Rob Mack has got to be super excited to be sitting where he's at right now.
Yeah, those top 3 or 4 are real close. They're within flat tire and having track change, position change. You could do it,
I still
2.5, 3.5 minute tire change and still maintain your position.
I still think if you're Toby, you're not panicking because you have physical position. For anybody to really kind of gap you out, they're going to have to pass you. So as long as you can hold that physical position, which they need to make sure, he's going to have to push a little bit heading into that driver change because I think they're going to want a little bit of a gap there. So be interesting to see if Toby tries to pick up the pace on the crossover road, like say from Llano, Colorado, and then up near Mike's.
Yeah, I was trying to
if he tries to push to get a little bit of a gap so that he's not in the pit at the same time as Bryce.
Yeah, so they're at, let's see, Toby's are about 155 right now. I was trying to see about where they're at. So they're, close. They're all within 30, 40 miles of probably where they're going to be, pitting for fuel for that first time.
So the Beal truck, Sean Geiser is actually driving that. I think he actually qualified in it. So, I mean, that, obviously the Geiser family knows trucks and they've got some experience in those. So, I mean, that would explain, I think, the Beal truck running up front like that. Nothing against Beal himself, but Sean is a good driver. Looks like he is our lead truck, and they're about to hit that Erindira area, so we might get a couple shots. And in fact, if we can get to that here in a minute, I want to see Max Eddy is going to be coming through there. Where's Max Eddy versus Beal in that trophy spec? Because according to the tracker, they are very close to each other.
Yeah, that'll be a lot of talk for sure about that, his starting position.
And really,
was he able to maintain that?
Where you
position?
Turn and start heading. Okay, so this is race mile 160. This should be our race leaders coming through here. You see all the helicopters there. Okay, so this is where you come. This is the road that used to head from San Vicente to the coast, and then you're gonna bang a left, and it gets kind of whooped out for a little bit, and then it gets into kind of some of the more technical stuff on the coast where it winds back and forth. This should be Toby Price.
Do a refresh
hauling the
here.
mail right here.
Yeah, it's great.
I want to see that suspension work through these whoops right here.
We got dust blowing away from us. Oh, that's awesome.
See the sidewall deflection on the tires going through there? Yep.
This is what a lot of people don't realize is how fast these trucks can go. And for the size they are, they're 7,000 pound trucks, 150 miles an hour.
Okay, so we got Bryce right here. He started 2 minutes behind. And I'm gonna say I started my stopwatch a little bit late. So I'm gonna say it's been about 30 seconds. So that should be about a minute and a half, or no, it should be like a 30-second, no, minute and a half.
Minute and a half.
2 minutes. So it should be about a minute and a half on adjusted right there. And then I started another stopwatch, so let's see if we hold that when our next truck comes.
Yeah, that's a pretty big gap to Ampudia, it looks like.
You know how I was just talking about Rob Mack having a good run?
There we go.
I wonder...
Yeah, he's at, let's see.
I wonder if they had another power steering belt go.
Looks like he got Rob Mack.
He's texting. Maybe I'll text him right now.
Tracker has him at mile 146, 146.7. Yeah, these are the luxuries we have now when we could actually see the driver on his phone. So one, he's able to communicate, but
this is just heartbreaking because, like, when you're a driver like Rob Mack, you're doing well, you're with the lead pack, everything's kind of going as planned, and then you've got downtime like this.
Yeah.
And it just sucks the life out of you.
Yeah. And that's when, like, you know, mentioned earlier that I don't call it the new truck blues, but you know, they're still in development of this, so there's a few little tweaks, a few little things. You know, it's a whole new package. You know, everything about it, from a brand new, you know, chassis to driveline, engine package. Maybe fitment in the chassis, you know, didn't allow a normal, you know, accessory package if that's what they've been having issues.
Kind of what I was hearing. What might have been an issue there was chassis flex causing that belt issue. What do you think?
It'd be odd because usually it's all just solely mounted on the engine, but if they had to, I don't say deviate from the norm because of, you know, a front engine 4-wheel drive, packaging is very tight. Especially now with all the electronics, you're having dual alternators. So if they had to do, maybe just speculating, something different with an accessory package or anything, but it's hard to say.
Okay, so we're back to that same area here at race mile 160. We got Ampudia coming.
Yeah, so that's
so I had that timer off Bryce. Probably going to be about 3 minutes. We'll see when they come through. I'm getting some updates on our lead bikes here too. So once Ampudia comes through here, I'll give you guys some updates on our lead bikes.
Nice shots of little jump there in the background.
So that's actually not Ampudia, that's Polvarde, because that's Polvarde's helicopter right there. So I wonder what happened with Ampudia. Maybe got flat?
That's well, is that? Trying to get the colors of it coming at us here. Actually, that looks like Ampudia's colors. That's Ampudia there.
Yeah, that is Ampudia.
So I wonder if the helicopter is way
so Polvarde is probably right behind him then.
Pulvardi looks like a ways.
Yeah,
looks like Pulvardi's behind Luke now.
I don't think his tracker's working right.
Oh yeah, I got a 7-minute.
Because I mean, we
Again,
just
that's the refresh we're talking about.
Yeah, we just were looking at because he's got that red helicopter. We can actually see it in this shot right here, and so that's Pulvardi. So this is a super fast section. This is where these guys are actually able to open up these trucks and hit triple digits. We were watching.
Yeah, this is just an awesome shot. Truck coming at us, dust going away.
So I had my stopwatch going here. This is 4.5 minutes behind Bryce, is Pulvardi. So in just physical distance, he's 5 minutes off of Toby. So you got Toby and Bryce are 30 seconds apart, and I mean, these guys are all super close still.
Here we are live on Pulvardi's helicopter, it looks like.
Yeah, the 94 is kind of giving it away there.
Helicopters.
And they're going to kind of start
help
getting
us out with that when they don't have it.
They're going to start getting down into the Colonet area, and then they'll head through Colonet, the town of Colonet, and then up to Llano, Colorado, and then the crossover road and start heading east. And that's where things are going to kind of change, because all of this is pretty fast. Once you get halfway through the crossover road from Llano, Colorado, heading into Valley T, it starts getting technical and tight again. And really, it's tight and technical almost all the way to the finish from that point. You have a little bit of fast stuff going into K77, but
yeah,
there's
like
some new.
There's a few places to be able to open it up like this.
Oh,
for this distance.
He's wide open right here. This is generally one of the faster sections on the entire Baja Peninsula. You're just flying through here, and it's sketchy because there's rain ruts that are in the ground, and so you'll start chasing ruts, and then you've got barbed wire fence on both sides lining it, and so you're just kind of white knuckle going, oh man, stay straight.
And that plays into the vehicle you're in, because the trophy truck, the ruts are made by you, so the ruts are yours. Anything narrower?
In a UTV, I'm pinballing it.
Yeah, you're picking a side.
Yeah.
Let's stay left, let's stay right. Maybe 10 cars, they're right, they're just rolling back and forth. They're right on that edge of
What is the
line.
track width on a trophy truck?
They're in the 90 to 94 range overall track.
Yeah, so UTV, you're like 78, maybe 80. 80 is the limit for them.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
you're
10 to 12
you're in an
inch
area
difference.
where you just start pinballing.
Yeah.
What do you think he's going right there? Buck 20?
Oh, I mean, they max out 150. So
I don't think he's going 150.
Not
there,
here, but I mean, the right spot. I mean, they're doing 130, 140 for sure.
Yeah. No, I'm saying right there. He's doing north of 100.
Yeah.
And in that 110, 120 range, I'm gonna say.
I could see that. I personally don't know the area, so it's that's.
It's wide open, but
I'm always a pit guy,
there's some little rises in it, and like you can't be totally wooded.
Yeah, but you're
carrying
speed.
He might hit a buck 30 there. I just don't think you have the run to be able to get up to like 140, 150. Because to do that, you need like a lake bed. Yeah, you need a little bit of time for it to climb to that.
Yeah, I think we've seen, GPSs obviously just have the max speed. I think we've seen some 152, maybe even a 154. You can see kind of taking that line to the left there, just that little dance to make that line on the left.
I know we're watching our lead trucks, which is awesome, but I don't want to forget about the bikes. Just got word from Mark Samuel that 7X had crossed through Ojos.
Okay.
Which, I mean, if that's the case, then they're on the home stretch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, hey,
yep, they're right.
The 7X tracker is tracking.
There we go. He's right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's got 11X right on him, right?
Yeah, he's right. Yeah.
Okay, so leaderboard.
Judging by the tracker, he's under
leaderboard at 362. We've got Solace in the 1X at 727. Juan Carlos, 13 minutes back on the 1X. Austin Eddy, 26 minutes back. Then Adrian Ortiz, 27. So actually, you got a pretty tight little battle there for third, fourth, fifth. But
that's 7X.
But we don't have 7X, and I'm like literally from his team manager
eyeballing with both refresh at the being 0 minutes. He's up
and
to 2 minutes or 2 miles.
And the 11X, he started ahead of. Yeah, 11X started ahead of 7X, so 7X is physically ahead of him. He got
could have
this
him on
unadjusted.
time.
No, 100% he's got him unadjusted.
Where was 11X start?
He started ahead of him. And I believe that was
7X.
minute intervals.
Yes, the 7X for sure. Is that,
so, I don't know what we got going on right there. I think that
graph with the, no, wait.
No, that was that Tavo?
It's hard to tell between the,
I don't think that was, it's not Bean because Bean's already come through here. This is heading into Acambaro. I haven't looked on the tracker for Tavo, but maybe we haven't been talking about Tavo.
Yeah.
And we were saying you had to be patient through that section. Maybe Tavo wasn't so patient because that truck's hurt.
Yeah, trying to get a, it's like just fuzzy enough where it's hard to tell the truck.
Back to the bikes, I believe that Justin Morgan and Tyler Lynn, so yeah, Justin Morgan, Tyler Lynn, they're looking really good for this. So this is from a social media clip, but this is about an hour old, but that's 7X. So I believe 7X is our leader, both physical, on course, and adjusted, and they're through Ojos, so he doesn't have a whole lot further to go. If they don't throw that thing away, they should have this win.
Yeah, they're once you hit Ojos, that's kind of the mental thing, right? You know that the finish is there.
You're home, but you're not.
Yes.
And then if you look on the tracker, the bikes are taking a different route on the way in. So it's a little more technical than what the cars have to do heading in.
Okay, yeah, they got a little bit north, some extra mileage in there.
Yeah, so he's close to home, but not home. But I mean, like, he's got a decent lead, it looks like. So, you know, as a rider, at this point, you should be pretty confident. Like, it's just run a good pace. Literally, 11X has to catch him, pass him, and put a minute on him. So just keep him in your dust.
Yeah.
You don't have to push too hard.
If you're in that position, you just got to keep your pace,
not
not make any mistakes.
This is a heli shot. This would be coming into K77, I believe. Although, actually, because he made a left, I think that might be, I'm going to say that's probably coming out of Mike's. So whoever that is might be back a little bit, or that just could be a lot older than we thought. So here's a sand wash. I really wanted to see Max Eddy come through here with the lead spec truck behind him, because this is a section where the bigger, wider tire, and you're in this sand wash, and it really robs a lot of power on a UTV.
Okay.
So I think Max Eddy's going to have a trophy truck passing him here pretty soon.
And then once that first one comes by, then it's
you start hearing things.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh man, is there a truck behind me? But
yep.
You know, that's where hopefully you got your co-driver watching your 6.
Yeah, and then it gets into that mental game. It's like, okay, we knew sooner or later someone was gonna, probably get us. Did it happen where we thought it would? And even for the spec trucks coming through, it's like, again, bringing up that dust of what am I catching?
So I don't know what's going on with the tracker right now, but we're showing Luke McMillan sitting, well, he's on the course, but he's north of Colinet. I don't know if he took this cutoff. And
I wonder if he had it.
There's no way that Luke
looks like
took
he just
the
jumped onto
sportsman
the
cutoff and went over there, unless maybe if he's got something wrong with his truck and like they're calling it a race.
I
don't
wonder
know
because I'm looking. It looks like he might have just refreshed, but if that's on the highway,
he wouldn't have. He's not going to have made a mistake there. So the fact
they would make a mistake
he is over
like
on
that.
the highway, Luke might be out of this race.
Yeah.
Because if he knew there was something catastrophic wrong with the truck, he could have taken that sportsman cutoff, and then the road coming over there. I think there's some other trails that you could parallel the race course, so you're not going backwards on it, and get to town.
I mean, he obviously drove it there, so it's enough that he was able to drive it. And so
it's showing him at 18 miles an hour.
Yeah. So what kind of mechanical, led him to?
But he has no business being on.
No, where he
no
is.
business being where he's at right now. So.
Yeah, he's in town. Yeah, it must have been one of those mechanicals. You could still drive the truck, and if they knew they were going to fix it, they wouldn't have gone that far in. So my guess is that they knew whatever it was just kind of a terminal.
So we got another update at. I believe this is at race mile 390 from John Griffin, that the 7X was in the physical lead and had about a 4-minute 20-second lead on adjusted over the 1X.
So coming through there, Toby and Bryce are going to have a little bit of a how did Luke get here, and obviously see him probably parked if he's within.
And I am hearing that Luke took the cutoff. So man, I wonder what the explanation is on that.
Well, it does show him.
Because
it shows him stopped now.
Toby and Bryce, they're getting real close to Colinet right now. And then the course heads west a little bit, up in the hills, comes back, drops over, goes up in the hills to the east. Then they come back, drop on Highway 1, and they're in a speed zone up into Llano, Colorado. And then they're on the crossover road. So our lead trucks are pretty much done with the Pacific Coast side now. Okay, so Rob's back going. So our UTVs, I see that Phil Blurton is running first in forced induction. And it looks like they're kind of getting over to the coast right now.
So you got the Barry's riding, correct? Is that him on his phone there? So
yeah, I think. Should I shoot him a text?
I wonder what.
Hey Barry, what's going on with you guys?
That's what's curious to see what
it was. They fixed it.
What tool they're using to communicate.
Well, they fixed it relatively quickly, so that kind of makes me think maybe it was power steering belt. Something that. Yeah. It gives you some downtime, but...
You said that's what they were having issues with?
That was the problem they were having at the 500. Okay, so Toby just got into pit 1. We got to keep track of this, of Toby and Bryce. They're going to be pitting together. Okay, so I just got word, Toby in and out, clean pit, back on track.
Yeah, that was
so he didn't lose any position there.
And typically they're not changing tires, so it's just fuel. With the all-wheel drives, they're not doing tires. So it could have only been a 35-40 second stop.
I'm seeing if I can get an update on, because I'm assuming Bryce is probably going to fuel there too. of what that gap is. So here we're on with Thor. This is that road heading from San Vicente to the coast. So where we saw the lead trophy trucks a little while ago, where they made that left-hander and came through the whoops at us.
Yep.
He's not that far away from that, I believe, in that area.
Oh, it's a great helicopter shot they got there.
So that's Thor Herps. I want to look at the tracker here and see if I can, yeah, that's exactly where they're at. And let's get a look at where is Matt. Okay, so yes, this is an awesome shot. We've got in-car and helicopter of the same vehicle. And you can see how different it looks from inside the truck compared to, yeah, I feel like in the helicopter, it looks like, oh yeah, they're just out on a Sunday drive, cruising down the road. And then you look at the in-car, you see like the steering input that they're putting and how the, the truck is being weighted from one side to another. And you realize, oh, actually there's some hard work going in here.
Yeah, this is the shot y'all like, whether the team or anyone likes to see. It's like you got the outside shot from a helicopter, you got the inside, and you can actually see the helicopter that's doing that reverse shot.
Again, I mean, I want to
appreciate the lack of dust on the camera there too. That's always nice.
Okay, so Max Eddy, he updated a minute ago, but it looks to me like he got majorly shuffled down that wash that I just, I was saying, hey, high horsepower vehicles on this wash, how's the Razor gonna do against them?
Yeah.
And it looks like he got passed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 vehicles. He may have had a flat or something. I don't think he would have got passed by that many.
Unless there was move over for one, and then I don't know how stacked up the rest are, but let's see here, Parkhouse Quinn. I'm gonna find our lead. Again, being able to see this onboard footage live, 3-4 years ago, this wasn't it.
Yeah, for sure. So I did get an update. We were questioning who qualified in EJ's truck, and actually EJ did qualify.
EJ.
This is his first time qualifying.
Okay.
And did a good job. He finished, what did he qualify? 9th? So right behind Brent Fox. So not a bad job for your first time qualifying. And here we are in car with him right now. And he's just behind that area where we saw Thor. So this is, again, that road to the Pacific out of San Vicente. Okay, yeah, so right here, you turn through there, you go up this hill, and then he's gonna turn to the left, I believe. If I know where we're at on the course, but I'm pretty sure I do. You can see the dust is just brutal though, and like really holding him up.
Yeah, that's where it's tough when maybe you get down in a valley and there's just no airflow over the mountains, and you come through it, and then all of a sudden
he had to slow down to 10 miles an hour right there for that dust. I was just watching him.
It was clear enough where we could see the speed on the GPS.
And when he's got clean air, he's going 50 plus. So that's a big difference there. So that was where our leaders had come through a little while ago.
Was that was super quick coming through? I missed.
I didn't get a number.
I saw red. Was that concrete?
Okay, so here is our leaderboard coming through race mile 142. We've got Bryce Menzies, and these are adjusted times, not physical track position. So Bryce Menzies in the 1 truck at 2:41. Toby Price 41 seconds back. Impudia 2:08 back. Rob Mack 4:02 back. Although I do believe Rob Mack had an issue, so he's probably fallen off that pace. Then Pulvarde at 450, Luke McMillan at 535. And again, Luke's tracker is showing him that he took the Sportsman cutoff and is hanging out in Colinet. So I believe that Luke is out of the race.
Yeah.
If not, he would probably be disqualified, so he might be out of the race whether he likes it or not. But I don't believe he would have taken that unless there was something wrong with the truck.
Yeah, and I mean, it'd be very odd that they would have went that far for a part.
Especially when you have a helicopter. So there was Rob Mack right there. I know helicopters aren't supposed to magically drop parts off, but
I would assume
it
they
happens
would,
sometimes.
With the crossover road there, you would assume that there's a chase truck to be able to get both locations.
Yeah.
With being able to come around. So I think whatever happened to them, that they knew it was end of their race probably.
Yeah. So I mean, whatever happened with Rob, seems like they're back up and going pretty good here. I don't really see too much of an issue with their truck. I'm thinking this might be Thor Herbst right here. Because that looks like that might be their helicopter. And now it's almost 85. Yep. So
could be
Mikey
that
Lawrence.
Herbst's helicopter still filming. Someone was right behind
I think
him.
that was maybe Baldy.
Oh,
Didn't we see Baldy?
That was 85, so that was
that was Baldy right behind him, right?
And then Tim Herbst is behind there too, so that could be why the helicopter was right there. But Baldy 82. Oh yeah, they're swapped here on the. Oh yeah, here comes Herbst.
Okay, so.
Yep. Trying to get the position where that camera's sitting here.
see, we relatively know what we're talking about here. A little bit of a gap there.
Yes, I was trying to
see dust off in the distance.
See how far someone was behind.
Okay, so this isn't good. He's going 36 miles an hour when he should be going 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, there.
Oh, maybe is there a speed zone somewhere in there for a little bit? There may have been. Otherwise, there's no reason that Rob would have been going that slow right there. Because this is that area that's super fast.
There must be a speed zone if they're in the. They're hovering right below 60 there. I can see on the GPS.
Yeah.
They're right. They're 40, 58.
I think
they haven't broke 60.
Yeah, I think that truck's hurt. Because if it's a 60 mile an hour speed zone, you'd be going 60. He just hit 61, and then he was dropping down to the 40s, and so. Unfortunately, I think something's wrong with that truck.
39.30. Yeah, it's a bummer for them and that, because where was Robbie? He was sixth off the line. So he had himself a good position.
So from Toby's team, they couldn't get me a split on Bryce because they had already left the pit. That's making me think Bryce he's not right on him. Because Toby pitted, got in and out, and his guys left.
And then there was a gap.
So what are we showing on tracker there?
Yeah, I mean, let's see, 0 minutes ago, 189.5 for Toby. I mean, they're 1 minute ago. I mean, they're within a mile. But that's
Luke is
depending on their pit, they could have just pitted and ran.
And I'm showing Luke at 0 miles an hour sitting on the road in Colinet. So I think Luke is out.
And
which So that's gonna, So we got a 4-truck kind of race for the lead right now with Toby Price, Bryce Menzies, Alan Pudia, and Christopher Polvarde. And honestly, Ricky Johnson is not that far back in the Trophy Legend.
I mean, Pudia's like
he's already come through Colonet, so he's throwing it down in that thing. So here's Thor. Nice little helicopter shot. So where we saw the guys come through that whoop section, he's getting pretty close to that. Basically, you come through here, you're heading towards the coast, pretty fast, and then it's pretty straight, and then you bang like a 90 left and head right towards those
our
whoops.
camera.
Yeah.
So have we seen the lead trophy spec come through our camera then?
Actually, he's in a different area than I thought.
I wonder if we see that speed difference of compared to the trophy trucks. I can see whoever he's directly behind in front of him there. I'll just call that within a minute.
Okay, so we've got our legends here through race mile 142. Gustavo Villadosa at 246. Tim Herbst, 924. So, keeping him honest with Pat Dean there.
Yep.
And then Clay Lawrence is 2036 back. And that truck, Rossler qualified in it. And
Larry
so I'm
then?
thinking Larry started. I'm a little surprised I did not see Larry up in the mix in that truck.
Yeah, Larry's like the quiet come from behind. I won't say come from behind, but he's there. And
yeah, but he's 20 minutes back now.
Yeah.
So you can see how chewed up this is. This
gonna
is a
say
big uphill. You're down in a ravine, and then you come up out of this thing. You can see it's super chewed up.
Well, just the depth of that rain rut tells you that it was, pretty good downhill.
And he should be kind of in a section where they zigzag back and forth, where they kind of head inland, then go back to the coast, then back inland. That's where Thor is at right now. Is that a UTV coming through the wash?
It
looked small.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it looked.
If I look at the tracker here, yeah. So UTVs are in the wash right now. That may have been Craig Scanlon. Because Brandon Sims, Craig Scanlon, that kind of looked like Matlock right there.
I mean, that was a pretty short gap.
I think that was Kristen Matlock.
20 seconds at the most there, and then here's.
So with the UTVs, I got Caden out front in the Pro Open, and then Wayne Matlock, Brandon Sims, Craig Scanlon, and Kristen Matlock. I know at one point Mitchell Alsap was in the mix there, but I don't see him now.
There's a 10 car? Must be a 10 car
there.
there.
There's a 10 car. There's a couple 10
mix.
cars that are in the mix on this. But they're closing. The lead 10 car isn't that far ahead of them. You got Francisco Vera in the 1000 car. And he's actually an old quad racer. I used to race against him. So again, nice to see the quad racers holding it down out there.
That almost looked like it was Romo. Was he that far? Was he back?
I was looking at the track, right? I didn't see the truck coming through there.
R2. This is like the Coast aluminum colors, but.
L2.
So we're on board with Brandon Walsh. I think he's a little bit further back right now.
We even got.
Earlier we were talking about rally notes and co-drivers calling. So they're kind of doing it the way I like to do it, with just R2, L2. That way it's less words to listen to and less for the co-driver to have to say all day too.
Yeah.
R's shorter than right and L's shorter than left.
Dallas Luttrell, so that's 87.
Okay.
So I was trying to see if Roma was back.
See, our leaders should be getting pretty close to hopping on the highway. Yep. So they've Toby and Bryce have now crossed over Highway 1. They're doing a little loop going up around a mountain, and then they're going to drop back into Highway 1 into a speed zone up to Llano, Colorado. That's crossover road time. So crossover roads, that's a really fast, kind of graded road. It's almost like rally car style.
Yeah.
Here's Justin Lambert coming in the Cognito Motorsports Pro R. He's one of the only guys, at least the top UTV guys, that is running a 4-seat platform.
Okay.
So it's a 4-seater that they converted to a 2, and that wheelbase comes in handy in the rough stuff.
Yeah. I say in the rough or the long speed, slightly whooped out, yet maybe hinders you in that tight technical to a point. I mean,
honestly, I drive a 4-seater. I don't really notice it unless it's super tight, like more of a work style track where you have berms and things like that. If it's a course like Baja where trucks are running on it, they blow out all the berms enough that the 4-seater gets right through it.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of weight in the competitiveness of the UTV class now. You know, like if you're a couple pounds heavier, you might be down a couple mile an hour or something, and that kind of makes or breaks you, I feel like.
It's funny, I compare the UTV class, mainly the manufacturers, they're so different, the chassis and what they're trying. Granted, they're built for the play market, not a race car, but I compare it to like the early 90s with trophy trucks, where they were all private teams and they were so different. And I think all the manufacturers are trying to find that sweet spot of what works and what. Obviously, they're fighting patent issues too, but.
So I just got an update from the Toby Price Paul Wheel team. When they crossed Highway 1 right there, Toby had 1 minute 17 seconds on Bryce, which would mean he'd have 17 seconds adjusted, which now this kind of plays into what I was saying of, maybe Toby was just kind of taking it easy a little bit through that first section, try to get to the crossover road and then see where you are and race from there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad philosophy. And if he could hold, as long as he held physical track position, who cares where you are on adjusted till you start getting further into the race, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and Bryce could just be hanging there to stay behind him because he knows what he has to.
Well, the flip side of it, if I was Bryce, I'd be trying to put pressure on him the whole time.
Yeah, you're going to pressure, make a mistake, and mistakes are usually just a tire.
Man, okay, he hasn't updated in 4 minutes, but.
Now, they both fueled, so some of the other trucks, they're going to be either fueling there or.
Up in Llano, Colorado.
Yep. So basically jumping off the highway.
So we're on with Polvardi right there. He's heading into that road crossing that we just talked about. So he's already come through Colonet once, and then he's gonna head over. He's in the well, not even mountains, just like foothills to the west of Colonet. And then he's gonna cross over Highway 1 and go around a little mountain and back into the speed zone on the highway. And Toby should be hitting that speed zone any minute. In fact, he hasn't updated in 2 minutes, so I'm going to say that he is there.
46 seconds.
Okay, so at race mile 196, we're showing Bryce Menzies at 3:32.54, and then Toby Price 46 seconds back. And I just got a new refresh. It's showing the two of them on the highway like neck and neck. So that would make sense from what we're seeing on the tracker.
So they got a decent little highway section here that's all speed zone. Small chance to catch your breath and plan that little section as soon as they hop back in.
You know, I do think, so right now Bryce can probably see Toby in the speed zone on the highway because some of those sections are pretty straight.
Yeah.
And he's not that far out ahead of him. So Bryce has got to be tasting it, you know, and I mean, he knows where Toby's at. I'm sure his helicopter is relaying to him as well. But once they get back into the dirt, then Bryce is going to have to deal with the dust again. But he's doing a good job of just hanging right there with Toby, keeping pressure on him.
Now, what's that section like where they do hop off the highway here?
So you go into we call it the crossover road. It's mainly graded kind of fire road type stuff. It's really fast for about the first half of it or so, and then now they've changed it where you come off of that road, you head a little bit north and go into a lot rougher technical terrain, and then heading back into Valley T, you cross over the road and head south of it. So it's fast, but there's some increasing radius corners in there that will sneak up on you. So you got to kind of mind your P's and Q's through there because you can wad it up. I want to say Andy one year was leading and went off in there and threw the race away. Some good in-car with Kristen. I feel like you really can see how much steering input and how much she's bouncing around versus the like trophy trucks that we were watching.
Yeah. and obviously a lot of that plays into just...
She should be heading away from San Vicente and back into the coast right now. Pretty sure that's where that's at.
I mean, because they have really good suspension travel, but the size of the vehicle is kind of the difference in that it gets tossed around by the ruts a lot more because they are, let's just say, about a foot narrower than the trophy trucks. I think
track width is like really plays into it just because you get pinballed so much.
Yep.
You know, so like, and what I mean by pinballed is you're bouncing from one rut to another, and because you're too narrow to comfortably sit in the ruts.
Yep. Or a truck, you're straddling both tires in.
Yeah, and a truck, the truck made the rut.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's sitting at the perfect track width to be in it.
So, like you said, that's the pinball where you're left side, right side, back and forth on the seat. And
so I just got a message from the Matlock team that everything's going smooth. They've had no issues so far, and you know that's what we're seeing on the tracker. Last I had checked, it looked like Wayne was physically second on course for the Pro UTV Opens, which means you know he's sitting good. It's just he's got Caden McCachran ahead of him, so he's got his work cut out to probably reel him in.
You actually see the Starlink there on the left on the little
So this is a Class 8.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a Class 8 versus a trophy truck? Because Class 8 used to be the premier truck class.
Yeah, Class 8, you have frame rails in there somewhere. I don't know how much you have to retain, but usually it is a front engine. You have frame rails to a certain point. I think the engine could be open, so that's why it was always a premier class, because you're allowed a big engine. But they have straight axles, the rear normal 4-link, the front's A-arm independent. But it is it was that premier class, and with the frame rail, you have to set the truck up physically ride height a little bit higher, just because you don't have that same room for like trophy truck or spec truck front suspension, because the engine's stuffed in there, and you just don't physically have room for the suspension.
Harken back to the Walker Evans days, or some of your famous Class 8 drivers.
Yep.
The Vessels truck, or some of those.
Walker and the Dodges.
So we've got some of the slower classes now, or I guess slower compared to a trophy truck, but a Class 10 is still pretty fast. So we've got our UTVs, Class 10s. Those guys are all kind of filtering down the coast.
It almost looked like a beam car, just the way the front tires are moving, but I didn't get a good look at a number.
Yeah, as I said that, I was like, I don't think it's a Class 10.
I think it might have been like a 12 car
or something, maybe. I don't even know how many 12s are in this race, though.
Looks like a UTV right behind him, so that's a weird.
Yeah, that's a Can-Am.
So I don't know if that was.
Okay, so this is live from race mile 354.
Okay.
This is
way up.
More, I'm going to say this is kind of like a little bit further back in the pack. I think our leaders, I'm checking right now for our lead dirt bikes.
This guy missed the turn.
They are, okay. Now I'm wondering what's going on here because, 7X didn't update. Because it was showing 7X behind 11 and 1X.
7X back to not.
But they are getting pretty dang close to the home stretch here. They should be into Rancho Nelson in less than half an hour. I'm going to say probably 15, 20 minutes. And everything we're hearing is that 7X is our physical leader as well as adjusted leader.
Corrected.
It should be 7X, 11X, 1X in that order, both physical and adjusted from what I'm hearing out on the course right now.
Yeah. So again, for people looking at that tracker, you got this update times.
Yeah, so through 362, we have, according to the tracker, Arturo Salas on the 11X at 7:27, Juan Carlos Salvatierra at 13:28, and then Austin Eddy at basically 26 minutes back, Ortiz 27, and Holt 29. So battle going there. Wild card that we don't have in this is 7X, and from boots on the ground, I'm hearing 7X is our physical and adjusted leader. So I'm going with that because that's what I'm hearing from his team manager.
Yep. Yeah, and you look at their tracker, and it hasn't updated.
It hasn't
30 minutes.
Hasn't updated in 30 minutes exactly. And and that's a battle of the factory Honda team is 7X with Justin Morgan and Tyler Lynn, and then you've got the KTM team of the 1X.
Okay.
And that's, I don't think like a full factory team, but they do get some support. And then the 11X of Arturo Salas, they have won the last 2 races, so this be maybe a little bit of an upset for them to get knocked off the top of the podium, especially with Carter Klein and Kieran Naran on the team.
And again, that's when you're relying on your guys at each pit to get physical times, because the tracker we know isn't updating. Back here with our 5 car. Oh, Rob back in with the hood coming off again.
I think we saw that coming. So I got a text. All right, what's a swirl pot?
Usually it's for the radiator.
Okay, so the word I'm hearing on Rob Mack's truck is they damaged the swirl pot. So that
someone's mixing something. So are they
JB Weld?
Are they eating, or is that JB Weld? Because I'm going to guess that's JB Weld.
Yeah.
If they're mixing.
Okay, so maybe there's like a hole in the radiator or something, and and they were having to manage temps.
Yeah,
and
it could be.
They're
That's why they were doing the
JB
60.
Weld it.
Yeah, that could be because of swirl pot usually have steam lines and everything coming to a.
Okay. Okay, so they're talking about radiator cap off.
Yeah, it's 180 right now.
They're talking about temps,
Well,
so all this is falling in line with what we're hearing.
Are you going to work the grill back on, Rob?
We need to replace that.
Might as well.
See what Barry's got in that Crustable.
So again, back to when you have a new platform and you're trying to work the bugs out of it, just like the Mason trucks, you know, they would lead and brake.
Yep.
And here we have Rob in this, and they're still trying to get the bugs out of that Jimco truck, I believe.
Yeah, and if that's whether it's a overflow tank, collection tank, swirl pot, something with radiator, it did look like they were mixing some JB Weld. They're talking about something, so you could have a small crack that developed, or
anything else?
Something from either a mount, weld. Could be anything, but
I wonder with
he's definitely mixing something.
Yeah. I wonder with the steering belt issues, and then now this, if there is some flex in the front of the truck that's maybe leading to some of this. Would that make sense?
It's weird because usually that stuff is either all mounted in one central location or it's all self-contained, so to speak. So chassis moving wouldn't affect the engine, but again, like I said, front engine, different packaging. I haven't seen it personally, so it's hard to say. Or it could be just a simple mount. If something's hard mounted, the flex and.
That may have been our lead quad coming through. I want to say this is like 354 or something like that. Yeah, so this is right by K77, race mile 354. That was probably right where you come. I was going to say come off the highway, but I think that's actually before you get to the highway. So that's probably right before you get to the highway at K77. Looks like there's another quad. He doesn't look like he's going very fast though, so that might not be our leaders.
So it looks like on that 7X, they got a 3-minute 44 physical lead over the 11.
Okay.
So that's a decent lead.
Well, and he started ahead of him. So he doesn't.
He's holding that.
Yeah, he doesn't have to even beat him physically, and he is. So, like I said earlier,
just
if they don't throw it away, I think 7X has this win.
Yeah, you just got to maintain.
So I think we've got a social clip of Polvarde doing a pit. So we'll see if we can take a look at that here.
They're doing.
What are they looking for when they're pitting like that?
So I won't say I'm surprised, but they are doing tires. So usually tires take the longest. So
I think a lot of the all-wheel drive trucks are doing rear tires. Because at least once.
Yeah, I mean on 400 miles, that's all going to play into your tire choice, who you have in the first place, and what you feel.
What type of compound you're running.
Yeah, and what you feel comfortable going. And
so
if you're fueling, an extra 10 seconds for tires.
Here's the two lines. That UTV took the long way, and look, I think he just got past her there.
So if you're okay with your track position and you're taking 35, 40 seconds for fuel, it's an extra 10 to do the tires. So if you're not worried about it, then yeah, throw the rears on. But if you have the option or you're really tight, then you might not.
Well, according to the trackers now, we have through Llano, Colorado, our 4 lead trophy trucks. So that would be Toby. This is physical track position. Toby Price, Bryce Menzies, Alan Impudia, and Christopher Polvardi. Polvardi doesn't look like he's too far off of Impudia, but he started ahead of him. So, you know, in adjusted times, our start order was Price, Polvardi, Menzies, Impudia, and now we've got Price, Menzies, Impudia, Polvardi. So Polvardi is in the worst position on adjusted because he started second, now he's sitting 4th.
Yeah.
And I think all of that goes back to that flat that he had in the beginning of the race.
Yeah.
That probably shuffled him to where he's sitting right now.
Yeah, to overcome that with everyone being on their game is going to be tough. You're hoping someone else has a tire issue to be able to get that track position back.
So Toby is right around race mile 216, and his pit is around 285, 290, and that's where we're going to do that driver change. So Paul Wheel, if you're still watching, because everybody has Starstream now,
Yeah.
you might be. Get ready, because you're going to be getting in the truck here pretty soon, and Toby Price is going to be bringing it to you, looks like, physically first. Although, this is where it gets technical, and this is, so, you know, there's spots on the course that I kind of consider make or break, and one of those was you had to get clean from Europan to Ojos, or from Ojos to Europan, and then the other one was you got to get clean from halfway through the crossover road where it gets technical to, which they're getting close to, from there to come into BFG 2, which is where you drop out of the Mike's Road. I think that's, you know, if you can get through there, if you get to that pit 2 clean, you're looking pretty good. There's definitely gotchas to the finish.
Yeah.
But I don't foresee anybody being able to make a pass.
Yeah, there's always those spots that you need to make sure you do a couple things clear. That there looked like.
I think that was Reed, right?
Yeah, that was
all-wheel
that
drive
was Reed.
one.
Yep.
So they must have had a problem because they were first off the line.
Yeah, they were first off the line.
And our lead ones came through there a long time ago. Let's see what's going on with our UTVs.
Not sure where that last camera was, but there was one little Class 11 there.
So you know, we were talking about Tavo earlier, and we haven't mentioned him a whole lot today. He's pretty close to getting into the speed zone. And then he's got Tracy Graff and Bean right ahead of him, and then Cameron just ahead of that, and then Lofton ahead of there. So, man, honestly, he really didn't make, well, let's see here. So he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The front 4-pack has definitely separated themselves by a good, let's see what that mileage is.
Yeah,
but
I got Tavo sitting 9th out of the trucks, and that's with a Trophy Legend in between there. But
yeah,
but
about 12-mile gap there.
And he started 11th. So, I mean, he's made some ground, but not a ton. And so we're got some heli shots here of Michael Marsal. I'm going to say this is back at race mile 354 with some of the bikes coming through there. And lead bikes have got to be pretty darn close to Rancho Nelson right now.
Yeah, they got to be right in there.
Get some word from Rancho Nelson as to who won that race, but yeah, they're close.
I mean, the 11X is right there in the.
And now the tractor's showing 7X, and it's showing him quite a bit ahead. Although 11X didn't update for 9 minutes, and 7X just updated. So they're probably neck and neck, but unless 7X physically passed him and put a minute on him, they're going to be second. And 1X, who was kind of hanging in there and actually had the adjusted time in the beginning, I wonder if they kind of had a problem or something, because they were looking really good, and then they kind of dropped off pace.
Yeah, what's tough is you got to see some footage or something somewhere of what happened, or get word from somebody that lost. They had a tire, they had a flat, they had mechanical.
And that Marsal truck, one of the Gabrowski brothers is also driving with him, right?
Yeah, I think it's Troy.
Okay.
I did hear that name. Which I believe Troy is the youngest brother. Which they're all trophy cart kids. So
yeah, for sure.
I've known since they were all little kids at the short course racing and trophy carts.
So we've got another quad. This is that K77 area near race mile 354.
So it looks like
we're on board.
It looks still like Pat and Shane, so they haven't gotten to.
Well,
they're pitting at 210.
I don't think anybody's doing a driver change really until Llano, Colorado.
Yeah, that's where they are.
BFG 2. So yeah, he'll be in until Llano, Colorado. So his hood has come loose and is about to fly up. What is it with the Herbst trucks that their hoods always fly off? Literally every race, the Herbst trucks' hoods fly off. So
I don't think they care if they make it back to the shop.
You think that's part of the strategy? I mean, you do get better vision with your hood gone.
Yeah, it's definitely better vision.
Not like that gone.
Yeah. But to a cooling point, the hood does affect. Like you
airflow through the radiator and over the motor.
Yeah, I mean with a hood on there, it's packing air and it could stack everything up. But with it off, it definitely changes the way the air is directed through the cab to the radiator.
And it affects aerodynamics for the truck.
Yeah, I'd say more. Everyone's worried about it in the cooling aspect of it than the actual speed gain of aerodynamics on it for sure. But.
Well, I am gonna say that our lead bikes have finished at Rancho Nelson, so we should be getting word from that fairly soon. And according to all the information I've got, I'm going to call Justin Morgan and Tyler Lynn as the winners of the Pro Unlimited Moto class. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
Yeah.
So, we've been getting some conflicting reports on that, but because their tractor wasn't working that great. But I'm going to say that our pro bikes, it's 7X of Justin Morgan and Tyler Lynn. Congrats, guys. And then we're going to have Arturo Salas on the 11X and the 1X of Juan Carlos Salvatierra. And it looks like that's going to be our podium. Yeah. So with that, we got to pay some bills. Let's take a commercial break, and we'll see you guys after that.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Welcome back to the Score Baja 400 presented by VP Racing. Back with Heidi Steele and myself, Craig Hall with us as well. Before Wes left the stage, he was already making his predictions for the moto, and he is correct from what we're seeing here. We at least have Justin Morgan 7X and Arturo Salas 11X first and second respectively. We will see in a little bit who comes in third, but we still have quite a bit of race to go as we've been talking. Any new predictions for, we joked a little bit earlier on about our trophy truck predictions and stuff like that, but so far everything seems to be holding somewhat consistent, right?
Yeah, I think our predictions for the 1 and 2 slot are still looking really good.
Yep.
And your number 3 pick is looking fairly good too.
Well, we'll see. There's more to come on that. Exactly.
I didn't catch your picks, but now we do have Luke out.
That's true.
So
I did not, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah,
yes.
we haven't
Very
heard anything
unfortunate.
why, but
yeah,
he is still at 0 in town.
Yeah. Well, we thought, Wes earlier said that when Menzies and Toby were kind of sharing that space for the pit, that there wasn't really a hiccup there. So we'll see if there's any kind of a hiccup with driver change, right? With Wheel coming in, finishing it out somewhere probably around 300 race mile. I don't know, but that hopefully will be quick. That won't impact them. And from there on, they should have clean air, but we shall see.
Yeah,
So.
and we're only about halfway through right now.
Correct.
So we have to keep that in mind. We're about, for most trucks, around race mile 200, maybe a little bit further for some.
Yeah. So we've been talking quite a bit about the power of timing, how important it is, and now we've got some live tracking going on. We've got live timing going on, which really helps us. So it's our second race in which we are bringing you Score's new, kind of all new timing and scoring system. And at home, you'll be able to follow along with the on-screen timing ticker crawl, which is at the bottom of your screen, which is dedicated to trophy trucks, trophy truck legends, as well as trophy truck specs. And throughout this broadcast, we'll have live in broadcast timing, scoring updates, which we've been seeing, and all of this is brought forward through Optima batteries. So we've got a nice little package on them, and we'd love to show it to you. Check it out.
Baja is a beautiful, untamed, and unforgiving place.
Get some rags to cover it up.
Fans camp for days to catch a glimpse of their favorite racer, literally fly by. The race's remote nature and the tough terrain makes knowing who's actually winning difficult. But what if live footage from the desert could be combined with real-time race data? At Clarios, we power performance and opportunity with our low-voltage automotive battery systems, and we're huge fans of off-road racing through our Optima brand. So we jumped at the chance for our Optima battery experts to partner with Score to create a new lithium-ion powered timing solution. Using our Power Starlink connectivity and Score's broadcast team, we were proud to help create the first live timing for the Baja 500 event.
If you followed Fish and I before on these qualifiers, something that's new to this one is we actually do have live timing provided by Optima, which is just fantastic.
Yes, it is
It's
awesome
made our
having
job
live timing.
so easy and so fun to talk about.
Pulling together the tech was just one challenge. Installing it in the Baja Desert was another that required an army to support. And it worked. But there were a few hiccups. But that's the spirit of Baja. You have to be prepared to overcome and come back stronger. So looking ahead, we brought our IT partner NTT Data to help us bring the vision for live timing to the fans of Baja Racing and to the world. We'll be back in September for the 400 and November for the 1000. Here's to knowing who's winning and seeing you out there. We're Clarios, and we're proud to lead the charge.
Big shout out to Clarios Optima batteries, and it really is. I mean, last year when this was introduced, it was such a game changer, and we're seeing how absolutely vital and important it is when these trackers are going down. You know, we're trying to implement so much new technology into the sport, to a sport that for many decades never had it. But now we're really getting these live updates, and it just helps for everybody, not only for us up here, but certainly for the drivers and their teams. In truck here, inside Christopher Pravardi right now in his truck.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it is a game changer. Those are appropriate words, because it's now you can be sitting on your couch and you could really have a great idea of what's happening and how this race is unfolding, and it just makes it so exciting for all of all of us and all of the fans.
Yeah, I mean,
go ahead, Craig.
The bottleneck, mile 35.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't know about it unless someone took photo or video, and you wouldn't know until 4 or 5 days after.
Right.
But we all got to watch it. The drone was sitting there for maybe at least 10 minutes overhead, at least. But I mean, everyone got to see that.
Everybody gets to see it.
That's what someone doesn't get to visualize.
And then you see, you're seeing how, even in that last video package about, Baja is truly all about overcoming. It's about getting knocked down, getting back up, and we got a chance to really have a great experience of what these guys got to do to course correct in those crucial moments as it's bottlenecking up and the pressure is getting more compressed. And my God, Gibbs is probably short circuiting in his head. I mean, what a moment.
First big race.
Yeah.
You qualify first.
You qualify first, and then you hold
mile
the race.
35, and
That's
everyone's I mean, the pressure alone on that is just.
Yep.
I don't think. They won't be letting him down on that for a while.
Well, yeah, but it's tough.
But that's part of the whole learning.
You got to move on.
Of,
you got to brush off
Baja,
and move on.
It's a 400 miles.
It's a lot of race.
It's a different.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all about finishing. It really is. I mean, of course, you want to get those podiums. You want to get the 1, 2, 3, but it is. It's truly about just finishing this race.
Talking about with the technologies, it's when we were first able to see some in-car, it was trophy truck only. But now we're seeing, I mean, 5-car. I mean, just everyone can have it. Klensky and the 8 truck. I mean, if you got a Starlink, you put it on there. It's like you have it.
Yeah.
You can go to it.
Right.
So all classes.
Which I really think. I mean,
and here's the 5-car here.
It would be really cool to at one point get a POV of the motos, of the bikes. That would be something. Boy can dream.
Starlink isn't that small yet.
Yeah, I know. Uh-oh, 10-car on the side. What's happening here? Christensen.
He's looking at his tire.
Yeah, he's out of the driver's seat. Now they're both out.
Looking all around his vehicle.
It's weird. They got
what is that? They got
a ramp out like they're maybe digging,
which
is
stuck?
odd.
Huh.
They have a great view from where they're at.
Yes. Yeah,
Poor
not
guys.
bad. But they're also probably getting cooked.
Yeah.
They're getting baked out there. You can see in the side mirror, working on something. Back to Brandon Walsh, 1870. Oh, here we go. Back to some quick little whoops. Truck takes that no problem. All right. Some more in-car with Brandon Walsh.
Yeah, the technology is interesting because it seemed like when I started racing, we didn't have any of this. And then when they started implementing it, they would look to make sure you stayed on course or at least crossed every VCP, virtual checkpoint.
Right.
And then they were watching your speed limits. And so it kind of seemed in the beginning like it was an enforcement to keep people honest.
Yeah.
But as time's gone on, it's actually become more than that. And it's actually making the sport so much more exciting and very fun to televise.
Well, too, when you get an idea of the effort that it takes to implement that new timing system, and you saw them digging through that impact, that tough desert dirt, and just the logistics of doing that, putting in these nine
in a remote location.
In a remote location, exactly. Yeah. And then make it all work.
Yeah.
Is quite a feat. So, big shout to Clarios Optima Batteries for that. We are very grateful. Richard Font and the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, and I think the technology is going to be going even further. I'm hearing some of the trophy truck drivers talking about utilizing the Starlink technology where they can read their Motec, their motor information as the race is unfolding. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, you can right now, your motor builder can be sitting in his office in his shop and wherever he's at, and logged into the truck.
Yeah.
And hey, it's running rich, and they can do that.
That's a good question. I was a good point, Craig.
Incredible.
I was thinking of what are you, as we're talking a lot about advancements in technology and just in trucks in general, 2024, what's some of the new kind of exciting things that you're starting to see in the world of fabrication?
With the technology part, we start with like the shock thing, and that being, the electronics, and it's like before you had just a 2 position, maybe you had a 5 position.
Yeah.
But as soon as you link that position to a track location, then your GPS can instantly tell the brain what to adjust. As soon as you hit the lake bed, it could tell the truck what to shift to. As soon as you hit something else, say Zoo Road or something.
There's an intelligence that's working there.
And it could work off the GPS because we have, the internet. So the truck knows where it's at.
Amazing.
And it could adjust the shocks to that.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's wild.
That's a big part. I think that, some certain, will be evolving and for sure going into.
For sure. Good old Kristen Matlock making her way.
Yeah, she seems like she's having just a very consistent day.
Pretty smooth, yeah.
Pretty smooth.
Pretty fluid. No major hiccups.
Yep.
Everything's going good.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I think that's what every racer hopes for.
Yeah, just a clean day.
All right, guys, we are going to go straight to Rat down at Ensenada for the Moto finishers.
It's a hard one to win. What'd you think about the course out there? A little bit more brutal than when you were pre-running. It sure changes up. Those BF Goodrich tires sure beat that place up the last couple days.
Oh, no doubt. You're out pre-running. Like, I started pre-running not this last weekend, but the weekend before when it opened. And, man, some of the course is kind of smooth. I'm like, man, this is kind of nice, just out there having fun. And then I had to go race last weekend. Then I came back this Monday, and, man, it was a whole different course. It was super rough and just got rougher and rougher each day. But, it still stayed pretty good. Then today on race day, it was brutal. The trucks that last day pre-running really made it rough, but really made it fun. The rougher the better for me. It's just you got to be tough out there, and we have a great bike. It was working awesome, and obviously I had a great teammate too that did half the job, so it was awesome.
He's still trying to work. He's probably hauling ass getting back here to town. Did he make it? Oh, come on up here, Justin. Well, congrats, man. First time on the podium, first time up here on the ramp at the finish. And I know this, we talk about the team. Justin puts together a great program, Monster Energy, so many great people backing you. You want to thank anybody for the team?
Man, yeah, obviously, just need to thank each and every person that came out to run a pit, to help the team out just this week. Mark Samuels, the whole SLR team, Monster Energy, Honda, obviously my teammate Justin. It was an awesome race. And just everyone else behind the team, thank you.
It takes a lot too. So your pits, your chase was on point.
Oh yeah, that's half the race is the pits and the chase. We had a lot of good guys out there, and they made a lot of sacrifices and made it happen for us.
Well, congratulations, job well done. Round number 3, some huge points. Let's talk to rider record right here, Justin Morgan. Yeah, he's back again, right where you need to be, right where you've been a lot. We've talked to you right here with that flag and champagne quite a few times, but I'm sure this one's a little special coming back and just dominating today. And your tracking wasn't working. I don't know I'm sure you probably knew that by now, but we didn't know you guys were leading. All of a sudden we thought Arturo was leading, and all of a sudden we heard you cross the finish line. So super pumped to have you back up on the podium. Congrats to you and the team, Justin.
Yeah, thank you very much. It feels great to be here. It was just a good solid day. We just stuck to our plan and rode real smooth all day and all week leading up to this, so it was really good.
Yeah, it takes a lot. People that never have raced off-road, they don't realize what goes into it. You don't just come down here, jump on your bike. It's the prep, getting everything ready, and I know Mark got this bike ready, and he does a heck of a job. Is he down here?
No, Mark had some family stuff he had to do this week, yeah, Bob from San Diego Powerhouse built the bike, and he does a heck of a job. He's been doing it since 2018 on our Baja bike, so pretty awesome. Yeah, we couldn't ask for a better machine to do it on.
Lots of wins under that prep, and Tyler thanked most of the sponsors. Anybody else you want to thank he might have missed, or personal sponsors or teammates and people that helped make this happen?
Yeah, just San Diego Powerhouse, SLR Honda, Monster, Fly, Heatwave helps us out. Yeah, no, tons of sponsors. Takes a lot to get here, so we really appreciate them.
So you're coming back. Last time I remember it was so sad. You coming across, you were running the bike up here with the chain in your hand. We're like, what is he having? Is he bringing us a snake? Don't bring that thing up on the ramp. But yeah, it was a chain. That was kind of a bad one, a rough one. But you came back and you redeemed yourself for sure. And who's going to be teaming up with you? You're gonna add another rider or two?
Yeah. Yeah, for the 1,000, we'll probably get a couple more guys. It's still up in the air. We don't know yet, but yeah, no, we had a little rough start to the year so far, but I think this one's where we turn it around. So
perseverance. You guys always push through, and so many wins. Congratulations, brother. Go enjoy that champagne. You need a sip of it. You guys, you'll pop it down here. We don't want to pop it here. Justin knows that. These screens are expensive, but you know what? We're super pumped to see you back on the top of the box. Great log, and once again, this is all unofficial, but great work out there, brother. We'll see you back at the 1,000, and well, actually, I'll see you tomorrow at the awards ceremony right here.
Right on. Thank you very much.
You guys gonna hang out for that this time?
We'll see. I don't know.
All right, I'll go up and talk for you. No worries.
Appreciate it.
All right, great job, gentlemen. $11X, our other bike is already in the zone. We're going to bring them up here. A little bit different finish if you're watching. You notice we don't have that big right-hander, which is just about 100 yards down there coming in from the left side there. We're coming all the way out. It's a little bit of a change coming into town. Absolutely epic. Kieran Nairn over here on the bike, 11X, second across the line. Congratulations, a well-fought battle out there today. We were tracking you and watching you. Some great footage we saw of you guys for sure from our heli and the drones out there. So how'd the race go for you?
You know, it was a good race. Last race, I had a couple crashes and definitely lost some time. And, you know, I came into this race just wanting to eliminate those mistakes. So we did that today. You know, the 7X boys, they were riding really, really good. And obviously on the gas, you know, we gave it our all. I'm proud of both Arturo and Carter. You know, they rode their butts off. So, you know, we're all safe at the end of the day, and that's the number one thing. And, you know, we're looking at that championship as well. So got our eyes set on that, and, yeah, just keep working towards it.
And with the second place, you guys are still hanging on to that points lead for sure. What happened over here? I see a little bit. You give the Baja dirt a little bit kiss over there. Or is that just you got hung up going through some trees?
No, luckily I didn't hit the ground once today, so really happy with that. I think Carter had a really good clean ride. Arturo may have had one little bobble, but it's part of it. You know, we're on 2 wheels, not 4. So. You know, like I said, at the end of the day, everyone's safe, and, you know, just want to thank everyone that's helped us get here. You know, Optima, Gio Spinelli, Paul Thomas, everyone at the Hero Racing team for coming down, doing all the pits today. You know, our families, Baja Bound, IMS, O'Neill, Cherbys, Takamoto, Henson, AHM, Dunlop, Trail Tech, Works Connection, X-Trig, Honda, Heatwave, Vase Power Sports, you know, everyone that helps us out, can't thank them enough.
All right, well, congrats. Let's talk to Rider Record over here, Arturo Salas. Congrats, man. You came, Hero Racing, you guys came down here. First season is Rider Record. You've been on some great teams with Chavo in the past and had some pretty good dominance, but coming out here and doing it with a brand new, your own team, the Hero Racing team, hell of a job this week, and congrats. Another win in or second place, but hanging on to that points championship lead going into the final round, the Baja 1000 coming up.
Yeah, that's what we're looking forward to. You know, the points is what matters to us. Of course, we wanted to get here first. We're very happy we had a very good competition. You know, it was a great race throughout the whole day. We kept it on the 2 wheels, so that's what mainly mattered to us. And yeah, I may be driver of record, but I can't do it with these 2 guys and the rest of our team. So it's not my team, it's our team, and it's one big family.
Absolutely, yeah. It definitely takes an army to come down here, and then to have Gio and Paul back you up, the whole Hero Racing team, to have all of their experience. I mean, Gio's one of the winningest racers. I mean, how many championships, especially in Class 50, just dominant before his accident, and still coming on. The guy drives hard, he pushes hard, and I'm sure that just is really, really good to play into your game when you know the bike's prepped good, everything's good, great team behind you, great chase, and sounds like you guys had this cocktail mixed up just right.
Yeah, the experience definitely comes in the team, having all these people that have raced a lot of years, including my dad, my uncles, you know, Karen's family, Carter's family, that all been around the races, and especially Hero, you know. So it's pretty good having all of them on board and being part of.
All right, and your third rider over here, Carter. How you doing, brother? How was your section? So you rode the middle, right?
Yeah, I went from 136 to 300, and I had a good time on the crossover road. I've never been there, so it was fun to ride.
Well, you pre-ran it, right?
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, just a whole new section. And even if you've been coming down here a few years, it's different when you're racing, even though it's the same lines that we're going, but we're going the opposite direction on a lot of these trails. So that kind of mixes it up. And I heard it was pretty beat up after the last couple of days of those BF Goodrich 40-inch tires beating it up for you guys. You guys are the best of the best. The bike guys, nothing's easy. There's no smooth lines for you guys.
Yeah, no, definitely the ruts they create on the crossover road, it's pretty impressive. I don't know how it's possible to tear up that hard packed ground. I don't know. I like it though. Not the greatest at sliding the bike, but I guess I figured it out, and I was able to ride decent enough.
Decent enough. Second place in the World Desert Championship. The score, Baja 400, brought to you by VP Racing. Hey, this is as good as it gets. This is the top tier of off-road racing anywhere on the planet. So you obviously rode good enough. Good work, and hopefully you'll be teaming up with them for the 1,000. We'll see you back here in November.
Yeah, we'll definitely be there. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Great work, guys.
Awesome. Big congratulations to the 7X team and certainly the 11X there. And I think in just a moment we'll probably have 1X coming through. But another fantastic Baja 400 for these guys. And yeah, we'll see what's ahead for us now as we move into the 4 wheels and still plenty more bikes to come. So that's exciting. If we can take a look here too, I don't know, Craig, did you guys address McMillan's situation? You know, he was out, and
we haven't heard anything, so we're not
there
sure.
I thought I had seen in the comments that are coming through that there was an issue with the radiator. But I'm not sure if the team has updated anybody, and I don't know if anybody was in the field that saw anything that happened, but if so, again, as always, @Score International, please tag, bring it up on our social media. Those are the moments that are really, really important and crucial that we just sometimes can't get, but you can.
Yeah, we kind of assumed because he took the crossover road over into town.
Yeah.
We knew it was, you know, something they couldn't repair
just
quick.
trying to figure out what happened, you know?
Yeah. Otherwise they would have stopped, you know,
for sure,
shortly off course.
For sure.
Close to course.
All right, so here we are, race mile 247, and we think this might be our leader, Toby Price. Let's see here. You can see, yep. Looking good, looking strong, coming through. Very populated area. Gonna send it over this? Nope, no need to.
Yeah, it's difficult to launch it when there's a big crowd
there's a
right
crowd
there.
But sometimes they do, you know. Sometimes they. I think at this point, it's about smart decisions, playing it. Yeah. I hesitate to use the word safe, but really more just smart, you know. Smart.
Yeah, and safe, you know, like these are one of the areas that you pre-run, and you know people are going to be there, but the first one there is going to set up, and then everyone else just gets up next to them. So you don't know where they're going to set up on race day, so your line might be gone. Very
true. Yeah, but you can see you got a
looks like
packed field out there. Yeah. And then at any moment, Menzies should be screaming over that ridge there. Maybe we'll catch him on the drone in a second, but we can see some follow choppers up there. So, and looking at a little bit of dust in the distance, here we go. Looks like Menzies coming through.
Yeah, it seems to me like he's just hanging back far enough to be like
waiting to strike?
Yeah, he knows what it's going to take to win, and he's just holding his position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be a mental thing on Toby because he knows he's back there.
Yeah.
He wants to put pressure on him, but not, Bryce wants to put pressure but not make his own mistake. So he just wait, capitalize on maybe a mistake.
Yeah, that was really at the start of this whole thing was the challenge of trying to figure out who that top three are going to be, and is it just going to come down to mistakes, mechanical issues, what's it going to be? And then once we get towards, more than halfway through, are we cautious? Are we trying to make up time? We just got to finish. I mean, there's a number of things, a number of variables going through your head, but a lot of these guys are veterans. They know what they're doing, and so far so good.
I mean, Pavordi got his flat right. And he lost 2 track positions.
Yeah.
Now, he hasn't made them back. He's maintained position.
True.
But he hasn't been able to get back
he hasn't
through
advanced
that yet.
back to where
So
that third place.
Yeah. I heard he had a couple flats, so he probably cost him even more time.
Correct. Here we see Scott Christensen, 1088. Cool inside POV. This looks like opportunity to kind of make up some time or just go as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, we know they've had to stop for some type of an issue, so they're probably.
I'm wondering if McCachran got back out, or if they're still repairing that issue. What's your take on all this, Craig? I mean, it just seems they're really trying to dial in this Jimco, and competition after competition, it always comes down to this belt thing.
Not knowing the specific, issues, but call it a new truck blues. It's whole new chassis, whole new engine program, driveline package. It's now 4-wheel drive. If they were just building another 2-wheel drive truck, then it's like, we got 80% of it figured out. It'd come down to like tuning.
Gotcha.
But all the new mechanical things are it just takes some time.
Got to work the bugs out. Earlier we were talking about the BFG pit. We actually have some social from that. Let's take a look at some social media from you guys. So here we see the incredible amount of support that is offered to keep everybody up and running. Nice little respite if you need it, or candidly, whatever you need, it's there. Toby coming through there. Brenthal truck. There they go.
That was
and
Jordan.
Marcel right there. Wow, that was wild. You timed that just right. Came flying through there. We'll go back to some in-car with Christensen.
It's nice to see the different in-car with, the 10 car. So just the camera plate, you can see the speed of the car between with the UTVs and the trucks.
For sure.
I mean, you can see just the width of the vehicle by how close the helmets are.
Yeah, exactly.
But a lot of that, how much they're
Well, you
they're
see
physically moving around.
Exactly, that's my exact point. You actually see the difference of the physical experience of being inside these vehicles from a Mason truck to a UTV or a 10 car.
As we swap to
there you go.
spec.
And here's
spec
Jason
truck
McNeil.
here. Yep.
Yeah, he's following somebody. He's got some dust in front of him. Oh, quick little pause. Yep.
And to say they're that much smoother is they are, but once you get up to at their say 80-90% speed, they're I won't say quite violent, but they can be depending on the course section or something like that. You're getting tossed around and beat up in all.
Well, I know
vehicles.
Wes would agree with you.
Yeah,
he loves to have the Wes Miller School of Racing. Pinball. Bam, 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 bam. Take it. All right. Well,
I think some of the roughest stuff I remember is being in a one car.
Car, really?
Not like a smaller car, a bean car, or something like that.
Right.
But in a one car, because it is at speed and it's That I would say, you know, at speed, it's kind of violent. I mean, you're getting tossed around.
Right.
So it looks like, just from the tracking system, it looks like Toby's getting really close to the next time slot. So the timing slot. So we're gonna get another. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we had one at 150 something. It's not until 196. So.
Okay.
And then 252. Yeah, I was right. They're much further ahead of where I thought we were for a second.
Oh yeah, they're 250.
Yeah, so we should be getting a pretty good update of their splits soon.
Okay. Race mile 247 now. And this is third place coming through. So,
so does that look like? Didn't look like Alan's truck, but.
Is it Alan?
Yeah.
But
in third?
I'm looking for a. Yeah, he's got the. Trying to look at the
hard
roof
to
real quick.
See it, huh?
Yeah.
I think it's him.
Well, on our timer, we got Bryce, Toby, and Pudia, but physically, let's see what our tracker says.
Yeah, it should say the same.
Menzies, Toby.
Yeah, because if that was Impudia, then we should be seeing Pavordi up next here.
Got some motorcycle footage coming up.
Be safe. The bike ran good all day. Happy to be back in Ensenada in one piece.
That's what it's all about. And right now, you guys are unofficially third place, so still on the box. And it's all unofficial. You know how that goes. We've all seen that before. Well, congratulations to you, buddy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, very happy to be back.
All right, good to have you back. Let's go over here. We'll talk to Chavo, the man, the myth, the legend. So many racing, so many accolades, so many wins down here. How we doing, man? The team kicked some butt today. Good job. I know you like to be on top of the box. That's kind of your normal position, but a third place is definitely not too bad with the fastest racers in the world.
Yeah, definitely the level of the competition is very high. We're very happy to be back for this race. We had a lot of fun. All of us enjoyed our sectors, our ride. And yeah, we're happy to be on the podium, and we'll see for the results tomorrow. And congratulations to 7X team, 11X team. They rode really fast and really good. And we're just looking forward to the Baja 1000.
That's right. So you guys going to be back same team? Or are you going to add a guy?
Yeah, we're going to be back, same team with Diego from Argentina, who's raced with us before.
All right, excellent. And we talk about this factory KTM. You know, you've done so much rally racing, Dakar. Like I said, we can go on and on about all your wins all over the world, but you put together a great program. You have a great team. You want to thank some of your sponsors. I know it takes a lot of people to get you all the way over here from Bolivia.
Yeah, definitely. I want to thank our families, Herbalife, Repsol, Pirelli, Akrapovic, Fast House, Takomoto, TM Design Works, Ride Engineering, Flow Motorsports, Nitro Moose. We use Nitro Moose all the races and never had issues, you know, with flat tires.
That's a good deal. That was one of the best inventions ever. I wish I came up with that, because flat tires are a huge thing out here. Back in the day, that was even like with the trucks and even the trophy trucks. It's like not who got a flat tire, it's like who had the least amount of flat tires getting here. So it's definitely a brutal course. And what'd you think of the course? You've ridden a lot of the same sections, but you went backwards this time. What'd you think of this year's Baja 400 course?
I really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun. The moto-only section, I didn't get to ride it, but Shane did, and he really liked it. And all the other parts that we did, I mean, it was a lot more flowy than usual, and that's what we liked.
So was it too smooth? Should we make it a little tougher for the 1,000? You know we will.
There's never an easy Baja race. Never, ever. This was just had little faster parts. Yeah.
Everything being able to click and clack, and yeah, Shane said, yeah, warm up for the 1,000 for sure. Well, congratulations once again. You guys are unreal, and looking forward to seeing you move your way up the box, and we'll see you at the awards ceremony tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you there. And, well, I want to thank our mechanic, Zach Wiley, from the Racer's Edge, for building this beautiful, fast bike that we've not had an issue, and we're really comfortable and happy to ride.
So where are they at? You have the bike built and prepped down here, right, or in the States?
It's currently being built at the Racer's Edge in California, in Simi Valley by Zach Wiley. And it's been great bike.
So if somebody needs a good prep, that's where they go. Racer's Edge, Simi Valley. All right. Great job, guys, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow and at the Baja 1000. Stellar job. Glad everybody made it back.
All right, congratulations to the 1X team. Third place finisher physically. We'll see how things get adjusted tomorrow. But, yeah, the bikes are starting to come in. Looks like potentially Austin Eddy in 9X in fourth and Ortiz in 13X in fifth. More to come there, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens for the 1,000 too. You know, that's already on their mind in November. But for right now, the 400 isn't happening in front of us. So, unofficial results: Pro Moto Limited at the leaderboard. Justin Morgan 7X in first, Arturo Salas in second, in third Juan Carlos Salvatierra in the 1X, Austin Eddy 9X fourth, Adrian Ortiz in fifth, 13X team, and Eric Holt 15X in sixth place right now. So there you have it. Thoughts so far on our Baja experience thus far? Do we have we adjusted our predictions for even specs? We haven't talked as much about the spec trucks.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I was thinking about the Eddy family. I was thinking about Austin finishing fourth, and I was looking at the timing, and it looks like Max, who's racing a UTV in Class 1, shows as he's in fourth place on corrected time. So that's kind of an interesting statistic.
A plot twist?
Yeah, something that we should follow.
Let's do it. Yep.
Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of talk there of a rear start in the class. See how it plays out.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Well, hopefully in a second here we'll get you back to some actual race action and see where we're at. It's, again, another shout out to our entire media team out there. We've got in-cars, we've got helis, we've got drones, we've got social media, we've got you guys at Score International. If there's anything you guys want to send in, it's super helpful. Yeah, it's, again, every year, every race gets better and better. So we are very grateful for that. Well, again, we will continue to pay some bills. Plenty of Baja 400 coming up right after this break. Stay tuned.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
Welcome back to Score Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing Fuels and Optima Batteries. So a little earlier, truck 236, Michael Marsal, flipped over, and we actually have some footage of that. We're going to bring that up in a second. You guys can take a look at it. It's pretty wild. Folks, do we have that queued up yet?
Yeah, and he was running in about 6th place, so.
Yeah, this is back, looks like race mile 76. Tearing through. Oh, there it is. Woo! Oh, wow.
Oh,
just got silty, hit a rut. What do you think, Heidi? What do you?
Yeah, he was just, he lost control of the truck. He was sliding out, and I don't know if he overcorrected the wrong way, but you know, it shows on the tracking that he's running at about 6, so that's
Didn't hurt
ultimately he
too bad.
saved it.
I mean,
he didn't roll
it's a good
over.
save.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if that whole truck flipped, that's a whole other scenario.
Yeah.
But it's just it's a slight delay. But again, you know, we've talked about any kind of mistake or any kind of hiccup can make a big difference. So
Yeah.
But good to see that he's still out there and competing. That's good.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he damaged the truck.
Yeah.
And he's
good.
just rolling again.
So Craig, what got you into the world of engineering? And you know, you were racing for a while, but you're what, 25 years plus into building and everything?
Yeah, I mean, I started just, you know, I think my first Baja was like 97, I think.
Yeah.
Literally came down in my Baja Bug.
Okay.
To the start line with a printed out map. Found the start line, and then we watched everything start.
Right.
Then hopped on the course, and then I think we got off at Ojos, so we took the whole section of the course, and then turned around and came home.
Got you.
And you know, I worked at a sheet metal shop, and we had a friend with a one car. This was early 2000, the Jimco, and I welded up some cracks. Then we ended up making a whole new arm for him, and then that turned into Jimco, Mike Jolson at the time, seeing the part and said, "Oh, how'd you do that? What can you do?" And it evolved from there into us taking at the sheet metal shop their existing part, redrawing it, laser cutting it, and I say give them a Lego. Gave them a Lego back to just production their parts.
And was this something that has always kind of been with you from a young age? This kind of deconstruct, repair, fix, evolve.
Yeah, I'm definitely the guy. Throw away the instructions, look at the pictures, and just build it.
Yeah, that sounds like my wife.
Yeah,
I've
been that. You know, I didn't go to college. I didn't go to school. Just some local community college stuff. So I learned through the shop and running all the machines and working everything. Worked my way up to, you know, drawing some parts for a friend, and then got busier drawing more and more parts, and then that turned into my job of drawing, and then eventually left there and started my own business doing just design work.
Got you.
And then about a year now, I went, and Camberg's been a customer of mine for probably 15 years, since about 2009 or 10.
Okay.
And then about a year now that I've been there as you know, kind of the lead new product design.
Yeah.
So.
And then
Really
what got you behind the wheel when it was time to get inside the truck?
Gosh, so my first race riding, I actually, so this is 05, I was helping out with a friend who was drawing a car for a builder, and it was one car. And it's like, hey, he's too busy to go on the pre-run, you want to go? Sure. And it's like, hey, you took the notes, how about you ride in the race? My first race riding was Vegas to Reno in a Class 1 car. I remember 139 miles an hour, very first race. So I was kind of spoiled at that point, but you know, then I had stepped into a few other friends' cars, driving a 12 car, or 10 car, and then riding in, you know, a spec truck or trophy truck a few times. And probably the best was in 2010 or 12, I drove a Class 10 car for our friend Jason LaFortune. They raced the car. I rode with them the first year. The second year we raced his Peninsula run. I drove the middle, and we won that.
You guys won.
We won that. So that to me is like design the car from scratch for him.
Yeah.
And it was cool because I drove the middle. There's 3 of us, so that was a
cool.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th longest Peninsula run at the time.
Okay.
So it was
cool.
It was a long one.
Awesome.
That's great.
So I get one little feather in my hat for that race. It's
and then
not a truck. It's not anything, but it's cool. So
very cool.
Having your
fun.
Love that.
Both sides of the car.
There you go. All right, back to race mile 247. We are live. And who do we have here? Is that the 1L truck? I can't see. Is that Gus Sr.?
I don't.
Not 100%.
I don't know.
Let me
I
see.
almost wanted to.
Kind of.
Need some.
We're so close. I think that's
big
1L.
Big 1L.
There he is. Yep. And Is it Ricky still in there, or did they? Do we know if they switched drivers?
They're at
yet? 247.
247. It's hard to say where they would have.
Yeah, I think the
They may
options
swap
are
at
around
300?
200 or 300.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I think Wes was predicting more drivers were going to change at 300.
3, yeah.
Cameron and Josh changed at race mile 200. So
Speaking of Cameron, you were saying that they were having some challenges today. What are they going through?
yeah, so at race mile 225, Cameron was complaining about he got a flap and then was complaining about some steering issues, but
Okay.
he got going relatively quickly. So
Good.
hopefully, hopefully the steering issues have
Yes.
subsided.
Yes.
Yeah. To get going again is the main thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly right.
And they're in that new
41.
tight section, so yeah, I'm sure that it probably steering that trophy truck in that new tight section just feels like it's tough steering anyway.
Yeah. And that's one of those kind of instances where you think you might have a problem. It's like before you get into that section, you definitely want to stop and fix it, because I don't want to go through this section knowing we have a problem. So if we think we have, let's stop, look at it now.
So if you're a navigator, you're the co-driver, that's what you're telling your driver at this point. Like,
Yeah.
let's handle this right now because you know what's coming up.
Yeah, chase crew doesn't have
Let's
it, or
go. Yep.
it's
Got it.
too far, and driver's just going to get tired if they're fighting a mechanical or hydraulic issue.
Cool, cool. All right, so we're going to take it back to Ensenada and Rat for another finisher.
Runs Garza Pools, Gonzalez Bros, Velázquez Car Hauling, La Perrada MC Club, Imprenta PSV for the graphics, 2-7 Distribution, ALS Solutions. What else do we have here? I don't want to forget anyone. Dumbbell Racing, A & Sons Trucking, Biggie C, Moto C, Daniel's Barbershop, HM, everyone that's on the bike just that helped us get here.
So no tire change. That's the original tire you guys started with right there.
Oh no, we did a tire change.
Oh, really? That was a brutal course. That thing's almost wore out for sure, but that's just how fast you guys are. And I know, what about these guys? I know you want to thank them too. You got some fast riders with you this weekend.
Yeah, of course. I want to thank my brother who kept it on 2 wheels and gave it to Sergio, who did an amazing job at the coast. Gave it back to my brother, and then me and my brother took it from there to the finish line.
Well, felicidades. You want to say something to your fans out here? ¿Te gustaría decir algo en español?
No, pues gracias a todos aquí los que nos apoyan, y gracias a mis papás, a mis tíos, a todos los que nos hicieron chase, a mi novia, a sus abuelos por dejarnos de quedar en su casa, y no, pues gracias a todos.
Excelente. Okay, we'll see you guys at the Baja 1000. ¿Quién habla? What's your name? ¿Cómo se llama?
Álvaro Ortiz. I took the bike off the start in the morning. It was pretty foggy and dusty, but I kept it on 2 wheels and just gave the bike to Sergio, and he took the coast section, and yeah, it was a good race, nice and smooth, no problems, and just kept it on 2 wheels.
And I didn't send the bikes off this morning, but was it foggy on the way out of town? Usually it's foggy, and then the dust is one thing, but when you got wet goggles and you hit dust, so it was foggy this morning.
Yeah, it was super foggy. I was going like 10 miles an hour leaving Nelson, just trying to not crash, and I just trying to get out of the morning and the night. Yeah, it was bad.
Just take your time. You definitely know how to do it. Well, congratulations. So you and your brother, you guys going to add another rider for the 1,000, you know?
Yeah, probably we will. We're not quite sure yet who, but yeah, we will.
Well, congratulations. You want to say anything? ¿Cómo te llamo?
My name is Sergio Garza, and I just want to thank Ortiz family and my family that's out here supporting us, and everyone that's on the bike. Thank you. You guys are, or Ortiz family is the one that makes this happen, so I'm just glad to be on the bike racing with them. And
Great work. Well, I'm sure they're happy to have you. You brought the bike to them in one piece. And so you rode the midsection? Or he rode the mics. Where'd you ride?
I rode Acámbaro to Llano Colorado, so the whole coast section and all that stuff on the beach side.
Just out there hanging out on the beach this morning.
Yeah, just cruising, enjoying the view.
Good deal. Well, congratulations to you guys. We'll see you at the Baja 1000, Adrian. Thank you. Cheers. Saludos.
If only it was that easy. You just kick back and cruise.
Just cruising, enjoying the view.
Takes a little bit more effort. Well, Heidi, you were mentioning potentially the next person in will be Eric Holt, and it'll be curious to hear what exactly went down, what happens, and what the potential consequences would be of the choice that was made. So we will see what happens there. A little bit earlier, we saw, I think it was Tavo this time, Tavo Jr. coming through at race mile 247. So that's cool. But yeah, the bikes are starting to come in, and we are slowly inching closer. We still got probably, what, 2.5, maybe 3 more hours of racing for the trucks, give or take. You never know what Baja has in store for us. Quick little whoop section here at race mile 160. Baby whoops. This has always been a perspective that doesn't disappoint. My favorite part about this is when it is clear, and in the upper right-hand corner, you see like it looks like a road runner, just like you see that dust in the distance. They rip around that corner, they whoop it up, and off they go. Really cool. Great shot.
Nice to see how he slowed down. I mean, it obviously got deeper and softer probably from all the trucks.
For sure.
But
yeah, it's gotten pounded.
The difference of speed coming into there where the trucks don't lift or anything.
Yeah, I know. Got some in-car action here. You see them popping around. It's bouncy. See if we can listen in a little bit, see what they're saying. This is Brandon Walsh. Sounds like a lot of acceleration and wind. We've had some really cool in-car with Brandon Walsh today, different perspectives. Again, starting to see different angles from different vehicles, really cool. Loving that. I think we're going back here. Let's see where our drone is taking us. Yep, back to 247. And coming through, we have, get some eyes on that truck real quick. Let's see.
I thought the hood was off of Graf's truck.
Was it?
But now it looks like.
You think that was Tracy?
That's
not Tracy Graf. 58?
Yeah, 58. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's Graf.
Yep, Tracy Graf. So Tracy Graf coming through race mile 247. Uh-oh. We've got a stuck vehicle here, Josh Kwensky, in the 8 truck. 8 class. Uh-oh.
As we were saying earlier, you can actually see his Starlink sitting there on the mount. Where is he at?
All right, well, they figured that out. Let's head back to the ramp with Rat and a motorcycle finisher. Off you go.
Who's rider record? Are you rider record?
This guy, Eric Holt.
Oh, we got Eric Holt over. He is rider record. Sorry to get it confused up here. Eric, how you doing? So you started, you took it all the way. You did the first 325 then.
No, we got a couple more riders coming up right now, but I got injured last week. I hit a side-by-side practicing, and so my shoulder's kind of messed up, and so I just did a false start here, did the handoff. These guys put in all the work all day long, so I can't give enough props to the riders. These guys did an amazing job, rode hard all day.
So you're feeling all right? You're going to be back for the 1,000? Just going to let it rest it up a little. Don't push it too hard right after the wreck. So you feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Just I got a little bit of a road ahead of me, but we'll see how we're feeling for the 1,000. I mean, if not, these guys will handle business. So we'll definitely be back.
And who else rode with you?
So Damon Wolfslayer, he took the first 200 miles, and then Brian Whiteside took the crossover, did 130, and then Cooper did the finish, last 100.
Good deal. Anybody you want to thank? I know it takes a lot of effort, not only your team and your chase crew, but some great sponsors back in this Norman racing bike.
Yeah, first off will be our family and chase crew. Those guys just live it with us. I mean, we're grinding out here, and they're living through it with us, grinding just as hard. And our family supports us, gets us down here. And then our main sponsor, Norman Racing, Norman Construction, those guys, we couldn't do it without them. Absolutely just takes care of everything for us and makes it easy on us. So we just got to focus on riding and putting together a good bike. And we got a lot of sponsors that help us get this machine down here. Kenda Tires, Husky, Climb, DDC, ODI, 100%, C Concepts, IMS, Nitro Moose. Yeah.
That Ride Baja Insurance keeping you guys safe down here, right? Nothing better. Eric's just absolutely an amazing guy. If you get insurance from anybody else down here, you're crazy because he's a hands-on guy. I think he's right over here still, but I'm sure he's stoked to see you guys come across too.
Yeah, 100%. We love Ride Baja, Eric. Those guys are amazing, and appreciate them.
All right, you guys want to say a few words?
It was a day, that's for sure.
It was a day, but you guys got it done. What was your name again?
Damon.
Yeah. So how was your section? No issues. Just kept calm, cool, collected. That's what it's all about down here. It's not a supercross race. You're not wide open. It's like you must to finish first. You must first finish. So you just got to get to the finish line, and you guys did that. You're claiming some valuable points going into the final round.
Hopefully, we'll have to wait and see for the
We had some challenges
official results.
So some challenges out there. What's the big one? Give me your top challenge you had out there. Let's hear it.
Well, so one of our riders ended up on one of the sportsman cuts, and by the time we realized that we were too far in, Score ended up catching us, held us back, let some of the other bikes in front of us. But so we gotta sort some things out with Score and see where we land. But it doesn't take away from the awesome job these guys did and the awesome ride they put in, and also the work our sponsors put in to get us here. So mistakes happen, and we're just gonna learn from it and move on, and yeah, we'll be good.
That's Baja Racing. You're always learning something and making those adjustments and changes. And who do we have over here? You want to say anything?
Viva Baja!
Wait. No bueno mi micrófono. Otra vez.
Viva Baja!
Ándale. All right, felicidades. Congratulations, you guys. We got more bikes already making their way up. We got 9X right here in front of the ramp. We got Austin Eddy. And who? And we got Matthew Combs. Eddie's the rider record, but Combs is on this 9X bike. He's bringing it up here. Giving a little rev. Stoked to be back in town. How we doing, brother? How you feeling? Good race out there. Battle. You definitely, it was great tracking all you guys out there. And it looks like you got off. What happened?
Yeah, I just pulled off. I had to get some fuel and some water. I really need some water. But, yeah, just glad to be in town and finished up the 400 and kept the bike off the ground. Can't be too mad.
Yeah, you can't be too mad about that for sure. So I see your ripped jersey. You didn't get off?
Nope, that's from a cactus. I hit a cactus.
Oh, yeah, those things, for somehow, they just reach out and grab you, right?
Yeah, even when you don't see them in pre-running, you'll hit them in the race.
There you go. And where's our rider record at over here? Come on, brother. Congrats. Job well done. You got the team to the finish. So you started, right?
Yeah, so I started. I went to race mile 155 and had a little bit of a rough start. I was in the dust and couldn't get around the guys and ended up going down pretty hard and had quite a bit of downtime. So and then these guys hopped on the bike and caught back up. So yeah, it was all them that caught us back up.
You're feeling all right though? Wasn't too bad of a get off?
No, I'm good. I just had a little bit of downtime but yeah, the bike's in one piece. We're all in one piece, so we're happy to be back.
You ring your bell a little bit, or just trying to get back going?
No, yeah, the bike was stuck on top of me, and there's a tree on top of the bike, so it took a little bit of time to get going, and then, yeah, good thing there's some locals out there that lifted the tree and the bike off me and got me going again.
The tree? You're out there chopping down trees, man. You're not a lumberjack. You're a Baja racer, but sometimes you got to do everything. Well, I'm glad you guys are all right. You made it to the finish line. You guys going to be teaming up or maybe adding another rider for the Baja 1000 coming up in November?
Yeah, I think we'll be sitting second in points still for the championship. So, yeah, we'll be back for sure, adding one more rider probably. And, yeah, I'd just like to thank all the people that get us out here. First and foremost, Seve at DP Racing that puts all this together for us. Chris Kincaid, Race Prep. He built us an awesome bike for this race, held together all in one piece, had no problems. Baja Bound Insurance, Cooley Construction, Lakeside Auto Brokers, Baja Designs, AHM, and Desert Unlimited, and Nitro Moose, all the people that get us out here.
Boom, there you go. That was my next question. You got it, man. Well, congrats. I'm stoked that you guys are okay and you got that tree off you. You're going to have a big bonfire tonight? You bring some of the firewood home? I know you didn't, but you're probably going to have a beer. It's well deserved, and a few tacos. I'm sure Seve will take you out. He's always good for some lobster. They said they want lobster, Seve. So great job, guys, and looking forward to seeing you at the 1,000.
Thank you, Rat.
Oh, you were impaled too?
Well, shout out to the 9X team, and you see what it says around that medal. It says finisher, and that's really what this whole thing is about. You gotta finish no matter what. Going back to Holt, they don't know exactly what score is going to do quite now, so their fate's kind of hanging in the balance. But you know what? They got back up and they finished the competition, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that finishing medal is, you should be proud to wear that because it's a big deal just getting there.
How many medals you got?
I don't know.
You lost count? Yeah. Okay. But
over a decade
between you and Cameron, you guys have got to have quite a bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of artillery, so to speak.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. A lot of people are, talking about the 1,000, and that's certainly on people's minds. And we'll see. Austin Eddy said they're second, so points is going to play a big. This particular competition is going to be a big issue with points and stuff like that as far as finishing. And we saw earlier the battle for 269 points right now in the spec class, so we'll see how that plays out as well. So that's exciting, and maybe we'll try to check in with the spec trucks in a little while and see what's going on with that. Yeah, still
I love
plenty
that they're
of action.
talking about their teams. They're starting to think
Sure.
about what they're going to do for
Who's
the
coming
1,000.
on? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got, again, Chavo's talking about, there's people coming in from Argentina. I think approximately it could be plus or minus 2 or 3, but we have over 11 countries represented in the entries for the Baja 400. And then when it comes to the 1,000, that's going to open up like crazy. But I just think it's so cool and thrilling that it is a global event.
Yeah, it makes it exciting.
It always amazes me when I just kind of scroll through the entry list and just see where everybody's from, or when there's a headline of 35 countries, and then you start looking and it's like, that's crazy.
Yeah, they're coming from all over.
Yeah.
All right, back to race mile 247. We'll see who's coming through. Earlier we saw Sam Baldy come through in the 82 truck. Let's see who is next. So we'll see. I see a little bit of dust way in the distance, but who knows what that could be. Oh, here we go. I thought I spied something. So, roaring through, we have, let's see here.
Is that concrete?
Kevin Thompson. We got Kevin Thompson in the 70 truck. In it to win it, or to finish.
Is it Harley Lettner that's racing with him?
Yeah, I'm not sure who qualified.
Yes,
but yeah,
that's correct, Heidi.
Harley is, though.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how they split the driving. I don't know if Harley started, where Kevin's getting in, or vice versa. I think they had a little, I think Kevin might have had a little, he spun out at the, during qualifying, so he probably didn't get the start that he wanted.
Yeah. But he's still in it.
Yeah.
Still going. All right, here's our leaderboard for Score Trophy Truck at race mile 252. Bryce Menzies in first, followed by Toby Price, 46 truck. Alan Impudia in third. Fourth, Christopher Polvardi, followed by Justin Lofton in fifth. Tavo Vidosla in sixth. And rounding out the 7 is Tracy Graff. And pretty good, I mean, if you look for that split time there from Bryce down to Tracy, that's a pretty good lead for Bryce right there. But make no difference that, or it's not surprising that Toby is going to be coming up on Bryce with adjusted time soon as well. I'm sure he's
and Kevin
going to
should
claim
be,
that first place back.
Kevin should be hitting that timing slot next, and then hopefully Cameron and Josh, the team, will be shortly thereafter. So they're looking at 8th and 9th, 8th and 9th place, if everything is still going on track.
Yeah, this is kind of the point in the race where everyone's spread out enough that you're definitely looking at the corrected time to see where everyone's at.
Sure, sure.
That's a good point.
And thanks to Optima Batteries for that. So we've got that live time, and we're able to see as they move through different sectors where exactly they are and what their time is. Back to race mile 247, and this time we have, let's see if we can zero in on that in a second.
It's a geyser. That's all I know.
Yeah. It's moving quick. Drone having a hard time keeping up with them. Let's see if we can zoom in a little bit closer here.
Is he missing
Might be
some
Tracy Poole potentially.
panels?
78. Do you see a 7 and an 8 there?
Yeah, Tracy Poole.
Okay. So there's Tracy Poole coming through 247.
Yeah, I got that nerdy design part of me that recognizes the different chassis
Yeah.
and the different. and it's funny because Tisco kind of mixed it up because they changed the way they mounted their spares on their trucks, because they used to have the side by side.
Yeah.
Like that geyser, they're angled, so you can tell that's a geyser. I think Justin Davis, his geyser, or his Tisco, they're I think both flat, but then a couple of them have the double stack.
Right.
So where you used to be able to tell the difference real quick, it's getting more difficult.
Do you have a preference?
No.
As a designer, as an engineer, what do you think?
Lower weight the better.
Lower weight's better.
So however you get to that, but yeah, it's a tough one because it's always,
just make it to the
There's
finish line,
compromise.
baby.
It's funny, for as large as the trucks are, you look at any one square foot and there's so much stuff packed in there. There's no room anywhere for anything.
Very true.
As big as they are, there's no room for anything.
Sure. Well, we have talked all day about the power of finishing, and one of the most challenging races to finish is the Baja 1000, and we have got a sneak peek preview coming up of what to expect in this video package right here.
The Baja 1000 is just the biggest, baddest, ugliest race in the world.
The longest, the toughest, most arduous, the most curveballs possible thrown at you.
That is the toughest frickin' race to win.
The Baja 1000, yeah, I can't wait.
Baja 1000 is basically a challenge of mental toughness, 24 hours of flat out racing with trying to get this vehicle from the start to the finish.
The longest continuous off-road race in the world.
12 days of straight hard pre-running and just try and run a clean, consistent pace, keep the truck together, and hopefully get it that whole 1,300 miles back up to Ensenada.
To me, it was a dream as a kid to race this race. This is something I wanted to do my whole life. And to be able to do it at this level, the premier level, I've just blessed.
You know, it's our Super Bowl. You know, it's the main event. It's just such a challenge for both man and machine.
I think that's why we come back, is it's so challenging, it's so hard.
You never really conquer it, you know, but every race is another challenge. Even though I've had great success in it, I never feel like I got it figured out. So it keeps you on your toes, keeps you humble.
All right, well, November 12th can't come soon enough. Obviously, the race will be a few days after that. You have Larry Rossler talking about somebody with his incredible experience still trying to figure out the Baja 1000.
Yeah.
Amazing. And, you know, we were wondering, too, speaking of Larry, you know, what's going on with him? We'll have to investigate a little bit about that. But we want to thank Craig Hall for joining us on the stage today. We're going to do a quick host swap. We'll have Wes Miller come up, but don't go away. There is more Baja 400 coming up right after this.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology. Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Welcome back to The Score, Baja 400, presented by VP Racing. So all sorts of stuff going on today. Baja is always very punishing, and sometimes you're dealing with sand, and you're dealing with all the elements, and sometimes you actually will deal with fire. Wes, maybe update the audience as to where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I mean, real quick. We've got Bryce and Toby in the BFG2 pit area. They're in their own pits, but together.
Okay, yeah. So maybe we'll pause on that, and we'll go more into that story. So we've got we got the lace leader and the leader and contender.
I just got a message about that. So yeah, they're physical 1-2. Bryce is ahead on adjusted.
Okay.
Bryce is not doing a driver change. Toby is, and Paul is getting in. So
if you're there, if anybody's at BFG Pit 2 right now, we don't got cameras there, but please, we would love to see what that's.
I mean, just
rodeo.
Looking at what I'm seeing from the tracker, it looks like Bryce got out ahead.
Yeah.
But, you know, we need to give it a second because I don't totally trust the tracker here. But 0 minutes ago, Bryce is on the road.
Okay. Curious.
I think Toby may have lost the physical lead right there.
Okay. More will be revealed.
We'll know more shortly. I'm talking with Toby's crew.
Right.
And they're supposed to message me once they get through this pit.
And you mentioned too that you've also been chatting with McMillan's team as well.
Yeah, so earlier, I think you guys were on break, but Craig and we saw that Luke had come out the sportsman cutoff, and we're like, hey, something's not right. And I'm like, if he knew he had a catastrophic issue, that would make sense to come out there. And so I got word that they lost a motor. So I'm thinking they probably dropped a couple cylinders or something. They could still run, so they probably limped it out.
Gotcha.
That way it was an easy retrieval, because you don't want to be stuck out on the race course somewhere and have to bring a chase truck out to it. So that's the end of the day for Luke. He's out, but we've got a heck of a race going on between Bryce and the Toby Paul Wheel team.
Yep.
Although, we talked earlier, really all race, and even in the pre-race, we were saying Toby had to build a big enough lead so when they came into that pit to do the driver change, that they didn't lose track position. And it looks like he lost track position. And so now Paul is going to have to run Bryce down, and make a pass and put 2 minutes on him.
Yeah.
Don't see that happening. So Bryce Menzies is in a very good position right now.
Corrected time, Menzies at 4:38, the 46 truck at 4:39. I mean, it's tight. It's really, really tight. So.
Yeah, it's tight. But Paul's a fresh driver.
Yep,
and
exactly.
Bryce has been running all day.
Good point.
It's going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah.
It's going to keep us on our toes.
For sure, for sure. So earlier I was alluding to this fire element that has happened out there. I think we actually have some video of it as well we can roll. Maybe take us through what is happening here.
So this is a section kind of up by Mike's, and there was a forest fire there this week during the pre-run. So I want to say, I forget what team shot this.
Well, it looks like Fish is posting this.
Yeah, Fish posted it, but there was another team that put this out, and like basically it made the course impassable.
Huh.
I mean, you can see there's some pretty substantial flames there. And
where?
yeah. Right in the middle of where he's trying to go.
Right.
So yeah,
wow.
This is kind of just up in the mountains, a little southwest of Mike's Sky Ranch.
Got you.
Probably race mile
250,
260, 265-ish,
okay.
I think. Yeah, I believe that was a little past 250, but I mean, it's somewhere in that area. 240 is where they cross the crossover road by Valley T and then start heading towards Mike. So 240 to 280 is that area up in the mountains. I don't know the exact race mile for that, but really for the race, it didn't affect it a whole lot.
Yeah.
Other than it's kind of surreal when you come through a section like that, because everything that was kind of green and had chaparral now is, like a foreign landscape because it's all torched and charred, like literally.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's been races in the past where we've actually raced through forest fires.
Right.
I don't know if you've been in a race like that.
Yeah, there was one not too far off in the distance, I remember.
We have Eva Starr here. What's going on here? Is she just quick pit, or is there an issue?
She's at a pit next to like a BFG pit.
Yep. So hopefully she's getting taken care of. And
sounds like that motor just shut off.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh wait,
and
here.
it sounds like it started.
Yeah, that's a good
or
sign.
having trouble starting. Okay, here we go. Back to
so
Rob
that's
Mack.
Barry. Yeah, they're having more issues.
Yeah, both of their helmets are off right now, so Rob's on his phone.
From what I was hearing from their team, it was a swirl pot problem.
Right.
Yeah, so I think Rob's been having to manage temps, and obviously you can see a little bit of disappointment on their faces there.
Most definitely.
It's not where you want to be, and especially Rob was really stoked to have qualified 6th and be starting with the lead pack and be able to hang there. And I think before he had a problem, he was running 4th, and he was not that far, physically off. So
back to Marcel.
Yeah, it's definitely disappointing for those guys.
For
I know they did a lot of testing to dial that truck in.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
But whenever you have a new vehicle, there's always a learning curve. I feel like very rarely do you build a new truck or buggy or car and go out and just have a clean run the first race. It's like almost unheard of.
Sure. Do you think that McCachran's expectations were checked, or hoping for the best, knew it was coming, or just?
Rob seemed pretty positive when I spoke with him.
Yeah.
So I think he was kind of hoping maybe they had turned the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
on a positive note for the McCachran family, Caden seems to be doing well.
Yeah, last I saw he was leading.
Yeah.
So
through timing slot 3, he was leading. Looks like Mitchell was right behind him, but he's having a good day, so hopefully that makes up for it a little bit.
Heidi, you were alluding to that Cameron unfortunately had another issue, another challenge to overtake. What happened?
Yeah, I got a quick text. I don't know how accurate it is, that maybe he had broke a CV, right front CV axle. So we'll see. I haven't heard anything officially.
Do we see on the tracker, is he stationary? You can bring it up and see if how long he's been in that position. Maybe it'll give us an idea.
Yeah, I noticed he was stationary, and then I moved on to something else.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Some cool in-car here. Jorge Sampietero in the 297 truck, ripping through. Another great POV.
It looks to me, if our tracker's correct, that that's our lead trophy spec too. I'm showing him at race mile 244, so he's kind of heading up into that, what I would call the Mike's loop.
Right, and that area that you were just talking about, of the fire.
He's almost to where this drone shot is right now. Because he has just crossed the crossover road.
Who's that on his tail?
Is that a Herps truck?
It's
looks like a Herps truck.
Yeah, it's a Herps truck, but who?
It
oh,
could
look,
be
he passed him.
Thor. Let's see.
According
Smart
to
move.
the tracker, I'm showing.
Which Herps though?
So what race mile are we at?
I
here?
show Clay Lawrence in that area. I do like
247 area.
Well, so 8 minutes ago, yeah. So that could have been Thor Herps.
Copy. Back to Brandon Walsh.
But
moving along at a good clip.
All right, so with the update, Thor Herps looks like he is our lead
spec,
and
right.
he's right in that area. So that was Thor Herps right there.
So that might have been our spec leader there.
He hadn't updated in 8 minutes, and now he just updated. So Thor is doing good.
There we go. Here's some in-car with Thor.
He should be the lead trophy spec, and he's got a little bit of a gap. And he's working his way through some one cars right now.
So
he's got Ryan Pullman just ahead of him, and then Kyle Quinn.
We haven't talked about him a lot, but we've had a lot of in-car footage from Bryce. Swam, is that how you pronounce his last name? And on corrected time, he might have Thor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What did he start? He was like
Bryce at
12th or something,
3:51
right?
corrected time. And then Jorge, and then Thor.
So Bryce Swaim?
Swaim?
I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I'm gonna say Swaim? Swaim?
Moving on.
Yeah. Anyways, he started 12th, and Thor started 5th. So
they're moving.
I don't know at what point trophy specs, if there were 30 second or minutes, or
the interval,
what the intervals for starts were, or if it was like the top 5. I can't remember how they did the starts for trophy spec. So I'm not sure the exact gap there.
Yeah, when we were talking about Trey Gibbs getting stuck in that area, we talked about, we said, did they move to 30 seconds here? Because it seemed like they're coming up pretty fast.
Alrighty, here we got some helicopter action. Dust, dust, dust. Nice and dusty. Speaking of Gibbs, I wonder what the latest is.
Well, he got going again.
I know.
So, yeah, we need to look and see where he is out on the course.
Where Gibbs is at right now.
I think when we were talking about him earlier, we cut to something else. But what I was going to say about Trey Gibbs is, so it's his first Baja race. He qualified first, was looking great, threw it away in the first 20 miles or whatever. What he needs to do at this point now is regroup and get experience and get miles under his belt and be like, okay, look, I screwed up in the beginning of the race, and learn.
Yeah.
And just
finish it.
Get Baja miles under his belt so that because then he's getting experience out of this race.
For sure.
And then hopefully the next race, you can qualify first. And now, okay, you've run a full Baja 400. You kind of know the pace you need to run and what it's going to take.
Yeah.
And then, don't park it into a boulder.
Yeah. He might have pulled out of the race at race mile 57.4, because if you look right here, it looks like that's where he stopped moving. So he could have, his truck could have been damaged from that episode.
We shall see. We shall see. right now. Some more
Sweem.
back to 247.
Bryce Sweem.
Sweem. All right.
That's what I'm. Swaim.
Oh my gosh. All right, approaching 247. Who do we have? Catch something. 24. Is that a 242? Looks like, yeah, Bryce. There he is. Splitting those trees, and off he goes.
Yeah, so he's not too far back from Thor, you can see, but
246. Yep.
yeah. But
There we
he's
go.
started quite a few spots behind him
Yep.
in the beginning.
Yep. Yeah, he's around 246 mile mark ish. 47 came through.
So they're going to be
Bopping
going
around.
through a timing slot in about 5 miles, and we'll
Okay.
have we should have a good update from them on them too.
Get some more accurate tracking here. Again, back at race mile 247. Who do we have here? More trucks. Again, at the bottom of our screen, you'll see that ticker there for the Score Trophy trucks, and then below that, the Pro Moto 30.
So I did look into the start intervals, and the trophy trucks, trophy legends, they all started at 1 minute intervals. Class 1 went to 30-second intervals. Then there was a 3-minute gap after class 1, and then the trophy truck specs started in 30-second intervals.
Okay.
So that answers our question there.
Good.
And then every other class is 30-second intervals.
Got it.
So really, if Bryce started 12th and then Thor started 5th, it's not a huge differential as far as adjusted time.
Got it. Well, we'll see how this all plays out here. Again, back with some in-car.
That'd be 3.5 minutes would be the advantage that he has over him on adjusted.
Got it.
And I think Thor has more than that as far as a physical lead over him.
Brandon Walsh. Up. He's out of the car. Oh, no, he's not. Somebody else.
Kind of looks like
Can you
he's
see
been in some
that-
dust.
Yeah, a
can
little
you see
bit.
the silt on his face? It looks like he's been through San Vicente with all the red dirt on his face. That's interesting. He must have had his visor up.
Yeah.
At some point, yeah. He's coated. All right, let's go inside the car of Brandon Walsh and see what he has to say.
Oh my God! Hold it up, like in the air. No, I know. Just get out.
A little frustration there, but looks like they're working through it.
You're good.
All right.
Hey, do me a favor. Off the camera lens. Will you wipe off the camera lens with a piece of?
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate that. There we go. Perfecto. He knows what he's doing.
He didn't
They don't
even
really
wipe
look
off
like
his
they're in a
face.
big hurry to get in and out of this
He
pit.
wiped the
to me.
camera, not his face. I love it. Yeah.
He doesn't
True
even
Baja
know.
driver there.
Wants to make sure that the camera gets a good shot of his face all dirty.
Gets the reality of what they're going through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the struggle, it's real.
It is. It is the ultimate visceral race, that's for sure.
Yeah, I enjoy watching him every race because I feel like he's pretty consistent and
Visor up,
I'm-
glasses on.
While we're watching this, I'm following the tracker, and Bryce and Toby are through the goat trail, and Bryce looks to me like he's got a little bit of a gap. So
yeah, maybe that driver change cost him.
Not looking good for Price Wheel, looking really good for Menzies right now.
Well, that's going to screw up my prediction.
All three of us.
I think it's screwing up all of our predictions. So.
All right, anyways, 2:47 my race mile. Back to, looks like Marcel's coming through now. You got some heli up in the air, capturing some stuff. Drones soaring through the dusty, silty air. Back to Brandon. Looks like they're about to get back in the mix. Getting all belted up here, and off they'll go, hopefully.
I think that Empudia and Polvarde are really close together too.
Haven't heard much from them recently.
You know, when you get up past the goat trail, the course gets pretty fast.
Yeah.
There are some sections that are tight and twisty, but then there are some sections where you can really kind of get on it.
Right.
So, and
You've
they're
got
catching a couple
opportunities where it's
sportsman motorcycles. In fact, Bryce is right on a sportsman motorcycle.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah, and then there's some G outs in that section, and you kind of have to watch your speed because hopefully I'm sure they have those marked on their GPS.
There's definite gotchas. There's a few places where you have a washout, like on one side or the other of the course, and that always changes race to race depending on how much rain they got down there.
Yeah.
But obviously, when you're pre-running, those are the things that you're looking for and marking, so that you generally anything that can knock you out of the race, you want to make sure you have that marked for sure.
For sure.
So those are like the number one things you mark is like, okay, race ender right here.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Lawrence Janeski has got Bryce giving him a little quick wake-up call. I'm sure he's pulling over, letting him through.
Yeah.
I hope he has his head on a swivel.
Yeah. Well, hard not to hear that truck coming. We'll see what happens when this refreshes in now. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I think Bryce knew coming as he was getting closer and closer and even being miles out from that pit. I think he knew that's where he was going to make his move.
Right.
He just laid back, kept pressure on Toby the whole time.
Yeah.
Never let him get away, but didn't press to get by him. And I mean I think that it probably played out exactly like he wanted.
Yep.
And he knew they were going to have a driver change.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say too. You had that going in, played a little Baja chess, and it paid off. Checkmate. Off he goes. Well, we'll see if he can hold it. We shall see.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah. So, what do they have? About 120 miles-ish from this point?
Something like that.
A couple hours more
Menzies
racing.
Menzies is about 309 miles, so we're looking at about 425 all in. Back to Brandon Walsh. Off they go. Back to the dust. Here we see Jesse Storga in the 513.
So this is the Class 5 car that Blake Wilkie is racing in with these guys. So we're getting pretty close to where he should be getting in the
Here's
car.
something interesting.
So is that Jordan and Abdali?
Look at this.
That probably is.
Race mile
yeah, because
247.
this is where our lead spec trucks are coming through this section because we just watched Thor Herps come through here. So
Correct.
yeah, that's
boom. There's a little
There you
tap.
go.
There's a little nerf. See ya.
Yep.
Okay.
He's like, I am getting by you.
Move.
So was that
move?
Was that Beal that just went by?
That was Beal, 241.
That looked like 241, right?
Beal's 241.
Yeah. And it was Brenthal who passed.
Yep.
I'm thinking Abdali is still in the truck right now. I don't know. I can find out. Let me see if I can find out where they're doing their driver change.
He can put the hammer down. All right.
And actually, Abdali's crew, they sent me a video earlier that it showed he was pitting and almost got together with Marsal. he pulled out of the pit, and Marcel almost tagged him. So
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe at
we
some
saw
point
that.
we can go to
that
that.
video came up. We
Okay.
watched that.
Okay,
we
cool.
watched that about
Yeah.
40 minutes ago.
Yeah. You know, it's tricky when you're getting, you know, you want to get waved out of your pit and you want to be out there before the guy that's coming in, but
Sure.
there's some close calls sometimes.
No doubt. All right, let's listen in to Brandon Walsh.
Okay, so he's driving with his shield up and open with glasses on, so that would explain why his face is so dusty.
You said you like a lot of air, but you keep your visor down, right?
I'll put my shield up in the slower sections to kind of let air flow through.
Yeah.
Especially like at Baja 500 where it's really hot out.
Yeah.
But if you're going through a really fast section, a lot of times you get so much wind blowing through your helmet, your mic starts queuing on and off. And
Yeah, it's annoying.
So the faster sections, I'll shut it.
Yeah.
And you can hear it's doing that right now.
It is. Yeah. Can't believe Visine hasn't gotten in the game and sponsored the Baja. Your eyes are just shredded.
I know. I would always have like clear eyes or something to put in my eyes usually because they get so dried out from the dust and wind. I think that, that's Luttrell right there, right?
Looks like his truck.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, you just got not only that wind, but you've got so much debris and stuff flying in your eyes. It's brutal.
This is just past the power station out to the west of Valley T. So we've raced through this
247
area a ton.
Mm-hmm. Still a decent crowd out there.
It's basic from right there. It's a little road that cuts through from the crossover road.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it's pretty sandy and it gets really whooped out. Just over that crest, you get into some really big sand whoops not too far after that. So they're coming towards us. So they actually would be coming through the sand whoops, and then here's where it gets a little more hard pack, and then you start heading up into the mountains more.
See dust in the distance. Someone's on their way. See if we can take a look who we got here.
Is that Wade Porter?
Just trying to grab a number.
I'm just looking at the tracker. If it's 53L, it's Wade Porter.
Looks like it.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. According to the tracker, this is where he should be.
53 on top of the roof there and the rear between the tires.
I think there's a little L on the
truck.
back.
So in the trophy truck race, they are going through timing slot 5 now. We of course know who the 2 leaders are, but it's going to be interesting to see who's behind them because there's been some changes in the top 5. You know,
Oh, here we
Alan's
go.
still there.
Trophy truck spec. Here's our leaderboard. First, Thor Herbst, followed by Jorge Sampietro. Third, Bryce Swaim, and fourth, Brett Fox. So they are a little over 5 hours into the competition here. We see our splits on the right.
And we haven't seen much of Justin Davis today, which is actually surprising to me because
yeah.
He's had a great season.
Yeah, he was kind of up in the mix a little bit, but I don't see him.
Just got that.
I don't see him up with the lead trucks.
Beautiful perspective here as she makes her way along the coast. Repping a little Kristen Matlock pink.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
As a girl racer, you kind of want to try to have pink somewhere. There isn't anything that's very feminine about this sport.
Right.
So.
What is it? What drew you to it? You know, we've seen, obviously, sometimes it's just within the family, it's generational. But what brought you behind that wheel?
Well, it was generational for the Steele family.
Yeah.
So my husband's dad raced,
Yeah.
starting in 1971, and then Cameron started racing as a co-driver at 14 and as a driver at probably 15. I knew when he took a sabbatical from racing because his mom had cancer. The family, got behind her. But then when he got back into the sport, we were newly married, and I knew if he was going to be back in the sport, it was going to be a big part of our life.
It's part of the vows?
Yeah, well, yeah, right. That's
you worked
funny.
that into the vows?
Yeah, and so I went to a race. I grew up going to Ensenada. I had never been to the Baja 500, and I grew up going there my entire life.
Right.
When I went to my first race, it was a San Felipe 250, and I honestly just fell in love with racing.
Cool.
It was super cool, but I didn't want to just spectate. I wanted to do it.
Love
so,
that. You like to touch the stove.
Yeah.
You're one of them. Yeah, I'm the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
Yeah.
And it looks like Eva Starr is as well.
Yeah.
Making her way.
I love that her mom asked her if she wanted to race. That's a cute story.
Elaborate.
Yeah, I heard it during our show earlier.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Eva. I would love to actually have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if I would go to my oldest daughter and ask her if she wants to race, because there's a part of me that knows how dangerous it is.
It's a bit of a gut check.
Yeah, so the fact that her mom asked her, that's pretty generous
And then the
of her
fact
mom.
that she's like, yeah, that sounds great. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. That's a special person.
Yeah.
Love that.
With a UTV on there, I'm looking at the tracker, and so even with Max Eddy starting in Class 1, he's pretty close to getting caught by Caden right now.
Okay.
He's not as far ahead of him as he should be. I'm sure he's already being beaten on adjusted time. And then you have Caden McCachran. He's the physical pro open UTV leader, followed by Wayne Matlock and Brock Hager. And Caden's kind of gapped out a little bit on them. I think Caden's looking pretty good for possibly going 4 in a row here, which that's impressive for him as well as that whole program.
Here's the Herbst truck on the right. See where they're at.
I can't read the number on it.
Yeah.
And they all kind of look the same.
Not uniform,
okay,
right?
so that's the
19L.
19L.
Yeah. Okay.
And
however, it does look a different.
He might be in jeopardy of being caught by his kid, too.
That's the hood. That's been gone for a while.
Seeing here, because Thor is Thor's right about race mile 260. And let's see where he is. And yeah, he's not that far ahead.
Got you.
He's maybe 280. So he's about 20 miles ahead. And
for the
there's a fair amount of vehicles that started between the two. So unadjusted, they're probably pretty close.
Yeah. And Tim, I was thinking about this earlier. On corrected time, he's probably only about 4 minutes behind Gustavo Villadosla Sr. So because they started like about 11 minutes apart. I think Gus started 7th off the line, and he started, Tim started 18th, I believe. So on corrected time, he's actually
doing well,
doing good for their class.
I'm showing Gustavo, though he's already on Highway 3, almost to Valley T in the speed zone.
Got you. Some more in-car here, the 5 car. Astorga. he's moving, clipping along. There's that nice straightaway where you can let it rip.
So we should be getting fairly close to Toby and Bryce coming through 354, kind of that K77 area. I mean, they're a little ways out still, but not they're not too far.
Yeah,
so
I got Toby at 320 right now, race mile approximately.
Yeah. And that loop that they're coming into is pretty tight and technical.
Got you.
So
yeah, I see that.
Their
coming
average
up.
speed's gonna not be super fast through there.
Yeah.
Something that we haven't really talked about was average speed. What was Cameron thinking average speed was going to be for the winning trophy truck for this race?
Well, he kind of said to me that he thought the first half of the, now I don't know if I have this backwards, first half of the race was going to be an average of about 60 miles per hour, second half an average of 55 miles per hour, so that would be about 57.5.
Somewhere around 58.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Somewhere in that world.
So I've had some people tell me they thought it was going to be around 58, 60. I've had some people say they thought it was going to be around 50, 52. I know the course is tight. Everybody's talking about how tore up it is and how tight and technical a lot of the sections are. I don't think there's a lot of areas where you can hit triple digits on this course, even in a trophy truck.
Right.
There's a few spots, but not a ton. So I'm kind of leaning towards that 55-ish area.
Right.
I think that's, my gut is that's around where we're going to end up.
Well, tell you what, we'll do some diligence. We're going to take a quick break. We'll go to commercial. When we come back, maybe we'll have a clearer answer for you. Don't go anywhere. There's more Baja 400 coming right up.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Welcome back to the Score Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing. And while we were on the break, Wes, you got some updates for us. What do we got?
Well, one, we were contemplating what average speeds were.
Right.
I was told that they were 56 mile an hour average through race mile 309, but as we were sitting here, I looked and Bryce was at race mile 325 at that point. Mm-hmm. And that was right at 4 p.m., which would be 6 hours, which according to my math, that was What did I come up with on that? 54.16.
Not too shabby.
So I think we were saying 55.
Yep.
So I think we're right in that ballpark.
Copy
with the thought process of it being a little bit slower average. You know,
Right.
so you go from San Felipe, where it was a 72 mile an average. It shows how tight and technical this course is.
Looks like we got people down. We got some more motos down here coming through too. Let's go to that.
Sharks Power Sports and Sanfer Boxing. Paul Chavez, the photographer, everyone, my girlfriend, my family, my brother, everyone who came out here and supported us, and well, we made it happen, and see you at the 1000.
Awesome, well said.
Okay. Pues la carrera nos salió perfecto, la verdad. Ya faltaba una carrera con batallas duras y estuvo difícil. Y al final sí se pudo sacar el primer lugar ya en las últimas 30 millas. Pues ahora sí que el equipo sacó el jale, todos hicieron su tarea y pues se logró el resultado, ¿no? Y la pista estaba difícil, pero se logró.
Gracias. 110X.
Salas 11X, Juan Carlos Salvatierra 1X, Austin Eddy in 4th, 9X, Adrian Ortiz 13X in 5th, Eric Holt in 6th, 15X to be determined. We'll see what happens there. And in 7th is Fernando Beltran with the 8X team. So congratulations to all those teams and all those finishers. Well done. Any other new updates, Wes?
Well, so I just saw a video that Fishgistics had posted that shows where Bryce was coming into that pit near BFG2, and he's physically ahead of Toby. So there must have been a pass somewhere. I don't know what happened, but Bryce came into the pit ahead of him and left the pit ahead of him.
Interesting.
So, you know, we were looking at the tracker, and I thought Toby was ahead, and I thought maybe that the pass had taken place in the pit.
In the pit, but maybe not.
But I mean, I literally just watched video. We may
maybe
show it here at some point.
Or if you've got the video, maybe shoot it up top and they can.
Yeah, they sent it to me.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So, yeah, I think, you know, we'll probably show it here at some point.
Okay.
But yeah, that makes me wonder, how did Bryce get ahead of Toby?
Okay.
I'm trying to talk to their crew right now and see if I can get a little intel on what happened. Did he make a pass on him?
We have a leaderboard at race mile 309, putting Bryce in first, followed by Toby, then Allen and Pudia, and then Polvardi in 4th. We see the splits on the right. Yeah, it's, again, you know, we're making great advancements and we're bringing lots of technology to the sport, but we can't cover everything. So maybe for the 1000 we'll have cameras at the BFG pit too.
It is a 425 mile loop,
yes.
So there's a lot of places to try to cover.
Yeah, we can't get it all. But hopefully we'll get some answers once those guys make it to the finish, and we'll have Rad or whoever ask them then what went down. But still a lot left to go. They have been, to your point, they've been racing for 6 hours, about 11 minutes here, coming up on 6 hours 12. And
I did get an update on the UTVs too.
Great.
And so kind of that Valley T area coming through there. Physically, it was Caden McCackern, Brandon Sims, Wayne Matlock, with Brock Hager apparently right on him, and then the Mitchell Alsap car teamed up with Josh Rowe.
Cool.
But those guys apparently were caught up with a Class 1 and a spec truck that were kind of holding them up. So yeah, that's one of the things. Like,
hold that thought, my friend. We're going to go to the first quad coming up, finishing down in Ensenada. Let's see who.
Primero Sportsman. Primero Quad también.
Bueno, primero que nada quiero darle gracias a Dios. Aquí a todo el equipo que está presente aquí conmigo, que todos tuvimos unas pequeñas fallas, pero aquí estamos en primer lugar, le echamos un chingo de ganas y pues aquí están, miren los resultados. Le quiero mandar un saludo a mis hijos que me están viendo desde allá, desde la casa, y a todos los patrocinadores, a la Tetera Bar, al Mike's, el Paraíso, Lucas Truck Repair, Baja Truck Parts, y pues a toda la bola aquí que está presente.
Yo quiero decir unas palabras también. Quiero agradecer primeramente nada pues a Sergio, el papá de Sergio Junior, por invitarnos a correr, a mis compañeros, al Chiquis, al Alan, al Luisito, Sergio Junior, al Chicken, yo, a mi esposa, a todas las esposas de ellos, a todos los Chaser, a todas las personas que nos ayudaron, a mi compa que me dio gota, la neta, que me dio gota mi compa. Tuvimos un percance, gracias a Dios perdimos como 15 minutos. En la milla 153, como 15 minutos perdimos. Logramos salir del problema, arreglarla, y pues estamos aquí en primero físico, primer quad. Nos vemos en la 1000 si Dios quiere, chiquen.
Bueno, yo quiero agradecer a todos mis Chase que nos ayudaron. Gracias por invitarme a la carrera y pues me encanta la 400. Muchas gracias. Felicidades, equipo.
Pues primero que nada, gracias a Dios por dejarnos llegar a la meta con bien, y en primer lugar, gracias a Arturo, el Chicken Little, todos por llevarme para allá abajo. Al señor por la gota, don Sergio, todos los que nos apoyan, mi mamá, mi novia, mi hermana, todos los que están aquí pendientes de nosotros, que lleguemos bien.
Gracias por la gota, mijo, otra vez era chingón, cabrón.
Felicidades, 110, primero quad.
Congratulations to our first quad finisher. Many more to come through there. Heidi, earlier you spoke about Cameron having some axles issues, but there's also even more happening. There was a steering situation happening too that's coming in now?
Well, he had complained earlier. I think I mentioned that he was having a steering issue. So he ultimately did have a steering issue, and then an axle broke. So I don't know if, not being able to steer led into the axle or...
It's all connected.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll hear this story later.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I'm sure we will be starting to see more finishers coming through Ensenada, but in the meantime, we still have quite a race in front of us. We'll go to some in-car here with Jesse, blasting through some dust. You got that sun right in your face, really hard to see. Using that fence on your left to kind of figure out where you're at. But
so they're all the way back in that area in Colonet, where you're going through the barbed wire fence, I think. So they still have a fairly long day ahead of them.
He's about race mile 182-ish.
Okay.
So yeah, he's approaching Colonet.
You can definitely see when the sun starts getting low like that, how it starts getting in your vision.
Oh boy. Yeah, and you see dust in the distance as well, so making it more challenging. Alrighty. Right now, let's see. Once the sun pixelates, we can figure out what we're taking a look at here. Get some helicopter footage. Is that Bryce? No.
I was kind of thinking maybe Latrell.
Okay.
Maybe?
No, that's definitely not Bryce. Had that other wrapped truck.
That's Dodge Pullman and
62.
Ryan Pullman.
There we go.
Yeah, Dodge. This is his, I believe, first race in a trophy truck.
Ryan Pullman.
He raced the Baja 1000 with me in a Razor before.
So we've got some really exciting social media that just came in. Let's see if we can take a look at that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I just
Legit
heard about that.
That's not good.
So do we know who that is?
That's crushing.
It's Travis Williams in the 277. Completely engulfed in flames there. That is brutal.
Hopefully they are out of the vehicle because oh man,
there's an explosion. Jesus.
Hopefully they're a ways away from the vehicle, out of the vehicle.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't know if that fire we looked at earlier was a precursor, but boy.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Take
think
a second look at it here.
As a racer, one of the things that always scares you is fire, because you're strapped into the car.
Yeah.
Coming down the goat trail, I had my Razor was on fire one time, and you don't know because all the smoke's behind you.
Yep.
And everyone was yelling, and then as soon as I stopped,
boom, that's a tire
the
that
whole
went.
cab filled full of smoke, and that's like, you know, so when you're strapped in, if you have a fire, it's pretty sketchy. Like you want to practice getting your harnesses undone and out of a car, because you never know when
Keep your
something
wits
like this
about
might
you.
happen.
Yeah, we'll see sometimes a door catch on fire, depending upon how that fuel is laid through there, but boy, an entire truck engulfed. We never want to see that. Okay, so here's the pit. Here's the pit we were talking about. Here's Bryce coming in.
This is the exact video that I was talking about. So Bryce comes in, they're doing their pit. Toby's not even in the pit yet.
Nope.
And they get their pit done before Toby gets in.
So here comes Toby.
Okay.
So at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, at some point, Bryce got in front of him.
And then they only did have one pit area. So he had to wait for Bryce to pull out.
And there he goes, and now they're switching drivers.
But luckily they started that process to save a little bit of time.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't think the driver change hurt them a lot.
Well, you know, we should have
really
stopwatched this right there when he came in.
So this really makes me question of the fact that they're sharing pits, and we were showing Toby ahead.
Yeah.
Were there some team orders of like, hey, we're sharing pits, but you got to let our guy come in first?
Huh.
I wonder.
Because we can't explain how Toby came in second into there. I mean,
let's watch it one more time.
I'm just throwing that out there, but I mean, you don't know.
You're creating conspiracy theories, Wes.
Well, we were watching the tracking very closely.
Okay, so I'm timing this right now from when Bryce came in to when Toby came in, but I don't know. I don't see Bryce making a pass on Toby through that road.
Where would he do it if he could?
Yeah.
Where would that take place?
So right now, the way I time that basically is about 23 seconds from when Bryce came into the pit to when Toby came in.
Right.
Well, the thing
he's gone.
The thing that baffles me is we were watching the live tracking for a while. Like we kept watching those two to see what their miles per, where they were at.
Go back to
the latest point it updated. Was it 0 minutes ago? And so we were watching that pretty closely. So.
Yeah. Right.
So if I go back to live tracking here, I got Bryce and Toby on top of each other. Let me see something.
That's what I'm seeing as well.
You seeing the same thing?
But Toby
it looks
just updated. I don't think Bryce had
Bryce hadn't
yet.
updated for 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's.
And then behind them, you've got Ampudia and Polvardi.
Yeah.
And mine's updated on Bryce, and he's ahead of Toby.
Yeah.
By 2 miles.
Curious.
A mile and a half.
I think Paul will hang with him and keep pressure on him, but the problem for Paul is he's got to pass Bryce and put 2 minutes on him, and it's not happening unless there's a problem.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens too once they get into that section we were talking about earlier, that kind of qualifying section when, if that does anything, throws a horseshoe.
Well, everything I just said, they are going through some of the most technical stuff of the course, and all it takes is like one lapse of judgment by Bryce.
Yeah.
If he gets a flat, he's handing the lead to Paul.
Yeah.
True.
Now, does he have to beat him by 2 minutes or 1 minute? He has to be 1 minute ahead of him.
So they started in 2-minute intervals, and
they did.
Bryce started third, and Toby started first.
Okay.
For, Paul and Toby.
Okay.
So, yeah, so he's going to have to beat him by 2 minutes and 1 second, basically.
Okay.
Well, throughout the day, we've been highlighting some legends and people that have had quite an impact on Baja. This past June, we all took notice of the passing of Baja and Indianapolis legend Parnelli Jones, an icon of off-road racing and score history. Let's take a look at his legacy right now.
We took off right across the desert. Harvick about beat me to death, trying to get me to slow down, and I just destroyed that car. We didn't even get to the first checkpoint.
Parnelli Jones, best known for his Indy 500 win, hadn't planned on racing off-road until stock car builder Bill Strupp challenged him in 1967. Determined to prove he could win any race, Jones turned his sights to the Mexican desert with the birth of the Baja 1000.
It's kind of like when you're driving to Las Vegas or something, and you're doing 65, and pretty soon you're doing 75, and pretty soon you're doing 85. Still feels like you're still doing 65, or maybe 55. Well, that's the way I felt in the off-road. I'd get in a rhythm and get to running harder and harder and harder, and Strupp would, beat me on the leg and slow down, slow down. He says, there's coyotes out here and snakes, and we don't want to spend the night out here. So that encouraged me to back off a bit. So.
Initially, Jones's aggressive driving style took a toll on his vehicles, and in his first Baja race, he damaged the front end of a Strupp Ford Bronco. Over time, he begrudgingly learned to ease up to preserve his vehicles, but he still wanted a race car that matched his intensity. After several trials, he drove an experimental Bronco, lighter, more agile, and equipped with two-wheel drive and an I-beam suspension to win the 1970 Baja 500. Convinced that he needed a custom vehicle, Jones persuaded Bill Strupp to create the legendary Big Ole, a Ford Bronco with a full tube chassis, fiberglass fenders, and an I-beam suspension. With his off-road skills honed, Jones went on to win the 1971 and 1972 Baja 1000, along with the 1973 Baja 500.
I think winning the Baja 1000 the first time, that was great. And when I look back on it, before I got to Villa Constitution, they had some guys out there in the pits, for pitting guys. And when I came in there, I had to wake them up because they were still asleep. Bottom line, it's the enjoyment of it, and the participation with the other people, they're not just the other drivers, but the other mechanics and guys that work on the cars, and the camaraderie of the whole thing is pretty unique. And I don't especially have a desire to do it anymore. So, but at the time I did. I just couldn't wait till the next race, so to speak. And I'm sure a lot of the guys feel the same way today.
Another legend. We dim the lights on for a little bit, and we thank for their incredible contribution to the sport all over the world. And that's another thing too. We have people not only coming here competing all over the world, but what about when you go to other locations throughout the world and you're in these kind of desert, arid type of situations? How different does it get? Sometimes maybe elevation, may that play a role? How do you adapt, and you can pre-run and stuff like that, but is it different all over the place, or is it pretty much we're just in sand, dirt, and silt, and it is what it is? Thoughts on that?
You're asking about racing other races around the world?
Yeah, I'm talking about exactly, because Parnelli's saying oh, I was here, I'm in Brazil, I'm over here, blah, blah, blah. You've got to adjust to all these new climates in different areas.
Yeah, I think desert is desert.
It's desert.
But I raced the Fink race in Australia. That was more sand whoops. Okay. But it's still kind of desert racing, and I think that's why you see a lot of the Australian riders and drivers can come over and do pretty well. Right. But and then we have drivers that are going over and racing Dakar.
Exactly.
That are very competitive, like Mitch Guthrie, Seth Quintero, Casey Curry actually won, I believe, if I remember correctly. So there's
Yeah. The same year that Ricky Brayback won.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was kind of the first time that that was the first time a U.S. rider ever won, right?
Yeah.
And driver.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
I think that country, I think that race would be a bit different though, a lot more arid.
It's more dunes and rock. Well, since they moved it to Saudi Arabia. Yeah. But from what I've been told, is a lot of sand dunes and a lot of rocks buried in the dunes that cause flats.
Flats, yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a different beast over there, and it's a stage race.
Right.
So that's where, I think score really stands out. Our races, one, I think nothing is as rough as a score race anywhere in the world.
Right.
And the length and the pace and everything that you run at a score race, like the race that I went to in Australia, there's a lot of whoops, but it wasn't really that rough.
Right.
You know,
but you come here.
And the pace is ridiculous there, though, because it wasn't rough. I think the average dirt bike averaged like 75 miles an hour or something like that.
Wow.
You know, versus a Baja race here is like 50, 55.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we thought the San Felipe maxing out about 72 was pretty intense.
That was.
I mean, that was crazy.
That was nuts.
I can remember doing the math on that and just being like 72, and I had to run it like 3 times before I said anything because
what is going on?
It's like this is really fast.
Yeah.
So,
well, to your point too, you know, and the Score team, they're always really tricky, and we're seeing it right now as they create different courses for every race. So it keeps everybody on their toes, keeps it fresh and interesting, and you just have to adapt. Thank God for pre-run.
I think, you know, while we maybe have a little bit of time to go over some stuff, we should talk about some of the other classes too.
Please do.
You know, so
Agreed.
Obviously trophy trucks, Bryce is our leader. Trophy legend is Gus and RJ. Trophy spec, see who we have here. I believe Thor was out front the last we had checked.
Yes.
So class 1, I think is 138 of Kyle Quinn. Is that what you guys are seeing too?
Yeah, I'm seeing Kyle Quinn, Cody Parker,
and they should be coming
Brendan.
through it. Where he's at should be like kind of coming through a timing loop too. And right behind him is Thor. So that should be our trophy spec leader.
Here we go.
And
drone
then
action.
as
Back to 247 here.
yeah, so the UTVs are definitely coming through there. That looks like Justin Lambert, I believe, because that's definitely a 4-seater. Pretty sure that's Justin Lambert. I want to take a look at the lead UTVs. Caden McCachran, I think, is getting pretty close to catching Max Eddy and passing him.
Wow.
So those guys are on the same team. I don't know if Max had some issues, but that might be some serious bragging rights for Caden if Max started that far ahead of him and he still ran him down and beat him. I know I would be rubbing that in with my teammate for a while.
It's in the blood, man.
Yeah.
It's in the blood.
What about, well, you're racing with you and your husband, Cameron, or having other teammates. Would you guys have little side bets or things at races?
No, no. I actually, even if I had a great day and he didn't, I was very quiet about my day. I was not boasting or anything.
I can remember a while back when you were winning a lot of races and championships and Cameron wasn't doing so well. We'd be at the award ceremonies and I would give him a little bit of a hard time and say, well, you know, at least somebody in your family's a winner. And
oh man.
Since then he's actually come around and he's got some wins and he's been running up front. So Cameron, don't take that too hard. but you know, no, it's awesome that you guys have been able to do that.
Yeah. How do you guys celebrate when you win? Do you celebrate differently than Cameron, or do you guys come together and celebrate each other? How does that work?
That's a really good question. Early on when we were racing, every time we had a win, we would have a huge party. There was always a party.
Nice.
Yeah. And
That's
then
cool.
and then after a while, you know, that sort of fizzled out, I guess.
Yeah.
But lots of team dinners.
There you go.
Yep.
That sounds good. Some good bonding happening there.
Yeah.
Wes, you were going to say something before I cut you off there.
Yeah, well, so back to the Pro Open UTVs.
Yes.
I'm showing Caden McCachran, Brandon Sims, Wayne Matlock.
Oh, here we go. Here's some
Brock
Marcel's
Hager.
passing somebody. Who did he just
I
pass?
think Marcel's had some close calls today. I think we saw him spin out at one point.
He's not playing.
He almost hit with
chunky area here.
With Abdallah in the Brentfall truck when he was pulling out of the pit.
Yep.
Yeah.
The pit moment.
Super rocky section right there.
Yeah, that's rough.
I'm trying to think where that is.
Oh, big boulders.
That's got to be some new stuff.
A new.
Oh, no. Where is he on the course? See if I can find him here. Yeah, he's kind of up in that Mike's area.
He's before Valle de Trinidad, I think.
I just don't recognize this. This has got to be some of the new stuff that they added up by Mike's.
Do we know his number?
Marcel?
Yeah.
236 in the spy truck.
So he should be at 272-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of what I was saying. This is new stuff though. I've never run that.
That is just a
I knew that they added some sections that hadn't been run in a long time. But yeah, I mean, that's really rough and tore up.
What is this? Abandoned truck?
A truck that's been there for a long time.
Surprise!
I think that's an insurance claim.
Exactly. All right, we got a pit opportunity here. All right, getting some supplies, hydration. Maybe wipe off the visor.
What's in his right hand?
Snacks.
Granola bar or something?
Yeah. Go
Squeezy.
Juice. Squeezy. Yep. Liquid lunch.
He threw most of it back.
Yeah, not enough time.
What would you do for food and?
I was just thinking.
Cram it in.
I didn't eat a lot when I was racing, but afterwards, like, how good did a peanut butter and jelly sandwich taste, or something like
something
so
simple?
basic?
Yeah.
I usually went straight to like a taco stand, so I didn't have a lot of peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, you didn't?
We'll get it for you after this, and then you'll let us know. Okay, we'll get that all set up for you.
Yeah.
I
like
use like the.
There we go. Green lights
gels
ahead
a
for
lot.
Marcel.
Oh yeah.
Just 'cause that way you got calories, but it was easy to digest. And so he lost a spot.
Well,
physically
earlier he passed
while he was in
somebody,
there.
right? And then he pitted, and then somebody just blew by him. So I wonder if it was the same truck. We'll see. He's chasing some dust here. Taking the outside line. Yeah, who is that? Who just blew through?
This is some new stuff. I don't. Do you recognize this by Mike's?
I feel like it's right before you drop down to Valletir, right around there. But
this area. Yeah.
I feel like I've been there for some of our truck runs, but not in a race. This area right here, the rocky area, looked more familiar to me than this area here.
Yeah, so
I
he's
swear that looks
approximately
like Laguna
278.
Salada in San Felipe to me.
He's coming up on almost 279 race mile marker.
Are we sure this is a live feed from this race for this truck? I swear this is the San Felipe area. This is not.
Well, if you go to the tracker, you can see exactly where he's at.
Yeah.
Zoom in.
Yeah, exactly. This is like, that's by La Ventana right there. I guarantee that was by La Ventana.
And then it looks right in front of him, that passed him was Brenthal. That was Jordan.
Yeah.
And then here's
so here we're all
EJ
at EJ.
Herbst. Yeah.
I think he's got a pretty good run going today. Showing him at
He's right
race mile
behind Marcel.
278.
Yeah, he's chasing him.
That shot we were seeing of Marcel is not from race mile.
You got a beef with that
280.
shot.
I do.
know he does.
I
Right. No, you're
100%
correct.
do.
But you are correct. You are correct. It was not correct.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say that.
Thank you very much. I'm not losing my
The
mind.
voice of God just told me that you weren't losing your mind.
All right.
So he's at 280.
Well, I was looking at it and I'm just like, I don't recognize
Wes is
this part of the
short-circuiting.
course.
Yes.
Maybe it's AI.
Oh my God. Green screen just to throw their competitors off. Oh my gosh. Okay.
The driver doesn't match.
So here
the
we are
train.
right now on the right. We're at race mile 254? 354, I'm sorry. 354. We're just waiting for our race leaders to come through. Hopefully we'll spot some dust in the distance in a moment and zoom in. And we'll see who's coming through. Just kind of circling the area right now, getting the best shot, good position. Got a few spectators out there. That sun's starting to come down too. We'll see what happens in the next couple hours, but still a lot of other classes to come through that area still. It'll be dark. Any minute.
Bryce has got to be coming into this any minute.
Yep.
Is what we're showing on the tracker. Almost looked like you could see some dust off in the distance.
Looks like Drone's going to take a break there and refuel, take its own pit stop. And be up in the nick of time, hopefully, when we have our race leaders coming through.
Yeah.
While we were on Marsal and kind of talking about the specs there, there's a pretty good battle going with those guys. And there's a couple of those specs that we're catching. You want to look for Davis?
Where's Davis? You know, that was the big story, was between Thor and Justin.
Davis is back at 163. So I'm not sure. Something must have happened to him. Let's see if he's moving at 163. No, he's currently not moving.
Interesting.
And he's way back there, so I mean, he's got to have something major.
Happened, so that puts Thor in a very good position for
the points. Yeah.
Our top three, this could really help Thor because he's in first right now. But our top three, they're all in the speed zone on Highway 3 from the Mike's turnoff heading into Valley T, and looks like you've got Thor Herbst, Jorge San Pietro, and Bryce Swaim.
Copy that.
And then there's more.
Here we go.
Brent
I spot
Fox.
dust in a helicopter.
Brent Fox is right behind him, but he's got Brandon Gaughan right in front of him. So he's got a one car between him and Swaim.
We believe this will be Bryce. Ripping through. Yep. See the Red Bull on the doors.
Yeah.
So he's got less than 100 miles to go.
Yep, he's at 355 right now.
Basically 70 miles to the finish, and I think actually the
West Math.
The Rancho Nelson is a little bit short of that.
Okay.
So
well, let's see how far behind Toby is. Let's see what we got.
Oh, we should have set a timer.
Yeah, well, let's.
Well, and it's Paul now.
That's right. I'm sorry. That's right. Paul took over. So we'll see where the wheel truck comes through here in a minute. But
Bryce looked pretty smooth.
Yep, Bryce is looking good. It definitely is. He's got him physically right now.
I think how Heidi brought up earlier, this is exactly how Bryce wanted to play this race.
Correct.
You know, keep the pressure on him till the driver change, make a pass. I'm still waiting for some word on how he got ahead of him, but now that he's ahead of him, seems like he's kind of maybe pulling away a little bit.
Yeah.
And again, with Paul's team, with Toby starting 2 minutes ahead, Paul's got to run him down, pass him, and put 2 minutes on him.
Right. And if we look at if you go to corrected time, you know, Bryce has almost 2 minutes on Paul right now.
Yeah, if I was in Paul's shoes, I would be playing it safe, and I'd be going for that second place finish, I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they DNF'd at the 250, so he's not really in the points.
Yeah.
But
so, a podium at the Baja 400 is
for sure.
But I am seeing Tavo is coming up a little bit. He's in 5th right now, and then Polvardi in 4th, and then Alan Impudia in 3rd. This is all corrected time right now.
And for Tavo to start 11th,
yeah, I was going to say,
and work his way up there.
And he's had flats.
Yeah.
He's had flat tires. He's had some issues, but he's sticking with it.
Yeah, but he's letting me down. He was my 3rd place pick.
Well, I think you're doing better than we are.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, because you had Polvardi as your 3rd.
I had
Toby and Rob back.
Here we go. Take a look.
Yeah.
There's Paul coming through. So there was definitely, that was about 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But then you got to add another 2 minutes of adjusted.
Yeah.
Because of the start position.
Correct.
So really it'd be probably more 4 or 5 minutes maybe.
Curious. All right. Well, I think as long as Bryce plays it smart and safe, crosses ahead, no issues. He'll be looking good.
It looks to me like they're having a great day.
Yeah.
Should be proud of where they're at.
Kristen Matlock on her way through.
When we saw some in-car of her before, I was talking to Craig Hall about the fact that she's not wearing gloves.
Yeah.
What's your thought on that, Heidi? Did you like to wear gloves or?
Yeah, I always wore gloves. I mean, there's situations that could happen even if she's not planning on getting out, not planning on changing a flat tire or something like that. What if some choyo cactus comes flying in and, you know, it's just gonna tag her?
Or even just rocks.
Yeah.
Like when you're trying to make a pass and you're getting blasted by roost from the car in front of you.
Yeah, there's no windshield.
You know, I mean, I've been hit wearing gloves where I thought I broke my hand before.
Yeah.
You know, if you get a decent sized rock hit you, I mean, you literally could have little cuts all over your hands from getting blasted by sand.
Just get a little mani-pedi after and you're all set. Everything's okay.
Yep. She definitely is going to need one after this race.
I don't know if that's the first thing on her mind.
She's got a pretty good run going, I think, from the last I saw. I know through the pit, Wayne was clean. She had a few issues, but I think nothing major. Sounded like they had to check some axles. They were worried about CV boots, I believe, but I think in the end everything was kind of okay on her car, but they probably did lose a little bit of time. Well, I just noticed something here that is probably not going to make Can-Am fans happy or the Blurton family, but it looks like Phil Blurton is on Mexico 1 heading back to Ensenada.
Oh.
So, you know, he had won the first 2 races, so he is the points leader coming into this race in the basically the Pro Turbo or Pro Forced Induction class.
Right.
And I thought he was kind of had an outside shot of winning the overall for the UTVs. He's showing speed, he's quick in that car, but you know that Maverick R, it's the first year in it.
Yeah.
And I think they're still kind of working the bugs out on those cars.
Copy that. Here we see Thor Herbst. I believe that Thor is still out front.
So he's
Clean
around
air.
race mile 302, 303. I believe he's out front too.
Yeah.
Looks like there's
he
some.
should have just gone up the goat trail and kind of be in.
And here's Tim. Back to Bryce.
Yeah, they should be in the Hamu area.
Scott Christensen. Some more in-car. Popping around at all the different classes. It's bumpy. Bumpy.
Yeah, that's one thing that is guaranteed at every score race are the bumps.
Yep. Doing well. Focused on task at hand. Alrighty.
This should be Empudia coming through now.
Yep, we're back to race mile 354, I believe.
You know, I think he's having a clean run.
There we
I
go.
haven't heard about any issues.
For Alan?
For Alan,
Yeah.
he's running in about 3rd place right now.
Yep.
Is that Empudia or was that Polvardi?
It did kind of look like Polvardi.
It is Alan.
But that's.
I
think Alan's pretty far in front. Yep.
Yeah.
The Polvardi at this point.
Just Polvardi's got that with the Optima battery logo. It's like half red, half black.
Yeah.
And the roof on that kind of looked half red, half black.
It's a little deceiving at times. Polvardi, though, it's got the 94. It's got that big O on the side of the door that I look for. Our key sponsor, Optima Batteries.
Definitely appreciate them. You know, everything they've done with the timing.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, it's made such a difference over this last, these last 3 races.
Yeah.
It's been great this year.
Yep. Back to Thor, we got a reverse angle. He's moving. Flipping through here.
So they have just come up the goat trail. How was it driving a truck up the goat trail? It's got to be a pretty tight fit.
It's very tight. I don't know if going up or coming down was worse. Yeah, because there's this one boulder that's just about, 50 feet before the highway, and you have to, it's protruding out, and you have to go incredibly wide, but you have to crawl your outside tire over a boulder. So you're avoiding the inside boulder, crawling over a boulder, and trying to make this pass, and it's tight. You have to slow down because you don't want to bounce off it. Otherwise, you're going to go off the side.
Yeah, I almost do feel like going up is almost easier because coming down, you're carrying momentum into it, and you got to like kind of be on the brakes and not come into it too hot.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's one of those areas where your entire body is tense.
Yeah.
And you're just clenching every muscle in your body until you get through it.
Yeah, and that's where everything's getting fired. There's the, to your point, the physical compression, you've got the mental focus going on, and the nerves and everything is just, the exhaustion is real at that point. It can be very tense. You don't know it really until the adrenaline subsides and you're at the finish line, but yeah. These races are taxing.
He has just gone up the goat trail right here.
You definitely don't want to be on the goat trail with somebody else either, because you don't want that pressure.
Yeah. Get punted off the side onto Highway 3.
Nope.
Yeah, because basically, for people that aren't familiar with the goat trail, it's kind of infamous obstacle in Baja racing, and you're coming off Highway 3, and it's cut into the side of the mountain, and it's basically pure rock. And there's a boulder that's embedded into the side of the mountain that you've got to dodge, and it's in a trophy truck. I'm going to say you're clearing that thing by 6 inches or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Total, if that. And a lot of people actually scrape their body going through there.
Oof.
Yeah.
So here's
All right,
Polvardi.
here we go. Here's Christopher Polvardi.
His truck
so
looks
his
clean.
roof's all black.
Yep. Looks like everything's still in one piece.
Yeah.
Yeah. With how close the top 4 trophy trucks are, I think most of them have probably had relatively clean runs.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know that Polvardi had 1 flat. I doubt that he had any more other than that, and because they've pretty much ran an equal pace with each other.
Yeah.
For 354 miles, I guess, to right there for Polvardi.
Yeah. And one thing that we can never see here is, there could be penalties that come after the final results come out. So that's something we never know when we're calling the race, and ultimately could change the results.
Yeah. VCPs could play a part in that whole thing, and that's always why we always say this is the physical person to finish, but tomorrow, once we get everything in and get the data in there, we're able to take a look, then we really know. But again, it is still a tremendous accomplishment to finish, to make it all the way through. And even as I look at the corrected time right now, it's looking like Bryce may even have almost 3 minutes at this point now. It's increased by over a minute now. On
it's going to take a mistake on Bryce's part, and I just don't see that happening.
Yep.
I was just going to talk about Thor Herbst. He's really close to, well, it just updated, so maybe he's not as close as I thought, but he should be catching Kyle Quinn. And that's kind of a cool little battle, because that should be our first place one car versus our first place trophy spec.
Gotcha.
I think Thor already has them on adjusted time, but I think for Thor that'd be pretty cool if he could pass the first place class 1 car.
That would be cool, yeah. All right, back to race mile 354. And we got Polvardi coming through.
He looks really fast.
Yeah. It's very ruddy there.
Yeah, you kind of got to pick your side.
Yeah, exactly. But off he goes. Drone keeping up with him pretty good.
You can see the big rain.
Oh! I said it too fast.
Wow.
All right. Maybe we won't have any shots from race mile 354 for a little while.
Baja always wins. Dun dun dun. Dang.
I hope everyone at home enjoyed that drone crash footage.
Yeah. Exactly. Yowzer. Well, this is live, so. All right, back to some in-car on Thor Herbst, our leader in the spec class. He's putting up a strong pace right now. Looks like he's up in the 80s now. Clocking along. Yeah, hopefully that drone is repairable, salvageable, and be able to get some.
A lot of times those things are pretty tough.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
that thing was gunning.
I've crashed a couple and they've gone right back up.
Full speed into a tree.
For sure.
We'll do some replay on that in slow-mo. Very dramatic. All right.
I was glad it wasn't a racer.
Amen to that. All right. Now we'll throw it over to Sampietro. Sampietro in the 297 truck.
So he should be second physical for the trophy specs on course right now. And he started 7th, so he started 2 spots behind Thor.
Okay.
Which would be a minute gap. I think Thor's got him, but not by a lot. And then Bryce Swain, being that he started 12th, what did I figure? It was 3.5 minutes that Thor has to have on him.
Yeah.
So he's really in a position, if he can close a little bit more on them, he could actually finish physically behind the 2 of them and still take the adjusted win. Or if there's any penalties or anything anywhere, this is where it kind of gets dicey as a driver. Where you get nervous is when you're really close in your adjusted time finishes, because I mean, it could be like one little speeding penalty or something, and then now you get bumped from 1st to 2nd or 2nd to 3rd, whatever it is. I guess my point is it doesn't take a big penalty to mix up the podium when everyone's this close together.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty stacked up.
Yeah, this race is really, it is the small things make a big difference. So yeah, they're Bryce and Jorge, the 2 we've been watching them some in car. It hasn't refreshed for a minute, but they're somewhere probably between 3:05 and 3:15 mile marker right now. We'll see once this refreshes, but almost there. Almost there.
Yeah, they're up in the Hamu area, just above the goat trail, working their way towards K77.
Yeah, I think Caden's only about 3 miles behind Max Eddy right now. So it's nice to see
Let's
them
take a look at the
both doing
leaderboard at 362 race mile for the trophy trucks. Bring that up, and you're seeing the split times here between Menzies and well, I guess we got Wheel in there right now, but 46 truck, about a plus 4.
So that's
26.
at 362.
Yeah. So yeah, long as
they're
Bryce plays it
kind of
smart.
heading into that Tres Hermanos area right now, and what the section that they're in right now is stuff that we run almost every race.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they're very familiar with it.
Yeah.
There is some new course that is a little bit past that, more
Some new
I
deviation?
think kind of towards the like 380 area.
Okay.
That I heard gets pretty tight. You know, when I spoke with Paul before a couple days ago, he was saying that there's a lot of exposed roots and rocks and rain ruts in that section that they're going through right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you do gotta take care of your truck, get it through there.
Yeah.
But again, if you're Bryce, I'd be like, okay, come catch me, and then let's see you catch me and pass me in my dust when I have clean air. Because that's a very tall order.
Did Paul say the roots were sticking out closer to race mile 260 or 280?
Kind of in between there.
Okay.
Through that whole little section there.
Okay.
Basically, it was just saying from K77 to Ojos, through that whole little area, that it was pretty tight, technical. A lot of that we run all the time, but because it's run all the time, it gets beat to heck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's.
And every time I ran that section, I was usually running it the opposite direction.
Yeah. Most of the time, and especially in a Baja 400, it's always gone the other direction because we're going clockwise instead of hitting the coast first.
Right.
But it's.
See, I'm pointing, taking a different.
It gets
different
rough.
line.
It's just rough and chewed up in there either
Yeah.
way. And once you've been racing all day, and it just, some of those are like real square edge and almost your teeth are rattling in your head going through there. Not as bad in a trophy truck, but
Back to
especially for
247.
some of the other vehicles that are going to be coming through there.
Let's see what we got here.
Can't tell who that is.
It's like maybe 1810, something like that.
Hard to say on that one. No dust in front of them, though. They got that going for them.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Maybe
So class 10, Heidi, are you showing Bruce Yee in first?
Let's see.
Kind of what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So it looks like Bruce Yee is out front in class 10. I just want to make sure we give some of these other classes some love.
Look at this
Absolutely.
POV. Brendan Gaughan blasting
so
through.
that's class 1 there.
This
and
is
this
my
is up
favorite
in that
POV
area
of
that
the
we're talking
race.
about, kind of heading towards K77.
Yeah.
He's second on the course in his class right now. We've seen a lot of footage from him today, and he's doing really well. He's in a good position right now.
He's got a little bit of work to reel Quinn in, though.
Yeah,
I believe, right?
Yeah, there's like a 12 to 13 minute gap between them, so he's pretty far back, but
the section he's in gets super fast for a little bit there. Like you get through this wash and then you have some pretty hard packed roads that are fast. Like right here, it should open up once he kind of went through that little wash.
Yeah, he's definitely putting the hammer down.
This is always a pretty fun section because it's fast but kind of flows, and he should kind of start working back over to the left in a minute here, and then there's some nice little rollers that you can kind of catch some air on.
Cool.
So it'll be kind of fun to be on board with him.
Oop, different line.
Missed a corner there.
Yeah.
So like I was saying, it's going to work back to the left.
Back to yeah. Right.
It doesn't look like Cody Reed is too far behind Brendan Gong. They're pretty close, the second and third position in this class.
And then even Parkhouse is fairly close too, right?
Yeah, they're all pretty bunched up. So second, third, fourth are all pretty close.
Well, in fact, I think Parkhouse is ahead of Reed, but not by much. Are you seeing the same thing? But the class ones have all been fairly stacked up,
right,
all day. Other than it looks like Quinn
around 324.
Yeah, Quinn's at 324. So
yep,
he's kind of checked out a little bit on the other guys, and then everyone else is pretty bunched up.
Yep.
Yeah, you got Gone.
Yeah, Parkhouse right behind
Parkhouse, and then Reed.
And then Reed.
And you know what I'm showing, Parkhouse was at 307, Reed at 306, but Reed hadn't updated for 2 minutes. So they're probably right on top of one another.
Here we go. Here's 219, Herp's truck. Nice in-car there.
They're having a good run today.
They are. Should be happy.
And if Davis does DNF, that unless he DNFs at the 1,000, it pretty much hands the championship to him.
Yeah, those finishes really count when there's a lot of points. If you start the race, you get a bunch of points. Your finishing score gives you another allotted amount of points, and then your finish is worth a certain value of points. So if you don't finish, there's a big loss of points.
Yeah, if you DNF, because generally, say you'll get 50 points for starting, or say 40 for starting. Well, I have it right here actually. So, well, at the 1,000 last year, you got 50 points for starting, and you got 80 points for finishing. So if you don't finish, you're down 80 points, and you're basically out of it.
Yep.
Yeah, and the 500 was 45 points for starting and 55 points for finishing. So yeah, if you were to lose those 55 points.
Do we have some drone action back at race mile 354? Look at that.
Oh.
We've got helicopters
Things should
and
start
dust.
getting really interesting here, because you're going to have the ones, the specs, and all these guys coming through here, and they're stacked up a lot closer than the trophy trucks were.
No, that could be Tavo.
This is probably, Tavo.
With the drone being down for a bit,
This
we could have
might be,
missed something.
Tavo out front and Gus Sr. behind him. Let's see what happens here.
According to the tracker, it should be Tavo.
Yeah. Ooh, hit thumb brakes.
Oh.
Yep. And then behind him, let's see if that's Gus Sr.
Little family battle.
A little bit. A little bit.
At some point, he got by his dad. I don't know where they were.
Looks like the drone.
He's done a pretty good job of picking his way through from when you start 11th, and we were talking about the murderer's row of trophy truck drivers that were running up front.
Yeah. He's battling. He's battling.
He's gotten up into the mix.
For sure. Shout out the Herbst truck.
Because he's not that far back off of Polvardi, and Polvardi was second, and in minute intervals, he could be getting pretty close unadjusted with Polvardi, because
we'll see.
3 minutes ago, Polvardi was at 363, and Tavo is at 356.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, Tavo's about to go through a timing spot, so we're going to find out.
We'll get an update there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what that says, because I think it's going to be really close.
So, our Herbst truck off and running. Got some in-car here. See the one. Oh, looks like we're going back to 354. We do see dust in the distance.
We should be seeing the 1L.
Yeah, this could be.
Yeah, this could be Gus.
Here. God, look at the rut down there. And this is getting chewed up. There he is.
Yep.
That is definitely getting deeper and deeper.
So Tavo has opened up a decent little gap on him. You know, I mean, they're relatively close, but obviously he's not even in his dust at this point. So he's pulled away enough that there is a gap there.
Yeah.
Then, another guy we haven't really talked about today that's having a pretty good run too is Justin Lofton, because he's going to be coming next behind Gus there.
Yeah.
And, Lofton started 12th. So, I mean, he was only a minute behind Tavo. But he's what, sixth trophy truck out there?
He is having a good day, and he's been a little bit sneaky about it.
Sneaky. Sneaky.
And then Tracy Graff's truck is next with Tracy and Justin Bean Smith.
Yeah.
Should have a pretty good, nice mix of trucks in our top 10.
Trying to see who we're inside our Herbst vehicle here. I believe. You can see that sun's starting to get lower and lower.
And with the sun setting in the west and them heading to the west, a lot of the course now you're going to be going into the sun.
Blind, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be bright.
Yeah, that gets tricky. You're getting a little bit tired.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier about the mental fatigue.
Yeah.
Could kick in at some point.
Yeah.
Hard to see.
That's where you don't want to take any chances and throw it away right before the end.
I think a lot of these experienced drivers, they're already thinking that. They know. Hopefully they are,
Yeah, they know.
So while we're on board watching with some of these guys here, I've just checked on the Pro UTV forced induction, and we've been talking about Impudia as well. Another Impudia, Rodrigo Impudia, is leading that class over Mark Burnett. Mark Burnett's been racing down here forever, and then Edgar Garcia. So that's a 3-race battle there, although it does look like Impudia's got about a 20-minute lead, 22-minute lead. And, so...
Not too shabby.
So, you've got a good run going by Alan Impudia as well as a good run going by Rodrigo Impudia. Yeah. And then...
Speaking of, family, do we know what's going on with Rob McCachran? Is that truck?
I mean, the last that I remember seeing was that in-car where they were looking very depressed and,
yes,
and working on the truck.
I'm trying to see.
I haven't gotten
it's
any
moved.
updates from his team.
Haven't heard anything from the team managers or anything?
That sometimes means not a good thing.
Not a good thing,
So,
yeah.
if I'm not getting updates from, I don't know. We can check and see where he's at on the tracker and if he's moving. But also looking at the UTV Pro Stock, you've got Caden Wells.
Yeah.
So, Caden was a top competitor in, I don't know why my tracker he just disappeared off of here. I'm not sure why. But anyways, he was a top driver in the NA class for a long time and ran really good. Was a factory Polaris driver, and now he's in a Can-Am running Pro Stock.
Going back to Rob McCachran, what we have is he's approximately a 182 mile marker and 0 miles per hour. So
yeah,
I think they're sitting at a pit broken.
Okay. Here we go, back to Marcel.
So let's see if we get something crazy from him
so
right
where
now.
do you? Here's a quiz for you, Wes. Where do you think he's at right here? Can you figure it out when he pulls out?
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's heading from Goat Trail to into K77, kind of up in that area is what that looks like to me.
Okay, very good.
That's for sure where he's at right now. So that in car that we saw where I was saying he was going through that fast section and was going to make a left, that's about where he's at right now.
Got it. There you go.
He's at 316-ish.
316-ish.
Guess I've driven down here too many times. Or down there too many times.
Yeah. Yeah, you called that one.
Marcel's moving though. Had quite a day.
His truck's easy to remember. The colors are so different
it really is.
than
it's very unique.
Everyone else's.
Nobody else looks like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the livery on that truck for sure stands out. Like, definitely some good advertising for Spy.
Entire door. Yep.
Still kind of working my way through some classes. Looks like Eli Yee is leading the Class 5 Unlimiteds. And the Jesse Astorga, that was the car or the Class 5 that we've got the in-car with. I think they're a little ways back. So,
alrighty.
Looking at our leaderboard there.
This is something we don't want to see.
Yeah.
So, we were talking about
we may have
containment seats and the halo that your head's in. That's an example, that OMP seat there where you have the seat on either side of your head, which can prevent your head from going too far. But some guys don't like them because your head pinballs between the seat.
Yeah.
But it looks like they have a fair amount of cushioning there.
Yeah.
Which, to me, I'd rather my head is bouncing off of a nice cushy seat than B-pillars and or extending your neck and getting whiplash.
I was just gonna say, yeah, your neck gets a workout. All right, so it appears that a tire is coming off, and we'll get that repaired and back on the course here in a moment.
And again, they don't seem like they're in too big of a hurry right now.
They do not.
So in our Class 11 battle, Oliver Flamate looks like he is leading right now.
Okay.
But we've only got two of them, so it's Oliver Flamate versus Eric Solorzano, and it looks like Flamate is got the lead right now.
Copy that.
Yeah, Eric's been racing for a long time.
Have you ever ridden in a Class 11?
No, I don't know if I want
I haven't
to.
either, and I'm always baffled at how they get around the race course.
Me too. It's really unbelievable. You could have like 4 feet silt ruts, and somehow in a section where there's no alternative, you can't go around, and somehow they make it through.
Yeah. How does a Class 11 go up the goat trail? I guess just put it in first and you just pick your way up.
Momentum.
Or pinball your way up it, I guess. But yeah, and then some of the silt beds and all of that. Or like, say like by Mike's where you have some of those staircase rocks that you got to go up and you can't really carry momentum.
Yeah.
I mean, do you just winch your way up? It's and then like what's your body feel like by the time you're done in one of those? Because you got to just be getting beat to death.
All right, this could be Tracy Graff here. Let's take a closer look if we can. Mr. Drone, if you would be so kind. Come in just a little bit closer. This is back at race mile 354. Let's see.
I'd like to see if the drone can buzz through some of these bushes.
I don't know.
Yeah, where is the one that took him out? Right around there?
Right there. That one.
It literally was, I think, right around that area.
It. Yeah, right before that sharp left there. That's 58.
That's Graff.
So I'm thinking Tracy's probably in the truck now.
I think so too. Yeah. Bean qualified and Bean started the race, so this has got to be Tracy. And they're looking really good.
Trucks are looking good.
So
Menzie hasn't pinged in 5 minutes on the actual tracker, but if you go to the timing, it looks like Paul Wheel may have shaved about a minute. Earlier I was saying it was almost 3 minutes, but on the racer, actually no, I take that back. I was looking at the racer clock. If you look at corrected time, it's now 4 minute gap, so I retract that.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of holding pace with each other.
Yeah.
Bryce is probably not in a mad rush to try to blaze the trail right now because he doesn't need to.
Nope.
He's just got to run a good Bryce Menzie's pace.
Yep.
I did get word on Rob Mack. So it was, there's an aluminum swirl pot reservoir and that cracked. So that's why we saw them trying to manage temps and all that. But basically that's the issue they've got going there.
Fair to say that's a challenging repair in the location and where they are?
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not sure exactly what it takes to
text Craig Hall really quick and see if we can get Craig back over here? And go, Craig, what'd you do in this situation? Or start, maybe, could you go out there, Craig?
It's honestly probably not a part that you just have on every chase truck.
It's kind of a random part.
I'm thinking we saw them in front of the hood mixing up what we thought was JB Weld.
Yeah.
So they probably tried to JB Weld it.
JB Weld.
And maybe it worked for a little while, got them going, but it probably ended up, the crack kept growing, got larger, and they're probably done.
We have a trophy truck update here for our leaderboard here at race mile 362. Bryce Menzies, followed by Toby Price, Alan Imputi in third, Christopher Paravardi in fourth, and Tavo in fifth. And we see our splits on the right, giving you an idea of what we're looking at. But the trucks have been competing now for about 7 hours and 22 minutes. Been out there for a little bit.
Okay, so Tavo's 5 minutes off of, or no, less than that actually, with basically 3 minutes off of
Polvardi.
Yep. So he's getting close to him, like we were saying.
Yeah.
Christensen back
he's in
on
striking
the road.
distance.
Yeah, anything could happen. All right. Wheel repaired, and off they go.
And Tavo's our points leader, coming into this.
Correct.
So for him to, I mean,
Finish
every
is gonna be a
guy
big
that he
point.
can pick off at this point now is going to be a big help for him in the points battle.
Yeah, and interesting because Alan is second in points, Bryce is third in points, right? And Polvardi is
Alan's
fourth in points.
235, Bryce is 229, Polvardi 228. That's a point difference between.
Yeah.
So that's its own little point battle right there between Menzies and Polvardi.
Yeah, the top 4 in trophy truck points are all looking really good right now, so it's going to be interesting. And Graf is 6 in points, and he's having a pretty good run right now.
It's a bummer for Luke because he needed the points, obviously, right? Push past Polvardi, it's just not his day today.
And with a DNF, I mean, he's done.
Yeah.
He's completely out of the
For the
points,
overall,
which can be a blessing in disguise for him because now he can just throw it down at the 1,000. Because if you're out of the points, you don't have to worry about trying to be in a points championship. Now it's a one race deal for him for the 1,000. So go throw everything you can at it and go try to win that race.
Isn't that kind of, though, the MO of every driver?
Well, I mean, for some of these guys, you've got pretty big bonuses tied into points championships, and it's a little bit of.
So there's incentive.
Yeah, you got to kind of weigh it out. So if you're running second at the 1,000, and that you're going to win the points championship, do you really want to push that hard to try to get first? Obviously you want first, but you don't want to throw away a championship at the same time.
Yeah.
Versus if you're completely out of a run for the championship, then it's just like, screw it, let's go for it. And try to win the race.
Gotcha.
And as a guy that's trying to win the points championship, those are the guys you don't want to race. Because they got nothing to lose.
Right. Well,
but points is going to get really interesting in the trophy trucks because Tavo and Pudia, Bryce, Polvardi, so our top 4, and they're only 11 points from first to fourth apart. They're all running our top 5 right now. So that's going to make things interesting. I mean, really, the only guy that's in the top 5 right now that's not in the top 4 in points is Paul Wheel.
Yeah.
And Toby Price.
Right.
And that's because they DNF'd San Felipe.
Earlier you were talking about, you were referencing the Baja 1000 when it comes to points, what you get if you finish, what this looks like. So when we talk about, just for our viewers at home, we're talking about all these different points things. If I'm finishing first or I'm finishing third, those are different points coming in. But if I'm in the top 10, am I getting different points? At what point, no pun intended, do the points cut off?
So the way Score weights their points from first to second is the biggest point gap.
Okay.
And then it's a little bit less from second to third. So I think first to second, I believe, is 6 points.
Got you.
I can tell you in a second here. And
Kristen Matlock making her way.
Yeah, so first to second is 6 points. And then I think second to third is 4 points.
Okay.
Then third to fourth is 3 points, and then it goes 2, 1, and then everything after that's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Got you.
So if you're not in like 1, 2, 3, it's super hard to make up any points because you're talking like 1, 2 points at a time.
Huh.
So basically, you want to win.
Short answer
that's how you
is win the race.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to win championships is win the races.
Well, while we will continue to tally our points and do some more diligence, we will break for a commercial, but don't go away. We'll be back with more off-road racing right after this. Stay tuned.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Welcome back to the Score Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing. We are sitting here still crunching numbers, tallying points and stuff. Heidi, what are you guys doing over here?
We're trying to figure out, okay, so the top, I think there's 4 guys in the top 5 right now that are in the top 4 for points for the season.
And this is trophy truck you're talking about?
This is trophy truck.
Right.
So we were trying to figure out, based on where they're currently positioned,
okay,
how this would shift the points for the championship going into the 1,000. I don't have the end result yet, though.
We'll figure it out.
That will be determined.
We're gonna figure it out.
That's coming. Yeah. All righty. All right, so let's take a look at the BFG pit. We got some footage here. Herbst.
So he will gain 10 points on Impudia.
So we are. You can see right here, these guys. It takes a village, as we always say. And that new tire on as fast as possible. Just in case, getting some fuel in there. There we go. Good to go.
So
I would say they take the pylon off the hood, but no dice. There is no hood. And off goes the 19L truck. All righty. You guys are really getting into it over here.
I know, we're curious.
Okay, well, there is a race happening, so
let's watch
it. Yes, we will, and we are.
Well, we're trying to see what the implications are going to be here, because they're so close in points and they're so close in the race.
Yeah.
That there's going to be some mix-ups here. I think Bryce will be the new points leader, but
you think he'll overtake Talbot?
I've got Heidi doing our final math. It's going to be really close, though.
Okay.
I mean, basically, it's going to come down to who can win the 1,000, I think.
Sure. And so what were the points difference for the 400 and the 1,000? Like, so we have a finishing point total, but then if you come in first, what do you get? Was it 50 points?
Well,
for finishing?
You get finishing points and starting points, but what's going to be the key here, because they're all starting and finishing, so that's kind of a wash.
Right.
Because they all get the same amount of points for that.
Correct.
So it's going to be your finishing position points, and the difference there, so the difference between the points is 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then everything after that's 1, 1, 1.
Right.
So with Bryce in first and Alan in third, he's going to gain 10 points over Alan.
Got you.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, what's happening here?
Uh-oh.
Is that one of the Herbsts?
Oh, we got a Herbst member changing a tire. Up it goes. Very smooth. Got that jack.
I think that's EJ, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I know the truck is in the shade a little bit, so I thought it might be him too.
No. You can see that sun right in
you can
his
see
face.
the Monster logo on his helmet,
and they
right?
have their visors flipped down in the truck to try to block that.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
So it would be...
That's what they're staring
So
at.
our lead trucks are through Ojos right now. Basically, there's not too much more to get back
Right.
into Rancho
219
Nelson.
truck. Right.
So that was 219. So that's Thor.
That's Thor.
Which that
Spec
would be
leader.
our lead spec
Oh,
truck.
hold on a second.
I was just gonna say.
Well. Boy, he got
Is that another
fixed
spec
just
truck, or is that Latrell?
I thought
Let me
it
see
might
here.
be Latrell.
It looks like Latrell's truck, but let me
But
get
that
back
was
to the tractor.
the timing
and
of
see
that
what's
was pretty
going on.
crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, for that choreography to all sync up just at the right moment there.
I think it's Ryan Pullman. Because Ryan Pullman had that
he
camo,
has
like the
that.
black and white camo on it. It kind of looks the same as Latrell.
Yeah.
And on the tracker, those guys were right next to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got that right. Wow, he got out in the nick of time. I didn't notice, but did Ryan have to slam on his brakes, or was it smooth?
I mean, it looked like he almost tagged him in the back.
It was hard because it started pixelating a bit, but
So I just got an update from the 19 Industries / Herps team, and the 19 car came through pit 2, and they're saying they're all good, and they're 3 minutes 57 seconds down on the 1L on corrected time.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, if that's the case, you know, they're giving Gus and RJ a little run for their money. Yeah, and that's what we're showing on the tracker. They're pretty close.
Yeah.
Those guys are having a pretty solid run because they are, you know, the 1L is right behind Tavo, and then you've got Tracy
kind of
Graff, Justin Lofton,
father-son battle going on
Mikey
there.
Lawrence, and then Tim Herbst.
Yeah.
And they started a lot further back, so they're making up time on adjusted.
For sure. All right. Where are we here? Back at race mile 354. Sharp left. Oops.
A lot of these
26
guys are
truck.
blowing that corner.
Yeah. They're coming in so hot there.
Well, I think you come over that jump and your suspension's unloaded.
Yes.
And the car is unsettled, so it's hard to get on the binders and make that corner.
I think that was Dave Taylor we saw.
So this is what it comes up with, that, you know.
Back to some in-car.
It depends on the number of starters.
But the difference in the points doesn't matter. So it'll be
Looks
like
like we got
39, but the gap is...
Spec leader Thor Herbst here, 219 truck. Two different angles. We got it from the heli and inside. Having a great Baja 400 so far.
Okay, so we have some news here on our points. Heidi and I have been adding these up, and so if things stand as is, we're thinking that Bryce will be the new points leader, followed by Alan Impudia, Tavo, and Polvarde.
Interesting.
So that would be a pretty big shuffle from...
How far back does that put Menzies then?
No, Bryce would be first.
He'd be moving forward.
Yeah, so Bryce would be first in points if he wins this race and everybody else finishes where they are.
Tavo was first.
Yeah, it was
Pushes him above
Tavo,
him.
Impudia, Menzies, Polvarde.
Yeah.
Polvarde will stay in fourth, and then the top three are gonna all
shuffle.
Well, they basically flip-flop. Alan stays in second, and Bryce and Tavo will flip-flop.
Got it.
Yeah.
Pit moment coming up. Let's see. It looks like it's a Herbst.
And then,
Pit.
is that the gap right there?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd
maybe
be
not.
Bryce would have a 4-point lead over Alan Impudia going into the 1,000.
Got it.
Which a first, second. If Alan took first, he would win even if Bryce got second.
All right, well, we will see how that plays out.
And he'd have a 5-point lead over Tavo. So it's super close.
Yeah.
It's really close, yeah.
You see the light starting to look a little different as the sun's coming down. Golden hour's upon us, and they are driving straight into it. Okay, so here we are at race mile 399. Scanning the course here, looking for our leaders to come through. They are about 26 miles short of the finish. Any minute now. Should have a...
That looks like, kind of looking back at Ellis there maybe?
And I think
I think that's where we're at.
we're thinking that the very last, if we've got this course right, the very last 5 miles is really tight and technical. It's likely the qualifying course.
Yeah, they're running the qualifying course backwards from the start.
Right.
So if that's accurate, they're going to have to slow way down. I don't know. They actually went pretty fast there
Yeah.
in qualifying.
So the tracker has got Paul Wheel at 4:01. So technically, if this is accurate, he might have blown through this. And then you got Menzies. Well, Menzies hasn't updated for 6 minutes, but that was back at 3:98, followed by Alan Ampudia, and he hasn't updated in 5 minutes, and he was at 3:96. So they're out there somewhere. But physically,
I mean, I think they're going to be finishing in the next 15, 20 minutes, if that.
Maybe. Yeah. You can see there's a...
Well, they're going to be finishing at Rancho Nelson. So their time will stop, and then we're not going to see them on the podium until they get down there, which that means they got to drive through Ensenada to get down there. But the race will effectively be over.
Correct.
You know, once their time stops in Rancho Nelson, the rest is just kind of pomp and circumstance getting to the podium at the convention center on the Malecon in Ensenada. So I'm kind of curious. I was thinking, what are we looking at?
A new perspective?
An adjusted average speed here for these guys.
We're going to do some West math.
Yeah.
More West math. Coming to Fox this fall.
Hey.
It's the new series. All right, so on the right here, what are we looking at, friends?
That's Rancho Nelson.
That's the spot you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the
And
jump.
this is
the jump at Rancho Nelson. Yeah, it's at 399.
There we go. Okay.
And this is leading into
the
it.
moon up there. Yeah.
So that's where you would see him coming across that road cut into the hillside.
And then we'll enter into the 5 miles of qualifying essentially that they went through.
Okay, so this is probably Bryce right here.
That's an epic shot.
Yeah.
So we'll pull back and we'll see Menzies screaming through here in a moment. At some point, we talk about how the drivers have to be patient. Sometimes the viewers have to be patient.
I know.
But not for long. So we see some dust.
It always feels like when you get to the end that the minutes, the seconds are like minutes and the minutes are like an hour.
Right.
Because we're so anxious sitting here.
Sure. All right, that heli's tracking something.
Okay.
So
I'm thinking our average speed's going to be south of 55 miles an hour. We're going to be
at this point. Here we go.
52, 53 is what
52,
it's looking
53.
like to me.
All right.
We'll see if Wes's math comes true
Wes
here.
math.
But so far we've been pretty close.
Yeah,
so
we have.
I'm feeling pretty good about this.
All right.
And I actually had a little bit with one of our show producers here. We were talking about what the times are going to be. So
I'm going to fact check this tomorrow.
There's Bryce. Yeah. All right, here comes Bryce.
Yeah.
The race mile 399 area. At this point, feeling good, I'm sure.
So he should be basically right about to drop into the qualifying course.
Yeah.
If that isn't part of the qualifying course already right there.
Yeah, this is
this
a great shot,
this is right
actually.
At Rancho
Yeah,
Nelson.
this is it. Okay.
So that's where he comes through the cement arches right
Yep.
there, and now he's onto the qualifying course.
We call this the Pepsi stand.
The Pepsi stand?
Did you
Sure.
call it the
That
Pepsi
works.
stand?
I actually haven't heard that.
Oh.
but
That's too funny.
is that like you go there and you say, all I wanted was a Pepsi?
They wouldn't give it to me. Just one Pepsi.
I was waiting for to see if somebody got my reference there. I'm glad that
Hey,
you
man.
did, Brandon. Hopefully our Suicidal Tendencies fans out there at home got that as
Shout
well.
out. We got to represent.
Cameron was listening. He got it.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll call up Mike Nero, see if we can get him in a trophy
All
truck.
I wanted was a Pepsi.
All right, here comes Bryce. He's putting it down a little bit. We see all those spectators cheering him on.
He didn't really air that out as much as
conservative,
before, right?
Conservative,
Yeah.
That's all right, though. It's smart.
Yep.
Not going to risk it at this point.
Well,
why do it?
unless
you know?
Paul Will catches him in the qualifying course, passes him, and puts 2 minutes on him, he's got it.
He's got it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there's a
There
pretty
we
big
go.
smile on Bryce
Bryce's
Menzies'
face.
face,
Yeah.
as well as Oren.
Yeah.
For sure. So we got Paul Wheel here
And
coming in.
the thing that I can't wait to hear is how did Bryce get ahead of Toby and Paul?
Yeah.
It does look like there's a little hood damage on
the
Paul's
left.
truck now.
Yeah. Front left there. There we go. Got some drone shots. Yee. Closer and closer, inching in.
Seemed like he hesitated there. I was like,
Which
what's
way do
going
I go?
on? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. He's got back in it. Looks like Bryce is. All right. Back to Paul Wheel and Toby Price. 46 truck coming through. Yee. There it is. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
I like that.
Giving it some gas.
Yep. Pizzazz there. Back to Bryce.
So to give Heidi some props here, Fish did chime in and say that is the Pepsi stand. So you are correct.
Nice.
Awesome.
Thanks, Fish.
Yeah, thanks.
So yeah.
So
the
now every
forbidden
time,
zone into
now
the
every time
forest.
I go by there, I'm gonna stop and ask for
Yeah.
a Pepsi and say all I wanted was a Pepsi.
Well, who's responsible for
and they
giving?
better give it to me.
Yeah. Who's responsible?
Because I'm not crazy.
You're not crazy. You're the one who's. All right. Enough.
Yeah.
I think we have to pay out some royalties.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. There's
Trying to see if I can find out what happened.
It looks like he has damage on both sides.
both of it. Yeah.
Is that
So you
right?
can pull back. Yeah. Well, the
Unless it's just the shadow.
maybe
Kind of curious
the
about
front
that.
left panel was busted up.
So if this is correct, I'm hearing that just Bryce straight up passed him.
Huh. At
So-
what point?
Wow.
Where?
I mean,
You
it
know?
had the.
It was
It had to
before
have been
BFG
coming out.
pit,
It had to have been coming out of
right?
Mike's. There are a couple little spots where there's multiple lines there.
Yeah.
And if Bryce
Sampudia
maybe
here?
had one up his sleeve there,
Yeah.
like I don't. There's one spot where it's really. The course goes around and makes a curve, and there's a whooped out straight line across. Maybe you could have made a pass there. But, you know.
Yeah. I heard after 240, well, there was
comes
a couple
Alan.
sections. Then it opened up for a little bit, and then it got tight again, and then it opened up again. So there were some spots where it was opening up.
Boy, I imagine the in-car audio from Price when that happened.
We literally have 3 cars on the qualifying course after 400 miles right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That goes to show you how tough and brutal this course, you know, Baja Racing is.
Yeah.
I just think the level of competition, because
Yes, exactly.
you've got 3 trucks that just battled it out, and they're separated by, you know, a couple minutes.
Yeah, Alan's ripping through. He's cooking.
I feel like their programs really kind of come together.
Yeah.
Where, you know, before, you know, there was a good chance he was going to wad it up, or, you know, I think he's kind of calmed down and really kind of come into his own as a driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we saw our 3 trophy truck physical.
Nice crowd there.
Yeah, still come through. Some
And
point,
Polvardi's got to be super close to coming into this as well.
Well, speak of the Polvardi.
That looks like Alan, yeah?
Is that still Alan?
Yeah, that's still Alan.
Okay, never mind. I take it back.
Polvardi's next, though.
Yes. More than likely. Yeah, so. All right.
I think he aired that a little more than Bryce did, but he's, you know, he's trying to make time here on adjusted because, well, I mean, he started. Yeah, he started 4th. So if he's relatively close to Paul, he could get Paul on adjusted here.
Interesting.
He also knows that he's second in points right now going into this race. That might be in his mind.
If he gets second, that's going to make it really close between Bryce and Alan and Pudia. Like really close.
Yeah. Yeah.
Still very silty, very dusty. Wind just hasn't come through. And that pocket down there too, Wes, you're talking about how the trees really, you know, obstruct the wind of anything coming through. So it's just gonna hang.
Yeah, it seems like late in the day, like dusk and evening, a lot of times.
And you're driving into the sun.
Well, a lot of times the wind just kind of dies.
Yeah.
You'll have some wind in the morning, and then, I don't know, just in the evening at night, I feel like maybe you're noticing the dust more too because it's the end of the race, and you know, if you're battling for a lead or something, you're freaking out because you're in dust and can't see.
This direction they're going to, the sun's illuminating it even more.
But
you know, it's really highlighting
I mean, the dust looks brutal
I mean, look
right
at
now.
this.
Yeah.
There's a forest fire.
Did you notice just a second ago though? It looked like you could see one race truck going
that way
towards the right and one race truck going towards the left on the screen.
Yeah. Well, the qualifying course loops back on itself quite a bit, so these guys are probably seeing each other as they're going through the course now.
This is that pocket where it's all twisty. You go up, you come down. You go back up, you come down.
Yeah.
You look at the course map. All right, so who do we have here? I'm not 100% sure.
Man, he was right on those barriers on the inside right there.
Is that Bryce?
So this should be Bryce.
Yep. Whoa.
The drone made me dizzy.
Sweet. Okay.
And this should be
There
end of timing. And hopefully we get an update now on our scoring.
Yeah.
Because he should come through the timing loop and then.
Yep. So we have.
So he just updated.
Uncorrected. Yep. We have Bryce Menzies finished.
7:53, right?
7:53.57 for Bryce Menzies.
And I think we've got four trucks on the qualifying course right now with Paul, Impudia, and Polvardi, and Tava's probably not that far out himself.
No.
It's going to be really close between Toby Price and Impudia here.
All right. Let's see. In search of.
Because he's got to beat him by 3 minutes.
I wonder if Paul is focused on that. You know, does he know how close Impudia is, or?
I would think he
Paul
does.
right
I believe so. So if I remember from qualifying, it's like they come through those trees there, go through this one little section, hit that jump.
And then there's the finish.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, basically you're coming out of the trees.
And Toby Price finished, yep.
Yeah.
And that's where the jump that they were kind of hucking. And
Correct.
That's going just straight into the finish now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
corrected time 7:57.21 for Toby Price. Paul Wheel.
All right, so where's Alan?
Where is
and
Alan?
how's this going to play out?
Yeah.
I think he's going to get him.
Here's our leaderboard. So unofficial results, but physically finishing, Bryce in first, Bryce Menzies, and then followed by Toby Price and Paul Wheel there. So any minute we'll see Alan and Pudi come through, and then most likely Polvardi, followed by Tavo, all things considered. And right behind Tavo, potentially Justin Lofton as well. Alrighty, so let's zoom in here. And we'll take a look.
Yeah.
So I didn't start a stopwatch, but I mean, basically, he needs to be 2 minutes and 59 seconds or less crossing through that timing loop from when Paul went through.
That's a great drone shot.
I think he's getting pretty close to getting in the trees.
There is unrest in the forest.
I think he's got this.
It is pretty close.
I think he's got this, and if he ends
There
up
we-
second,
There we go.
I think that's going to
And-
end up putting him 2 points behind Bryce in
Yeah.
points going into the 1,000.
So Impudia enters the trees.
So that's going to be neck and neck.
And he's out. Yep, so here's...
I don't think that's been 3 minutes, has it?
I don't.
Well, we're going to find out.
We'll find out in
So.
just a few seconds.
Yeah,
As
I don't
Alan
think
Impudia
so.
is coming in
might
to
have
take
them.
third physically. And Alan...
Nope, it wasn't. So second place, right?
Corrected time,
7:56.
7:56.24.
So beat him by a minute.
Wow. Oh.
Huh.
Okay.
Wow. Well, then it comes down, final results. If there's any penalties.
If there's any penalties.
But,
But I didn't...
but if there isn't,
Yeah.
And with a gap like
Yeah.
that's a minute.
yeah.
You don't have to speed for very long on a speed zone to have a minute penalty.
No, no, you don't.
So there might be some nail biting tonight
Yeah.
while they're laying
Yeah.
in bed.
Yeah.
May not be able to go to
Waiting
sleep.
for Jose G to give you a call of like, okay, you're good.
Wow. What a close
So
race.
the next one I want to kind of look at is Polvardi and Tavo. Like, can Tavo get him unadjusted? I don't know why we're not seeing Alan jump to second in position here, but we are showing him at a 7:56 and a 7:57.
Yeah.
So,
It just...
It-
Yep.
Oh.
There's our leaderboard. Yeah, so you see really just how close that is as you look at the splits.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
White has
if he
the order.
finished in less time,
They
he
didn't
should
push
be
him
ahead
up.
of him, right?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
on that board it didn't.
It showed him as third on the leaderboard, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, there we
Listening
go.
to you.
Yay.
yeah. Ding, ding, ding.
See, you ask for it and it happens.
$10 million. Cling.
Although Paul and Toby probably aren't too happy that we asked for it.
Yeah.
They were happy with how it was before.
I'd lay low for a while, Wes.
Yeah.
Just
I'll have to message him.
pick
Say I'm
up
sorry.
racquetball or something for a little while.
Yeah,
Christopher Polvardi.
it's still a good run for him.
Yeah.
I mean,
There we go.
and they won the 500, so.
Zoom. Cheers to you, sir. On your way to fourth place finish.
He had a slight body damage, but his truck looks pretty clean, actually.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't
let's go
look like
back
he
to
just-
Tracker. Where's Tavo? Because I think he's
he
a ways
just-
back.
He just disappeared
He
off
disappeared
my
off
screen.
the head. Just gonna say the same thing.
I'm showing him back by Ojos.
21. Tavo. Yeah.
but
Tracker
when was
says
the last time
397.
that updated is what I'm trying to see.
Just
here.
refreshed at 397. And so he's got about 31 more miles until the finish.
So I think Polvardi is probably okay there. He's already in the qualifying
Yeah,
course.
I think so too. 397's a ways back.
Yeah.
I
A lot of
thought
that's
he was
pretty.
closer.
A lot of that's pretty fast, but
Oh.
he's not going to make up what he needs.
Yeah, if you just
He's
look at
got-
the tracker here, I mean, it's significant.
It looked like Polvardi was almost on two wheels
So
for a little bit. He
Polvardi
was on
started
3.
8 minutes ahead of him,
Huh.
and I think we've got a bigger distance there than that. You know, we're showing Polvardi at 4:08, Tavo at 3:98. It's gonna be close.
Yeah.
It's gonna be real close. I'm gonna say Polvardi probably beats him by 2 to 3 minutes, something like that.
You think Polvardi's going to beat Price?
Beat Tavo.
Beat Tavo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
curious
okay.
if Tavo could
Got
sneak
it.
up on him,
Yeah.
but you know he's 10 miles ahead. He's not going to average 60 miles an hour through there, so it's actually probably going to be more than 3 minutes,
Mhm.
maybe in the 5-minute range.
Mm-hmm. Race mouth.
All right.
399.
We kind of scan the area here until we see Tavo coming through at some point. But yeah, he's around 398, so he'll be coming through any moment. In search of. Back to looking for dust. It got awfully quiet.
I know.
Is it the suspense killing you? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I was kind of looking to see who we got coming here. I mean, really, the next
It's got to be Tavo.
truck we should see for this shot should be Tavo, but he's a ways out, so it's going to be a little while till we see him right there.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, really, we've got our top 4 have come in.
Yep.
Want to take a look at what's going on with Trophy Spec, Trophy Legend. I think Gus and RJ in the 1L, they're looking pretty good, but
yeah,
Tim Herbst and Pat Dean are keeping them honest.
Mm-hmm.
They're not that far off. I'm showing 1L is at.
He's like 394. Ish.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't.
394.
But that was 2 minutes ago.
Okay. And
So-
then, 3 minutes ago, Herbst was at 283.
They
so it's
could
about a
just
10
be
mile,
about-
10 mile gap. And then what was the start?
But on corrected
position?
time, so Tim started 11 minutes behind
Yeah.
Gus. So
Yeah.
there's about just a 3-minute.
And we said it's a 10-minute gap, and they're in an area right now where
Yeah.
you're going about 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
or faster, actually.
So I think there's really a 3-minute difference if we're looking at corrected time.
And like what the 1L just went through, he was probably doing 100 plus through some of that. And where Herbst is at, he was still going slow. So when he gets to that area where he's now going 100 and then the 1L's got to slow down, that gap's going to close up a lot.
Yeah.
So that's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
All right.
And
Tavo.
what do we got
Where are
going for
you?
Trophy Spec?
Yeah, we started this.
So I think Jorge Sampietro's in first.
In spec?
In Trophy Spec.
Really?
Well, we saw Thor had that flat. And yeah, I'm not seeing Thor ahead of him. It looks like Sampietro and then Swaim. And those guys have been running right with each other all day long, along with Thor Herbst. But with Thor getting that flat, I think that shuffled him back a little.
Yep.
I don't know how we're looking with the drone at K77, but there's a ton of specs and one cars that are all stacked up coming through there.
Yeah.
And I think Thor is in that.
Yeah. That whole battle
I
between
don't see his number.
That whole battle between Justin Davis and Thor Herbst kind of left the building.
You know, Beal is in the mix. Man, I don't see Thor. Where is he?
All right, we got a heli in the sky, so somebody's coming.
Should be Tavo.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, so EJ Herbst, Beal, Brent Fox, Michael Marsal, they're all in that little K77 area right now, and they're within a minute or two of each other. On physical. So if you start calculating, well, there is a timing loop there, so we should get an update with corrected times. Because I think that's kind of our story now is how are the specs going to play out?
In the specs, yeah.
And if Thor has dropped off, and then you got Thor and Justin Davis with a potential DNF, that's going to really shake up the points.
Yeah, you got Thor right now at 369 approximately, and then Jorge's at 369.1. I mean, yeah, exactly. They are on top of each other.
Okay.
Yep.
But Thor is still leading, we're thinking.
Yes, Thor is right now. But I mean, by a 1/10 of a mile, like nothing. It's super close between those two.
And Thor started 1 minute ahead of San Pietro, so San Pietro probably has him unadjusted.
Yep.
All he's got to do is stay in his dust.
Yep, exactly. And speaking of dust, is it looking a little dusty on the right there, or am I imagining things?
Yeah, there's dust for sure.
So here we have our leaderboard for Score Trophy Truck. Bryce Menzies in first, Alan Impudia in second, Toby Price third, Christopher Polvardi in fourth. Our splits to the right. And at some point, we believe very soon, we'll have Podosla up there in fifth. Provided something's not happening behind those mountains.
I'm going to say he's going to be around at 8:10 or something like that, probably.
All right.
He's getting really close to hitting the Pepsi stand and coming
I hope he gets
into the qualifying section.
That's right. And this is essentially the entry zone into it. So
there was only 47 seconds between Alan and the Toby Paul race truck.
It's
tight.
It's a minor speeding penalty of that
make or break
changing there.
Yeah.
The other gaps are a little bit bigger, but I mean, when you're less than a minute,
anything can happen.
It could get a little testy.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so here comes Tavo. We'll see how he does through this part. Nothing he can't handle. See if we can zoom in a little bit more. All right.
And he's kind of out on his own, I think. He's got a little bit of a gap before anyone's behind him.
Where's Gus Sr.? Because for a while there,
I think he's next.
He should be next, right? Because it was close before we had a kind of a son-father battle going on.
When you guys,
Gus
is kind of like just leaving the Ojos area.
Yeah, Gus is approximately around 399 or so, and then you've got Tavo coming through right now at about 405. Here we go.
While we're waiting for Tavo to get in here, I was looking back at some of the other classes, and looks like Caden McCachran in the factory Polaris is
still out front.
He's basically has gone wire to wire so far.
Well done.
In the Pro UTV Open class.
Nice job.
And I mean, if he can pull this off, it's gonna be 4 in a row. If you can go win the 1,000, it'd be 5 in a row and a clean sweep of the year. That'd be very impressive.
You
in
talk
a
about
class
people going on runs. You know, he's
Yeah.
poised.
Well, he's had a good teacher.
You think? Yeah. I mean,
So.
you can't tell me that doesn't affect him and his desire to win and perform well.
I was going to say you
Those
could
are
pay good
massive
money
shoes
to be
fill.
taught by someone like that, but I think people do pay good money to be taught by someone like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty sure that Rob actually does do some teaching.
For sure.
And or driving schools and clinics.
All right, so here comes Villadosla coming through. And
so do you know who would be driving the car right now? So I'm pretty sure that RJ started.
Yes.
And then
It should be Gustavo.
I mean, he would have to finish right now because he has to either start or finish.
Right.
Driver of record. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be Gus bringing it in right now.
All right.
There's a lot of names listed on their kind of co-driver list, so I wasn't sure. They may have had 3 drivers.
Okay.
Because there's 6 names listed on their list. So I would say 3 drivers, 3 co-drivers.
And they might have just had a backup.
Yeah.
Like just in case.
I don't think Gus does a whole lot of miles nowadays anymore.
Yeah, so maybe they had.
Let RJ do that.
Yeah, usually
RJ would do more.
RJ does some of the heavy lifting up front, and then maybe they've got another co-driver that hop in, and then Gus hops in for the last 50, 100 miles or so, or something like that.
Tavo hit that jump pretty hard.
Still got some fight in him. Yeah.
So they are going backwards for qualifying because they were coming through that the other direction.
Right.
'Cause they were hooking the inside tire on that rut on the inside.
That's right. There you go. So yeah, Tavo could be thinking about points right now and time and hopefully no penalties. Just got head down and gonna finish this 400.
Yeah, now through the trees.
Oh, got funky there for a second.
And
back to race mile 354 we have here.
So I want to see this shot when probably in about 15 minutes the UTVs are going to be coming through here.
Yeah.
And because we've got, I'm showing Wayne Matlock at 3:43, Caden McCachran at 3:43. That was 2 minutes ago, and Matlock was 0 minutes ago. So, yeah, I think Caden is ahead of him, but just barely. And let's look at start position here. Wayne started 5th, and Caden started 1st. So, Caden, if Wayne can hang in his dust, he would have him unadjusted. But at the same time, Brock Hager is in the mix. Man, Brock Hager, every time I kind of watch him, and it seems like sometimes he just leads wire to wire, but then other times you'll see him, and at the end of a race, he just charges to the front of the pack.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's kind of what he's doing now, because he was in the top 5, I think, but we've got McCachran at 3:44 and Hager at 3:44, both at 0 minutes ago. So, and Hager started way back.
Yeah.
He was 10th off the line.
Got you.
Which that'd be 5 minutes, and if they're on the same mile, that would mean Hager's actually caught Caden and would have him on adjusted right now. So, and all of them are catching Max Eddy.
So we saw Tavo coming through. Now do we have Gus Sr. coming through? Is that who we're taking a look at?
Yeah.
This would be the 1L truck?
It should be.
Yeah.
Oh, unless it's Justin Lofton.
No,
yeah, that's Lofton.
That's Lofton. I was going to say.
So Lofton got ahead of Gustavo.
Is his tracker not showing? Because I don't feel like we were
The
seeing
1L
him.
still, it's just updated at 4:04.
We kind of forgot about Lofton, but maybe the reason we forgot about him is his tracker hasn't been showing.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I haven't seen him.
That's weird. Yeah. Well, if you go to
day.
the tracker that we have right here, it's Justin Lofton hasn't updated for 15 minutes, and here he is out in front of Gus Sr.
I think he's been making like forward-moving progress all day long.
All day
though.
long. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe Gus pulled over. They were doing different driver. Maybe it was a switch. Who knows? But at some point, Lofton got in front.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely the 1L fell back a little bit from where they were earlier.
Right. Yeah. Let's see who we have here.
My tracker's not, like my timing is working really good. Is yours? Like look at my trophy truck. My spec's weird.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's something might be wrong here with the adjusted time stuff, because even Tavo, who you saw earlier, is way down.
Mm-hmm.
And technically he would almost be finishing right now. So
yeah,
might be a slight glitch in the matrix, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, maybe they could.
Really?
refresh.
Okay, so I see Lofton now. Then Gus should be coming in, and then a little bit after that should be Tracy
Graff.
Yep.
Followed by Tim Herbst, Ruben Torres.
Kyle Quinn still looking good in Class 1. And got a good battle between Thor Herbst and San Pietro. They're really close. And I think how we were talking on adjusted, I think San Pietro probably has him. That's gonna be interesting to watch as they come into the finish here, because it's gonna be close.
So at any point here, we believe that Bryce Menzies will be pulling into Ensenada up on that ramp, and obviously when that happens, we'll shoot down to Rat and maybe get some info as to how he got to where he is. But
according to the tracker, he's almost there. So yeah, should be any second.
Yeah, so we've got the shot now. We've got everybody, we've got spectators lining all the way up, getting ready for Bryce Menzies and company to pull up.
Solid run by Bryce
fantastic,
today and his
fantastic
program.
job. Yep.
I think they ran a perfect race.
Agreed.
They probably, if he had to write it out, how was this race going to play out? Like that, it went perfect.
Rinse,
for him,
repeat.
I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Every race, yeah.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything more. Super smooth.
And from what I'm hearing, he passed Toby straight up coming out of Mike's.
Okay.
Heading to Highway 3 there. And that would, that's what we saw coming into the pit.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes me think either there are a couple little lines in there. I mean, Bryce had a good line that Toby wasn't onto, or maybe Toby was feeling the pressure and kind of was pushing there and blew a corner or something. Because to run him down and actually just straight up pass him there, I have a hard time kind of believing that one.
You're having a hard time, Wes.
There had to be a mistake or something. I don't know. I want to hear what Bryce and Toby have to say.
Yes, inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's for sure. That's for the win.
For sure.
And that basically was the determining factor of this race.
Big deal.
So I want to know.
Yeah.
Hopefully Bryce will say when he's on the podium.
Story,
exactly.
On the podium.
I think we're not too far off
Text
from hearing
Rat right now and say, could you please ask him?
Yeah.
Once he gets there, what the special sauce was today.
Do you have his phone number stored? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yes, they do. Yeah, the one truck is very, very close to the podium. And we're seeing flags waving, checkered flags going back and forth. We see cell phones up in the air, and there he is, Mr. Bryce Menzies. And we'll toss to Rat right now. Rat, take it away.
World Desert Champion. This is his 4th win at the Baja 400. This is only our 5th running. So 4 out of 5. The Red Bull Menzies Toyo Tire AMS Oil Score Trophy Truck, Bryce Menzies. And he is going to be pumped. Talk about programs and what it takes to come down here and go racing. Bryce Menzies in numero uno right there. Great program. It takes a lot to come down here, a team, your prep, everybody. His dad, his biggest supporter. So much experience throughout short course and a dominator down here, especially at the Baja 400. We're going to call him Mr. 4 in a row. Bryce, congratulations. You got to be stoked. Seemed like the other day we were just talking about number 3. Now it's number 4. Congrats, brother. And a well-fought battle out there. It was insane to watch you guys go back and forth, as you know, with all the live coverage, all the drones and helis. And so we actually get to see what's going on. It's not just like what happened. So how you feeling? You got to be pumped, brother.
Yeah, super stoked. I don't know what it is about this race, but it's just good to us. So we got around Polvorti early, and we just chased Toby down and kind of sat right behind him. And he had a tire go down. We got around him. And right before we got into the fuel pit, and Toby put his guy in. So, and then from there we kind of just cruised. But pretty easy day, nothing too crazy. The course got super torn up. Toby was running an insane pace the first 280 miles or whatever it was. So that was a wild ride for a while. And then after that, we kind of just tried to back it down a little bit, make sure we could bring this thing to the finish. But I mean, to win 4 out of 5, that's absolutely insane nowadays in Trophy Truck.
Unbelievable, yeah. I mean, and you're running up there in points. You're going to try to hang on to this number 1 plate.
Yeah, I thought putting the number 1 was a curse the last 2 races, but I guess not. So it feels good. I think we're tied with points with Ampudia going into the 1,000, kind of like me and Luke last year. So it's whoever wins the 1,000. But just got to give it up to everybody that comes out, supports us. Thank you guys so much. My wife, my kids, my family, my mom that's at home, my dad that flies above all day. Thank you guys. I couldn't do it without you.
Yeah, we saw him flying over. That's when we know you're coming in all of a sudden. I'm sure he was giving us a big shock. I'm sure he was. But, well, congrats. I mean, you got to be stoked, the whole team. It takes so much effort to come down here and win a race. It's not just you as a driver. You're one of the best in the world, hands down. You're a navigator. It takes a lot. You want to thank anybody else?
Yeah, definitely. The guy sitting next to me is crazy to be riding with me. And this course was so tight technical. There were so many notes. So for him to stay on point for 400 miles was absolutely insane. He knocked one tire out super quick, so my hat's off to this guy. We won 4 of these in a row, which is absolutely incredible, and just blessed to be here, honestly. And all my partners, Red Bull, I've been with them for going on 15 years now, 16 years. AMSOIL, Fox Shocks, Toyo Tires. I mean, to get through this race was absolutely brutal, and to have those on the ground was a huge key to this race. So thank you guys very much.
And Toby was so close behind you right now. We saw that pit. That was actually, we had a great heli shotter. I think it might have been a drone. Yeah, you came in, and you guys had the same pit place. So it was like he kind of had to wait. I mean, I could imagine the nerves, but you just had got around him, and he's been sticking right there. And I'm sure he's going to say the same thing as like Bryce was holding one hell of a pace. And back in the day, you would have to like detune it a little bit, just kind of get to the finish. But the technology and the evolution of these trucks and everything else, even though the course is getting gnarlier, it's a full-out sprint, the whole 400-plus miles.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Once we got around Toby, Oren was like, fuck, that was 300 miles of qualifying pace that we were running. And it's crazy how fast we're going these days, how sketchy it is sometimes. But my hat's off to all the drivers. Toby, Paul Wheel, they've been coming on strong. It's so cool to see. Alan Ampudia, everybody out there, man. The competition's tough, and it makes us work harder and harder, and that's what we need for this sport.
More Red Bulls on top. He's kind of a teammate. I mean, you guys both drive for Red Bull, so that's kind of cool. I'm sure there's a bit of camaraderie. You guys are going to give a big hug later, but I know it's unreal. And so your dad, he's gave you so much support throughout your short course racing. I mean, you started back in the day. You just kicked ass in the Lucas Oil Series, and then once you got hooked on Baja, it's been all about Baja.
Yeah, man, we love it down here. I always say this is like my second home. I spend a lot of time down here. Just the people, everybody down here is absolutely amazing. They're so welcoming that we get to run on these beautiful roads. There's nothing like it in the world. So I'm extremely blessed to be able to come down here, race, and have them all show us such amazing support, cheer us on. In the middle of nowhere, you come around the corner and there's fans cheering you on. So that's what's so cool about this, and I've been doing this for a long time, and that's what keeps me coming back for sure.
It's the culture down here, the off-road capital in the world, and right now you are the king. Congratulations going in. So you figured it out. So you and Alan are going to be tied up going into the 1,000. Nothing better. You've ran away with series before, but to have that tight of a race, it's that much better. I mean, it's more pressure, but that's what you live for. I mean, you don't come down here to just smoke everybody, although you want to smoke everybody, but it's more fun when you have some great racers. And you know, there's top 10 guys, easily top 10, that could win this race at any time, but once again, 4 in a row, 4 out of 5. You are the Baja 400, not only world desert champion for this race, but the king of the Baja 400. It's going to go down as your legacy, and looking forward to 1,000 coming up.
Yeah, I like to hear that. I just saw my wife and my kids down there, so I just wanted to say hi. But yeah, unreal, man, for the technology that's coming in these trucks, how close it is, the other drivers, how hard everybody's pushing. It's insane, and to go into the 1,000 with probably tied in points makes it that much funner. Honestly, we're going to come down, do our work, and hopefully try to win another Baja 1000. It's taken me, I think, 13 years to win one, so hopefully it doesn't take me that long to win another one.
Well, you're well on your way. Congratulations, Brian. And Oren, great job navigate. And, you know, I'm going to talk to Oren real quick. Congratulations, Bryce, man. You definitely crushed it. I know you want to get down there and see your family. I got to go talk to Oren right here for just 1 second.
Thank you, guys.
So, Oren, we talk about how hard it is to not only drive this course, but you got to have somebody that's even calmer and cooler than you are, and with the right course notes. Congratulations to you guys. You've been helping them out for a lot of years, and so what's it like trying to you're not only like talking course notes and you're all day long. You're calling corners, you're calling rocks, you're calling gotchas, but to keep them calm, is it hard?
You know, Bryce stays pretty cool, but the pace he can drive, it makes it so hard to call notes because we're going way faster than I want to go. But no, he does a phenomenal job. He barely talks. I feel like I'm just talking to myself for 8 hours. But I always go, hey, was that, we good? How's there? And he just clicks away and just throws it down. So it makes it a lot of fun to be here first. I don't know how we just put all that together that way, but this guy rips behind the wheel, and never had so much fun racing in my life.
That's how it is. It's almost surreal, I'm sure. It's an e-ticket ride all day long since when you guys left the line at 9 this morning. Well, congratulations to you guys. And anybody you want to thank, anybody watching at home, your family?
Yeah, obviously the whole Menzies Motorsport team and all the partners that they have. The team kicks ass. They did a phenomenal job on this truck for how hard we just drove it. But I can see my wife and daughter down there. They flew all the way out from Florida for this one. I can see a bunch of the team guys down there. So normally we celebrated the finish line solo, but we got our group here today. So I'm very excited to get down there and drink a beer and kiss my baby.
Nothing sweeter than that. It's all about having a good time. Some lobster, some beers, well-deserved, and familia, the most important part. Great job, Warren. We'll see you guys at the Baja 1000. Good luck to you guys. And hopefully you guys don't hang around. I wish you would hang around for the awards tomorrow, but I'm sure somebody will pick it up for you. But we'll see you in November. Great work.
Hey, thank you guys very much. Great event. Thank you.
Class act team right there. As he mentioned, you know, we didn't know like how the points all line up, but right now sounds like he might be tied for that World Desert Championship overall World Trophy Truck Champion. One race to go. That's what it's all about. Here they go. The crazy Aussies, number 46 right here, driver record, Mr. Paul Wheel. Is all I got to say is wow. One hell of a day. It was absolutely insane watching this all go down, especially with our live footage and watching you, tracking you guys. Tell me about your day, Paul. Absolutely epic. You did a hell of a job. Unofficially second. You know, some things unfold sometimes, but well deserved right here. Definitely on the box and some great points going into the 1,000 and a great starting position for qualifying.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Bryce pushed Toby the whole way. Like they changed position, I think, like 2 miles before I hopped in. So, you know, so congratulations to Bryce and Oren and Menzies Motorsport and all those guys. They've done a fantastic job. You know, Toby and Brent, you know, drove as hard as they could. And we lost front wheel drive at like mile 80 or 90 apparently, and we're just, you know, steering was bad, gearbox was bad, everything was gone. You know, we really pushed the truck today, and you know, when you have a guy like Bryce Menzies behind you, you've got to push the truck. But my hats are off to the Menzies Motorsport team where they pit us, and this we knew we would have trouble one race soon. And, you know, we were first and second on the road, and we didn't have an issue. They done a fantastic job.
And it was insane. So did you do the driver change? Were you pulled in? Because we saw it, and I didn't see the driver change, but he pulled in, and you guys had to wait. So you changed drivers while you were waiting for him. Smart move for sure. So that's when that went down. But you stuck with it. I mean, he didn't just run off and leave you. You were definitely on fire today.
Yeah, he got away a little bit from us. It was a little bit hard for the tight stuff. Sort of lost the rhythm a little bit, and then we caught him towards the end, and it was actually hard because, you know, with the dust and the sun, was really hard. As you can see, there's not too many panels that aren't scratched. We weren't giving up. We were having a crack. You know, we knew Alan was quick behind us. You know, I think Alan probably got us, but you know, to Team Australia, to Toby Price, to Brent, to all my guys who come over here help out, you know, to my family and all my guys' family in Australia and Mexico and America who let us come and do this and support us. Thank you.
And it shows what a badass you are. You were the Aussie sandwich. And Pudia behind you, him in front of you, but you held it together. I mean, that's a true professional. It shows how good you are. You got to keep it cool. You just got to, you know, you're trying to hang back out of the dust, not make any mistakes, and definitely played out for you today, and congratulations on second place. And you guys come all the way from Australia. It takes so much. This Mason all-wheel drive, absolutely amazing machine. You want to thank some of your sponsors. You got some great people to back you guys up on this truck.
Yeah, for sure. We couldn't do it without Quad Lock. We have the best tyres in the world, BF Goodrich, as we all know how good they are. PWR with the cooling. Unfortunately, it wasn't hot enough for us today here in Ensenada. So everyone didn't have cooling issues, you know, like over 500. But, you know, Alpine Stars, you know, everyone on here, Fox Shocks, Motec, you know, we got a lot of great Australian companies who support us. and a lot of great American companies. SDG, who do all the tuning for us on the shocks, and whoever I've forgotten, thank you very much, because you guys, all the support is very much appreciated from our team.
And the big one, Quad Lock.
And Quad Lock, mate. These guys do amazing product. The phone sits in our car. It done 1,310 miles last year at the 1,000. It's done every race. It hasn't come off. So it shows how good their product is, and it's a company out of Melbourne, Australia.
Awesome, great to have you guys out. I guess we'll see you in November, mate.
Yeah, mate, and we'll unleash the beast over here again. Give him some Red Bull before qualifying and see what he does this time.
That Red Bull worked for sure. He's been on fire, getting some great qualifying positions for sure. Well, great job, Paul, and we're looking forward to the final round, the Baja 1000 coming up in November. We'll see you guys back here then.
Thanks, mate. We can't wait to get back here.
All right, great work. We got to go over here. We got to talk to Toby Price. He was your #1 qualifier. He came out. He started the race. Absolutely great, mate. Congratulations. Job well done. It was a battle. If it was easy, you wouldn't even be coming over here. The world's best. Like I said, the Aussie sandwich coming in, but he held it together, and you were just on fire. Not only qualifying once again. How many top qualifiers have you taken over the last 2 years? It's been a handful.
I think it's like 4 or 5. So, yeah, we're good in the qualifying side. The Red Bull definitely kicks in and helps us there. But, yeah, this morning we just had a good clean run. And, yeah, just trying to make dust and keep a good pace and good movement going. But, unfortunately, had a couple of screws in tyres and, yeah, just had some slow leakers. So, it's, yeah, that hindered us a little bit. And that's where, yeah, Bryce got around us. But it was unreal battling with Bryce. It's, yeah, 2 Red Bull guys up there going for it and having a good time. And, yeah, it was always cool to get all the splits and see where we were, and yeah, it was a close battle all day. So yeah, then we handed the truck off to Paul, and yeah, just been following the boys in. So it's yeah, I think 2 podiums in 2 races. Would have been much better with a win, but we're here at the finish line. That's a big win in our book. So it's yeah, we're starting to turn things around, and yeah, it's nice to be here at the finish line and be on some podiums.
Absolutely. Now just time to hand it off to your prep guys. Head home and get ready for November.
That's right. It's yeah, Robert and Neil Mason getting all that prep for us. So it's massive big thank you to them guys, and also BF Goodrich. Like I say, that first tyre we had with a screw in it, it went for miles and miles and miles, and I'm just watching the gauge slowly go down. I'm like, please just make it to the first pit stop, and it did. So it's yeah, big credit to them guys, and yeah, thank you to all PWR, Fox, Motec, everybody that's on board helping with the program. I'd like to thank Brent for riding with us again. Does an amazing job and does calls all the notes really good. And yeah, stoked with Paul. So it's good to see Paul up here again. And yeah, we'll be coming back to the 1,000, and we're getting some momentum under us. So it's good.
Great work this weekend. We'll see you then.
Sounds good. We'll see you next one. Sounds good.
Congrats, guys. You want to say anything? What's it like?
Big shout out to Bryce Menzies and his team, as well as Toby Price, Paul Whale. You know, Paul was talking about having steering issues, and in that last shot, you're seeing how torn up the truck got.
Yeah.
Probably that was due to the steering.
Yeah, I'm assuming that it was pulling him, and he's probably hitting some trees on both sides of the course. And yeah. They had a great run, though.
Yes, had a fantastic 400. And interestingly enough, though Price Wheel finished physically second, it's really Ampudia that placed second, and we'll flash back to the stage once Alan's coming up there, but really interesting, another great type race. We'll see if any other penalties come in, if anything else is tweaked, but for the most part, I know you guys have been tallying up your points and stuff, and it's still a very tight battle. It's going to make the Baja 1000 just even more intensified.
Yeah, that was tight between the 2 of them. I mean, we're thinking there was a 40-second difference between second and third place, and so it looked like Toby was going to get second place, but Alan unofficially looks like he's in second right now.
Pretty sure Alan squeaked that out unless there's going to be a penalty, and then I think Bryce, his math on the points was what we were kind of thinking too. So they're tied. So you know, basically it's going to be whoever finishes. Well, unless they finish way back or DNF, it's going to be out of those two guys, whoever finishes ahead of each other should get the championship.
You take the overall, yeah.
There's still some really great battles going on out on the course too. The trophy specs, just you've got Thor Herps and Jorge Sampietro. They've been neck and neck all day. Right now, I'm showing. Yeah, I think Thor is just ahead of him, and they've been working through the pack, and I believe that they've gotten by the lead one car. So that means that the trophy specs should be coming in ahead of the one cars. They're basically on the fast straightaways coming into Ojos is where they're at right now.
Right.
Yeah, it's, you got Kyle Quinn and those guys, they're all right next to each other. And then there's a really good battle going on for the overall UTV as well. So those guys, they've, really they're coming through the K77 area right now.
Now we can take a look at what you're talking about here.
So let's zoom in here a little bit. You can see how stacked up everybody is.
Yeah.
And so you've got, I think, Bruce Yee's our lead 10 car. And then, so we're showing Brandon Sims, but that's 0 minutes. Yeah, Caden, that's 2 minutes ago. So Caden is physically ahead of him.
Yeah, he could be out front.
And he's been leading all day, but then it's going to get really close on adjusted here because, so we just updated again. You got Brock Hager in the mix. You've got Brandon Sims. I believe that's Caden underneath him. And then you also have, okay, so Caden we're showing out here.
There he is.
But they're all super, so that's 362, 360.
Yeah.
And so the hidden one behind Brandon Sims right there is, I think, Wayne Matlock. Zoom in a little bit more.
There it is.
So come on.
Yep,
Wayne
it was
Matlock.
Wayne.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there, you got the four leaders that are within a mile or two of each other. And you're going to, again, have adjusted time. The starting positions of them is really going to come into play. And then, again, you're going to have a lot of nervous drivers waiting for the penalty report to hit because we're talking minutes and seconds are going to be dividing these guys, I think, at the finish.
For sure.
And then you've got...
Here we go, back to the finish. Speaking of finishes, it's Alan and Pudio in Rat.
How close these top four trucks are. We got number 10, Papa's a Beer, Monster Energy, Mr. Alan Ampudia. He's coming up next. ¿Quién goes to Alan Ampudia, el chingón? Mexicano loco! ¡Ay, güey! Yo dice el loco. Felicidades, difícil correr. ¿Tiene bien día, Alan?
Sí, tuvimos un día muy bueno, no nada ponchadas, nada más ahí un poquito conservativo en la primera mitad, pero al parecer segundo lugar, estamos muy contentos y ¡viva México! ¡Au!
It was a tough race. You guys were close. It's so good to be able to track you guys and be able to watch it all go down. Man, you were on fire going so fast all day. Back in the day, you didn't have to, you kind of took it easy through sections. This race, it was a sprint all the way.
Yeah, it was a sprint for sure, but we knew the two up front were fighting, so I was hoping they'd take each other out. But Bryce ran a great race. Congrats to him. And yeah, we were able to put some time on Paul Wheel and Toby. Toyo Tires hooked up great all day, no flats. King Shots ate all the whoops. And yeah, my co-driver Kyle killed it all day on the notes. Y muchas gracias a todos los fans por apoyarnos como siempre. Nos vemos a rato en Papas Locos.
Paco, ¿tiene muchos patrocinadores? ¿Te gustaría decir gracias a ellos?
Sí, claro. Monster Energy, Toyo Tires, California Fuels, King Shocks. Pues a todos los que nos apoyan, muchas gracias. Y nos vemos en el Papas al rato, locos.
Ándale. So where are you going for dinner? Papas and beer.
Papas and beer a celebrar la independencia de México.
Vámonos. Papas and beer, un fiesta anoche. Okay, felicidades. Nos vemos la Baja Mil. And right now you're sitting right there in points too. So you're going for that championship, and it's all about the Baja 1000, la Baja Mil en noviembre.
Sí, vamos a ver qué pasa. Ahí estamos muy bien en los puntos y vamos a ver qué pasa en la 1000.
Ándale, nos vemos en la Baja Mil.
A huevo, nos vemos. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
¡A huevo! Ensenada, ¿te gustan los trofeos? ¡Orre! We got número 94, Christopher Polvordi in the Optima truck. Coming up, the coolest guy around because he's got curly hair. Christopher, congrats. What a day out there. The battle was a full day. You had your hands full, but you're sitting right here, 4th position. I mean, I know you want to be on top of the box. You're capable of it. It just keeps eluding you, but it was a great day. Tell me about how it went out there.
Yeah, tough day, but we made it. It was good. We're still running up front, even when we have tough days. So that means it's all come together. Learning a ton with the whole team and the truck. Overall, yeah, happy with to be here. And yeah, we had a good run going. Unfortunately, we got a flat early on, and Bryce and Alan got by us. So kind of at that point, we kind of just had to put our heads down and kind of just keep pushing along and try to catch these guys. But towards the end, they took off, and I was just kind of maintaining. But we'll be back. We'll be better for the Baja 1000. I'm excited, and I got to thank everyone who gets me here. Optima Batteries, Ford Performance, all day. The Fox Live valve was working awesome. Mike Kim, too, got to give a shout-out to him. The whole team, everyone, Steal It, K&N, the list goes on and on.
Definitely a lot of people back you, and I'm sure they're pumped. I mean, you're always so happy. It doesn't matter what it is. It's Baja racing. You never know where you're going to end up. You gave it your best. So any other issues? Just the one flat tire, and just kind of tried to maintain that pace getting back here behind those guys.
Yeah, a couple little small things, but overall, yeah, just kind of cruising. I did almost wad the thing up really, really big, but somehow saved it. So hopefully someone got that on camera. We did a couple tips to left to right, saw the dirt, and somehow landed on all fours. So that woke us up for sure. But
some stunt driving out there. And, you know, we're staying at the Corona too, and it's so cool. I didn't see you, but we talked to a lot of your chase guys, your crew, your family, everybody out there. So you bring like over 50 people down here to come help out. I mean, it takes an army. I know you want to thank some other people too.
Yeah, no, the Army, the whole team, you know, they put in a lot of work. Yeah, we had, I believe, 70 guys this race. So between me and Trey Gibbs, we did all Trey Gibbs pitting. So yeah, it was hectic, but it's kind of part of the fun. I really enjoy the logistics, and yeah, thanks to everyone who makes it possible to I never thought I'd be battling it with Bryce Menzies, Alan and Pooty, all these guys. It's kind of a thing I've dreamed of.
Oh, you got them worried, buddy. They know you're here. They know you're coming. The Baja 1000 next, the final round of the World Desert Championship Series. We're looking forward to seeing you there. Go get this thing washed up, prep, tear it down, rebuild it, and we'll see you and probably more people than 70. How many people you bring down for that one, you think?
I don't know. We'll see. You know, when we team up, it gets pretty out of hand. So it should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, great group. Congratulations once again. Definitely getting to the finish line no matter where you're at, and you're right up in the mix. And it's still unofficial, as you know. There's a lot of things that could have went down out there.
Oh, yeah. It's always chaotic here in Baja.
Well, great work, Christopher. We'll see you in November for the Baja 1000.
Thank you.
Wow, 50 to 70 people for your team. That's kind of wild. That's kind of crazy.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see how many they have at the Baja 1000 because you need a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe triple digits. I don't know. We'll see. Well, hey, we want to just say thank you so much. We've had an incredible Baja 400. We're going to wrap it up here at the studio, but please stick with us as we continue coverage all night long from Ensenada. In just about a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes or so, we're going to have a new feed up. And you can click that link, go to the website, or go to the YouTube Score International page for all of the action that's still happening on the ramp at the finish line. But for myself, Heidi Steele, Wes Miller, our entire SCORE crew, we want to thank you for tuning in, and we will see you in November for the Baja 1000. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great night.